is when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown, because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown, because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now.
number one spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now.
Hello, and a happy Esports Saturday to you all. Thank you for joining us for the LCS Countdown, where for 30 minutes we highlight some of the LCS's literal POG champs, compare our jungle power rankings, and hear from Alfari on how he tackles defeat until the timer reaches 0 and we jump into Champion Select. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined today by Primal, High, and Mark Z to dig into another day of LCS action. What's going on over there, Mark?
I just love High's look. Like in wardrobe, like in rehearsal, I didn't see that he was going to look like he just came off the slopes, got some fresh powder under his skis. You know,
you like my turtleneck, dude? I just bought it.
Are you a skier or a snowboarder, High?
You know, the only ever experience I have with that, even though I'm from Michigan, which I'm going to be shamed for, is I went ski boarding once when I was 16, and I actually got kicked. I got kicked off the mountain.
Damn. You got kicked off the mountain? How did you screw it up so badly? Well, probably because you were ski boarding. They're like, sir, that's a snowboard. Stop trying to ski.
I was skiing, right? And I didn't know how to ski. But I got into this like 3-man accident where I was the one at fault apparently because I was going straight and 2 people were curving into me and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to turn or anything like that.
Yep.
So I smashed into the kid in front of me and then we tumbled into another person, knocked that person down. So then the ski guards came over and like, hey, you're done here. You don't know how to ski. Get off.
All right,
dude, that's like solo queue but skiing, dude.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you inted into us. Get out of my game. We're 9 times report. Oh my goodness, not how I expected to start our Saturday, but a fun way nonetheless. Before we get too carried away with our own stories and today's stories when it comes to the teams, let's pull up our standings and see how the league is stacked. With their victory against Golden Guardians, Cloud9, they're going to stay snug in first place, while 100 Thieves, Dignitas, and TSM tie in second, just 1 win behind them. Evil Geniuses follow up in 5th, and Team Liquid are keeping it even with a 5-5 record to earn themselves 6th place. Now let's focus in on those teams tied for 2nd place because I'm curious what you all were able to glean from their games just yesterday, starting of course with TSM, who have won 7 of their last 8 games, Primal.
TSM, man. They're looking really good. I think this team has arguably top 1 shot calling. I'll settle for top 2 shot calling in the league mid and late game. Yesterday, we saw a series of really brilliant calls, right? They're doing a weird ring around the rosy, realize they're on the wrong side of the map, decide, okay, we're just going to force a base race. They're escaping from the base race, realize they're going to get collapsed on, decide, okay, we're going to just call a TP, get a nice pick on Jensen, and actually turn this into a situation that's to our advantage. They realize that they're on a comp that really needs to dive Tristana, but Tristana has a lot of support from the Alistair to disengage and Seraphine to a lesser extent, and they see a heads-up opportunity for Spica to just ult in past the Alistair and make a game-winning play. So TSM, they've looked good in mid and late game shot calling all split, but I think before they were held back by a lot of weak play early game, and now that their early game has started to stabilize, their mid and late game shot calling has really started to shine through, and I think that was what the Sword Art difference was supposed to be, and now we're seeing it really pay dividends.
Well, and as TSM ramps up and has impressed us most recently, Mark, I think the other side of that coin is 100 Thieves, who seem to have taken a bit of a downturn.
Yeah, I think their record still looks good, but when you look at a lot of the actual stats for this team's early game, it's pretty surprising. They're actually the lowest in kills and assists at 15 in the league. And combo that with the fact that they're 2nd highest in deaths at 15. This team is terrible at PvP. Now, their early game is still good on a lot of other metrics by goal difference. They actually generate leads just through the strength of their laning. They have really good objective control, 2nd highest Drake percentage in the league. Like, they still win a lot of games because they're playing from ahead, but they make a ton of mistakes in the early game, despite the synergy that we hyped up coming in from 4 Golden Guardians members. Well, that doesn't seem to be apparent at all in their actual playmaking. When it actually comes to killing people, they have been pretty atrocious at that, and that's why their game time takes forever, because they have the early game leads, but they just are unable to make the plays to close it out.
Speaking about things that don't make sense, I want to talk about Dignitas really quick. Coming into the season, I didn't have him at tied for number 2. I don't know if any of you guys in chat did, but if you did, good on you. You're a smarter analyst than me. However, I want to say that they're that high in the rankings because of Dardoch, honestly. To me, the season has been a lot about jungle difference and support difference, and Aphromoo and Dardoch are really good right now, and hope they continue to be good. But I don't know if that's going to keep going. How long can you have a jungle and support diff game before your AD carry, mid laner, and top laner starts to matter a lot, especially with the jungle nerfs coming in. I wish the jungle nerfs are harder, to be honest, because in my solo queue games, junglers are still taking over the game. But hopefully jungle keeps getting nerfed. But for now, they're looking good, and I think they'll continue to be good for a little while at least.
Agreed high, and I'm a little skeptical still. I mean, we had that discussion with Spawn last week about contender versus pretender, which side is Dignitas on. It's still the case that Dignitas is beating the weaker teams, but losing to most of the stronger teams, with a notable exception being TSM. So I am also interested to see, now that jungle is not as dominant, are they going to be able to contest top teams? Because overall, they've looked a lot better than expectations, but I think they're still a notch below first place contenders.
Yeah, as well, all said and done, a reminder that these three teams are sitting in second place, so they definitely still are some of our top teams in the LCS. We'll see, though, if our games today can shake up those standings, with Team Liquid and FlyQuest starting off our day, searching for their first win of the weekend. C9, of course, taking on EG, and we'll close it out with Golden Guardians versus Immortals. Game 3, though, is certainly a standout, with Dignitas and 100 Thieves battling it out at the top of the standings. For a preview of that matchup, though, we're going to check in with today's casters, Freak and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome to the caster desks. I've got one, Kobe's got one, I'm pretty sure, and we're going to talk about a really exciting battle that people wouldn't have thought was going to be close coming into this week, but it has been so far. Dignitas have been making a case for themselves as a top-of-the-table contender. They are still tied for second, 10 games in. Of course, standing their way is 100 Thieves, who, also tied for second.
Yes, this is actually a three-way tie for second with TSM, Freak. I bet you wouldn't have expected that as well coming into the split. And
yeah, it would have been TL in this spot, you know?
It's actually been really hype as far as the build-up. I would say, especially for this matchup too, Tony, the coach of 100 Thieves, Zix, yesterday, tweeting out that they had been struggling all week long, kind of referring to some of the scrims. And since they started to get a little bit rocky last week, I'm incredibly excited to see if Dignitas, as the analyst has been talking about and tracking, will finally break in and be one of the sole holders of second place, or start to move up the ladder, because their performance is constantly in doubt, and the only way they're going to move past that is continue to prove it on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, the first round robin ended up with them only dropping a couple of games, and 8 games to go till spring playoffs, till MSI qualifiers, and I mean, they're going to playoffs almost certainly, and yeah, they might actually make the whole run, so that's going to be exciting. But I got to talk about the fact that, Kobe, you had the chance at stealing this player from me, and you never did when we drafted Fantasy a few weeks back. Soligo is popping off. He is crushing. He was the last pick. I was just gifted him as my mid laner because I knew I was going to sleep on this guy. He's the number 2 overall fantasy points earner. He's absolutely smashing right now. This dude's an absolute PogChamp.
It's funny because I know that you were the last pick in our fantasy draft, and if you had him as your last pick, that means he is literally the last pick of the entire league, of a 10-person league.
Yes.
So even you were sleeping on him, Freak. Everybody was.
That's how drafts go, Kobe.
I am incredibly excited to see him performing well, though. I definitely do also want to share some spotlight with Afromu, though, because this support matchup is the main matchup for me coming into this, 100 Thieves versus Dignitas day. Afromu has been popping off, and it's been for quite a while. He did it last year with Dig 2, 2 different AD carries, newer AD carries. He has been able to raise up into the spotlight, and he's not perfect. Yes, there have been some mistakes, but he does so much to enable his team. Always really good checking in with him. We heard in the interview yesterday as well how much he has been able to contribute for this team. Meanwhile, apart from him, Huhi across the table. This guy, to me, has actually been the best part of 100 Thieves. I'm laying it out there. Huhi has been the biggest reason for the resurgence of this team. Him and FBI have been a dominant lane, and yet he also transitions so well into the team fight phase for his squad. He plays frontline, he goes for engages, he gets a big flanks off for them. I'm incredibly excited for this support matchup because, these are definitely 2 of the best. And with Core JJ having a little bit of a rocky start, anybody could go for that crown, Freak.
That's true. Yeah, might have another MVP season for Afromu. Might have who he's first. It'd be exciting time to see what happens out of this one. See if anyone can claim the title at the end of the split on top of that one. Now, one champ that has been pivotal, there we go, in the support meta in recent weeks is Rel, who he specifically has been a top performer on her, and we might even see it played in today's matchup. Now, for those of you who are looking to defeat, nay, trample your opponents in solo queue, here's Azale with some tips and tricks for the Iron Maiden.
Rel galloped her way into the professional scene this year and has quickly trampled the competition to become the top support pick. Saddle up, partners, because it's time to learn about Rel. Oh, what's that? One more pun and I'm fired? Okay, time to stop horsing around. Let's start with a couple basics. While you can't use W or E flash, you can use both Q flash and R flash, which can be situationally very useful to finish off a kill or find a surprise initiation. Your E stun also has a lot longer range than you may think. Generally, if someone's in auto attack range, you can stun them. Don't feel that you have to get behind or even on top of your opponents to land a stun. Rel is all about layering CC, which is why she has the ability to use both her E and her R during the W animation. This allows you to CC people while waiting on the delayed W knockup to land, making Rel engages incredibly difficult to react to when executed properly. It also means that you need to properly spread out your abilities to maximize the CC duration. If you don't have your ultimate available, you can W into an immediate E stun while in the air to lock up your opponents in place for the incoming W knockup. Or, if you do have all your cooldowns, you can pull off the engages you've seen in the LCS time and time again by using Flash and then immediately casting your W and ultimate. Magnet Storm will snap them together for the W to land, and then you cast a delayed E to maximize the CC duration. While the mounted engages are the most flashy and the best for most teamfight situations, I do feel that the dismounted engages are extremely underutilized, especially pre-6, and if they're well executed, they are nearly impossible to react to. When mounting, you gain a large boost of movement speed towards opponents, and then fling them over your shoulder with your first auto attack, putting them in the perfect spot for a follow-up stun. Simply start out dismounted, then, when your opponent steps a little bit too far forward, W to mount, Flash auto to flip them in, then Q immediately to space out your CC, followed up by that E to then layer the stun perfectly with the knockup. By adding the Q into the combo, there's no need to time out your crowd control, as the combo layers naturally with hardly any overlap. This is deadly for all-ins. Well, that'll do it for my quick Rel breakdown. Be sure to let me know what champion you'd love to see next at RiotZale on Twitter.
I'm the happiest girl in the world.
I feel like I gotta go play some Rel now, my friends. I've never played the champion, but that was probably one of the best breakdowns I've ever seen on how to play a champion mechanically. But now that we are past the halfway point of spring, it's time to start the conversation around who could be our next Honda MVP. And a factor of that process is the Player of the Game awards from each game. Friend of the LCS and absolute perfect human being, Core JJ tweeted the other day, and he was wondering if we award Player of the Game here in NA. Well, Core JJ, we sure do. And here is the current leaderboard for just that. Taking a look at the top 10, though, I do want to quickly acknowledge that there are 21 more people beyond this list who have picked up at least one player of the game. Half the league has at least done it once. Hi, does anything in looking at this list jump out to you immediately?
You know, it's really weird to me when I look at the list because we see 10 players here, right? And you look for a role, but you don't see a support here. And this entire split, we've talked about like how good Core JJ is, Huhi, Vulcan, and all these supports that could be contenders for like the best in the league, but not a single support shows up in the top 10. So then that brings me to the question is, are we messing up player of the games, or are people just not giving supports the credit that they deserve? What's going on?
Yeah, and it's pretty funny that Core JJ was the one who asked the question, and he's just not on the leaderboard at all. But I think to your question, Hi, I think it's, I forget which option was first, but whichever option was the supports are not just doing that well, I think it's that answer, because Core, honestly, he looked like, you know, he's like more like a demigod, not a god right now. Whereas, you know, some other players like Centaurn and Alfari, as you can see from their pogs, have looked really good. But I expect him to get online in the second half of the split.
I was going to say, Cora, a previous MVP, we do know that he has what it takes to make that push. However, only a back half of the entire split to get it done. We'll be taking a closer look at Blabber a little later on, so we're going to ignore him sitting there at the top of the standings just for now. Let's talk about a few of the other top performers on that list, starting with you, Mark.
I'm going to give some attention to PoE, the guy he's tied with right now. I think that might be a surprise to some people that PoE's at 4, but I think it actually makes a lot of sense when you look at TSM's winning streak and how it has come about. a lot of it has been centered around adapting to PoE. When you look at all these components and their different play styles and who was going to change, PoE is not the one that changed. They changed to him, where he plays incredible control mages. He's super good in mid to late game, but he doesn't do a ton of proactive playmaking and roaming in the early game, and that's fine because he's such an engine for this team in the mid to late game. The entire reason they were able to win that game yesterday was because he stalled out TL in the mid game with some nice pickoffs onto Tactical. Yes, that was partially Tactical's fault, but I think PoE has been kind of the staple player on this team who is always in an even or winning position for the team, and then he does make a lot of their biggest plays to win the game in the mid to late game.
Yeah, one Pog vote separating him as well as Blabber from the rest of the pack. Let's jump to Impact now, Primal.
Yeah, let's jump to Impact. And what can I say about Impact that hasn't been said already? This guy is an absolute monster. He's really, really good in lane with the top 3 CSD at 15. And he's been a carry for EG, right? We saw him dominate on Renekton, and then other teams were like, okay, we're never giving that guy Renekton again, until last game where he reminded everyone of why he gets Renekton. So Impact has been super good on both defensive champions and offensive champions. Yes, he's not quite the carry player that people want him to be, not looking for counter picks like Jackson to Camille, etc. But at this point, let's just give the guy a break. He knows his style, and he's super good at it.
He is impressed. That Gnar game is going to live in my brain rent-free for a number of years at least, getting absolutely focused and then the comeback to win it all. Hi, what about you? Where are you looking?
I'm taking a look at mid lane. Personally, I'm looking at Perks. He was one of the hypest people to come into the league, for me at least, and at first he didn't really show up to speed, but he's been picking up a lot recently. He has the most solo kills pre-15, he does the most damage for his gold, and his KDA is actually really good despite not being a KDA player. So with all those things in mind, I think his lane phase is strong, and the most important thing to me is that it seems like he's not trying 110% yet. Of course, he's like trying to win the games, but I don't feel like he's like, this is like Worlds moment, I need to do my best every single game. He's kind of playing for fun at times, and I'll use that liberally. Hopefully, I think he's probably better than what he's shown so far, and I know that's a weird statement to say, but I expect more from him. Not that he's doing bad, but I expect him to be even better and better as time goes on.
Hi, we don't call that playing for fun. We call it sandbagging, bro. It's sandbagging.
Hey, man, I'm being polite to these players. I like to play for fun often, so I can respect it.
Well, a quick update about halfway through the split on who leads those player of the game leaderboards, feeding into the Honda MVP at the end of the split. We are going to step away on the other side of the break. We've got a rumble in the jungle with the analysts defending their LCS jungle power rankings. We'll see you here after the break. Welcome back to LCS Countdown with patch 11.14. Oh my goodness, we're not going back to Season 1. Bringing plenty of changes to the jungle. I asked my analysts to power rank the junglers of the LCS to see who reigns supreme in their role. But first, I want to know what are some of the metrics that you all were considering while making these lists. Hi, let's start with you, as you have actually played jungle on the pro stage.
As someone that has played very high-pressure champions like Amumu and Shivani, I think I'm qualified to say that one of the metrics that you're looking for junglers is their early game pressure. Junglers dictate the pace of the game, whether they're ganking or whether they're farming. They get to choose. They've been doing both recently. But at the end of the day, you have to look at how good they're controlling the early game. Then you have to look at the champion pool. Can they play tanks? Can they play carries? Can they be supportive, engagers, etc.? So you have to put all these into mind. And even with that, when you guys take a look at this power ranking, if you don't like them, please flame the Mark Z on Twitter instead of any of us. So take your complaints to him. He'll put it into the bin.
Hey, that's clicks. That's engagement, Mark.
Yeah, you know what?
Hi for that right there.
You're right, Hi. Everyone, I'll tank the flame for the engagement. I do want to make a note that this is for Spring Split only. We're not including lock-in tournament. And at least for me personally, I'm definitely more focused on the performance aspect of what they've shown on the LCS games, not like my opinion on their top-tier ceiling of skill or something like that.
Yeah, to add on to the disclaimers, so this is taking into account all the games in the Spring Split so far, not just the recent ones. So some people might be like, but this player's popping off lately. Yeah, but we got to look at the entire split, not just the last week. And in addition to that, I also look at what I think the player's role on the team is supposed to be. Some of these junglers are like the star of their team, and they're supposed to be the carry. Some of them are supposed to take a more supportive role, so we have to factor that in. But it's jungle, man. It's so hard to separate the performance of the individual.
All right. Now that we've properly disclaimed this jungle tier list, let's get it up onto the screen and see where each of you are ranking the junglers here in the league. First time anyone here on the desk is seeing these lists, so excuse us while we react. Blabber unanimously #1 across the board. I do see a difference there in rank #2. Actually, all throughout, you guys, maybe we can look at some ideal groupings and things, but some significant differences for sure.
Damn, Mark, Closer at 8?
I knew I was going to have to come to defend Closer. We'll get there at some point. I do want to say 1 and 9 and 10 feel pretty unanimous, I think, for most people. And everything in the middle is a giant throw a dart at a wall. Like, it really depends on how you're going to argue it. I think it's all over the place. So I'm excited to dig into it.
Yeah, let's start. Let's start with the easy one, though. And Hi, maybe I'll let you kick off on it so you can as well say whatever point you were about to. Blabber, unanimously #1. Let's talk about him.
Right. I mean, there's no doubt that Blabber's #1. You take a look at any of his stats, he's pretty much leading the board on all of them, whether it be KD, damage, gold, etc. He's pretty much, like, right there. It's first on all of them, actually. So, it's a jungler-based meta and the #1 team that's crushing people with the #1 stats. It's hard not to argue that he's not first. And I was going to say, I really like Marks' tier list because it looks very similar to mine. So, I think me and Marks are pretty smart here. Primal, I don't know about you there, buddy, but you're looking a little bit different from us.
They're looking a little different. Okay, what do you want to talk about first? Do we want to talk about Closer? Because I don't understand putting Closer top 3.
We'll get to him. He's slated last on our list because he is the most contentious, it seems, between the lists. So let's jump to Svenskeren. Now, this was placed, 2-3 for some of your lists, but Primal, why don't you take a crack here?
Yeah, so the thing with Svenskeren, he's kind of like the Jizuke of the jungle in a sense that he does have these pop-off games because he's an aggressive player who, he's mechanically gifted and sometimes the pop-offs work. But when I look at a jungler and what I want them to do, particularly in a team like EG that has a carry and definitely has a carry in Jizuke, I want them to be more consistent. And I see Svenskeren make a lot of mistakes due to over-aggression. Just yesterday, we saw him all in Jose Diodo in the jungle. He burns his own flash. Jose Diodo doesn't burn his flash at all. Jose Diodo comes back. Is a 3-0 Graves all of a sudden. We saw in the game versus TL, he got an early lead going for the team, but he kind of threw that by trying to engage on Core JJ, who was playing Galio. So with Svenskeren, I think he's a good player, but he's not consistent enough for me to want to rate him higher.
All right, so number 5 on Primals.
Yeah, he has him lower. High and I have him more like 2-3, and I think he's a really, really good playmaker in the early game, and he has to sacrifice some what would be better pathing to play around his more erratic playmaking of his teammates. Like, if you're playing with Jizuke, you have to be mid when Jizuke is going for a play, and sometimes that's not going to be optimal jungle pathing. And so I think he's a great team player and being where he needs to be for his team while still helping get them early game leads.
From Sven Skaren, let's hop to Spica, because I don't think I realized this the first time we took a look at this, but
all over
Mark,
the
you've
place.
got him all the way down at 7, but he's also as high as 2 when it comes to some of the other lists.
If there's one ranking that I am not confident in on my own list, it's probably the Spica ranking. I think he's actually playing really well, and that's why I was kind of putting that preface at the top that, like, I
right,
don't
so
think
7 naturally.
Yeah, I don't think being that low is an indication of necessarily his performance. I think he's really good, and he has some of the best objective control in the league. He's really good about coordinating with sword art, but he doesn't generate natural advantages for himself. Like, he's often not that far ahead, and I think a lot of the times that it's sword art feeling like he's leading a lot of the plays, and Spica is often more on follow-up duty, and that's why I have him a little bit lower.
Okay, so I think Spica is quite good, and I think he was the most consistent member on TSM, even when TSM was a dumpster fire. Now that they're not a dumpster fire, he's having his time to shine. We saw him get a really clutch Baron steal yesterday. He has a 7 KDA at before 15, so I agree with Mark that he doesn't create a lot of advantages, but he doesn't cede a lot of advantages either, and he doesn't make many mistakes. And for a team like TSM that's focused on getting to mid and late game and not making a lot of big plays early, I think Spica does his job perfectly. So this might just be a criteria difference, but I think for what TSM is looking for from Spica, he's doing an amazing job.
Hi.
I definitely think Spica is strong, but I want to put him at number 2 like you do on your list. He literally built Divine Sunder on Lilia one game. I believe it was Lilia that he built it on. And whether he's just doing it for fun or not, he's been doing a lot of weird builds on champions. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with him being number 2. Like, I put him at number 5, and I think it's arguable whether he's like 5-4 or like even potentially 3. But two's definitely pushing for me. I think he's too high on your list there.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to get to the one that y'all called out right at the top of the block here, Closer. And Mark, granted, you have him in 8, and you said you were prepped to defend this. You knew you'd have to. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's hear the defense.
All right, Closer obviously is not an 8th place jungler in the league. Like I said, this is performance-based through Spring Split only. The lock-in tournament would have him way higher, but when you look at his actual stats, he's pretty close to the bottom of the barrel in a lot of the individual playmaking ones. He's the lowest in kills and assists at 15. Or second lowest, I think. I think Iconic might be the only one lower. But he doesn't get a lot of ganks done in the early game. His first blood percent's pretty low. His actual playmaking is not that high. He was leading the league in deaths as junglers as of yesterday. I think that might have changed, but he doesn't have the kills and assists to back it up. So, like, if you're really aggressive and making plays and you die a lot, I don't care. Sven Skaren dies a lot, but he's often also getting a lot of kills and assists. Not the case with Closer right now either. And the one stat that he leads in is XP differential at 10. And you go, okay, well, he's got great pathing. And I agree with that. But you have to look at his mid laner. Demonte is the lowest XP differential at 10 in the league right now for mid laners. That is where most of that lead is actually coming from, is the mid waves that Closer collects to get priority to go move around the map with his mid laner. And so I think he's a really good player, but they have not made many plays on his own. I can't think of that many ganks that he turns. They try a lot of dives, but there's not that many ganks, and he has a lot of jungle control. He has a lot of objectives under his belt. But in terms of getting them leads, when I was talking about 100 Thieves, horrible early game PvP stats, part of that comes from Closer not being able to make kills happen for his team.
Primal, you got him as high as 4th.
I do, and here's a situation where the stats don't lie, but I think they mislead. Mark, you yourself noted that 100 Thieves as a team is really, really bad in PvP early, which is kind of weird when we think of them as like being a team that dives side lanes. And I think his stats, Closer stats, are a reflection of that, but I don't think he's causing those stats. I think it's just a lot of lack of coordination across the team, and instead what I want to focus on is his objective control. 100 Thieves has the 2nd highest first dragon percentage in the league and overall dragon percentage in the league. So I think Closer, what he's been doing is focusing on objectives rather than making plays on the side lanes for his team. And that's why this team is 7-3 right now, because they're consistently able to get objective leads with snowballing early.
Well, I feel like we could talk for another hour on these jungle power rankings, but we have to get to the first game of the day. And all this jungle talk has me ready to jump into that first matchup, because we're going to see Jose Dioto face off once again against Santorin. And so, Primal, let's talk about Jose Dioto, because we haven't yet in the context of that tier list and how he might match up today against Santorin.
Dude, for the hungry, he is bred, and for FlyQuest, he's a carry. This guy is really, really sound mechanically, and I think it's been getting overlooked a little bit because FlyQuest has not been doing super well, but we saw him have a huge pop-off performance on Graves yesterday. We've seen him be mechanically proficient on Hecarim in past games, getting out of situations where he should die and making sure in situations where he should get the kill, he absolutely does so. So I think for a jungler who's new to this league and on a team where he is pressured to be the carry, Jose Dioto's looked quite good overall, and I'm really looking forward to seeing his development as a carry player.
think it'll be particularly interesting to see how he can affect the map, given the way that Team Liquid has kind of honed in on a style high, more specifically playing around bot lane than maybe they ever have before.
Right. If I have Core JJ on my team, I will probably go bot lane. I will probably gank for his lane and be like, hey, let's get you ahead. Now you tell me what to do. I'm pretty sure he's the main shot caller on the team. And it's so much easier to play the game from ahead than it is behind. And when your shot caller is smart and good, it makes it so much easier to just play around him, right? So put your advantage into him, get him ahead, and then let him dictate how the game goes later on. And we've seen where they haven't tried that, where they try to get Alfaria ahead instead. And the games just didn't look as clean. They did very weird things where they went for kills more so than objectives. And anytime a team does that, that's how you know that the macro and gameplay is bad now, when you're only focusing kills and not objectives.
Yeah, and they should have a pretty good matchup versus the FlyQuest bot lane. The one thing with Tactical right now is, and he's been vocal about it in the Team Liquid documentary series, about how he's struggling a little bit with burnout and some of that kind of phase. And I think that's manifesting on the Rift a little bit. But we've all seen his peaks at Worlds, at Summer last year. And so I'm hoping he can get out of what is very clearly a bit of a slump right now, because he is such an important part. If all the resources are going down there and getting him ahead, he needs to be responsible with that gold.
Yeah, we have seen him absolutely pop off, waiting for him to return to form. More a comment than anything. It's interesting to me, Hai, that you would point to the support as the reason to go to the bot lane, as opposed to the AD carry, but that speaks to the power of player that Core JJ is. Either way, the teams are just about ready to dive into Champion Select, so it's time for us to hand it over to freaking Kobe for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello and welcome once again. Kobe and I are going to be bringing you all 5 games today, so stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun. Team Liquid and FlyQuest hitting the Rift very soon, Kobe. And I'm excited to cast LCS. I love League of Legends. I love the LCS, and I'm happy that not only we get 5 games today, but like I really love the 15 games a week schedule, because we're really close to the first set of playoffs already.
Well, thank you for professing your love live on air, Freak. I'm going to store this one. Let's jump right into it, because this should be a hype matchup here. Team Liquid, they're coming off a very disappointing loss to TSM, especially for Tactical. I know he's been beating himself up recently. He had was dealing with some burnout, and he definitely got picked off quite a few times there in the last game versus TSM. So let's see what they can do getting into this game versus FlyQuest. As far as their picks bans in the previous game too, they did have Jensen on the Seraphine, and it really does feel like they need to grab him, either the Orianna, Syndra, or Azir, a little bit earlier in the draft phase, so they don't have to rely on some of these flex picks and slotting him in there, a more standard kind of Team Liquid win condition. On the side of FlyQuest, though, they're banning away the Rel here. Should be a red side ban now that we are on 11.4, and I think you have the space to do it.
Yeah, I'm still personally a big Seraphine fan. I think if Tactical had a better game, I think that comp would have worked. Like, I think Seraphine is just an outstanding champion. You're going to see FlyQuest banned as well. I went and looked. I think the last 8 games in a row, Udyr has been first ban red side. Like, that champ is just not allowed in League of Legends, and very frequently Seraphine is also on that list. Like, her ban rate in the LCS and honestly around the world is very high. I think, yes, she is outstandingly strong. Teams aren't allowed to play her. Olaf's still going to be grabbed up, and again, this not only has Olaf been nerfed 2 patches ago, but this is now the patch where, you get 40-ish less golden XP per full clear, but TL still wants the Olaf. They still want Santorin on this one, and right away Licorice is going to grab a Gragas.
They were still really effective in utilizing the Olaf already on 11.4, so I have no qualms with it, even though it is a champion that does have a kind of scary breakpoint where if you don't have enough golden experience, then you become a walking health bar that just will get deleted. I think that with their bottom lane focus last time around, they still were able to effectively snowball. Here's a good blind pick, though, for Palafox, nabbing the Syndra here, because the Syndra does have, the slight lane advantage versus any of the other blind picks here for Jensen, if they actually do want to go with the mid lane in the first 3 picks. And this has been a trend. I've been talking to some of the coaches where they have actually pushed up their mid lane picks to first phase and dropped down their bottom lane picks because there's so much moving around in the bottom lanes with the 11.4 changes, and a lot of the bottom lane players are not confident in blind picking any of the matchups anymore. I would say maybe say for like MF, they all feel like they have something that's a little bit risky as far as being countered either by team or by lane matchup. And so there we do have another one of the mid lane picks. That is Zir we're looking for Jensen.
Interesting enough. All right, so yes, going to be happy to build a Verdant Barrier on first recall and just, survive Syndra. Like, that is one thing. Like, that item getting buffed 2 patches ago honestly can do a lot for the mid lane matchup, because you suddenly have a very, very good AP versus AP defensive item where you're like, well, I can't get bullied anymore. Like, I can just buy a Verdant Barrier, and I'm good into Syndra. I'm good into, like, a Fizz if that was going to be played, or an Akali or any of these aggressive counter picks. Like, I can just get 50 MR for 1,000 gold, and my build's just fine. And so that can do a lot. Allows you to pick a Zero into an aggressive champion and feel comfortable about it. Honestly, I think Jets should have a good time overall. But yes, there is a lot of dive. There's already a Gragas locked in. There's now a Hecarim coming over the top as well. FlyQuest have a lot of forward momentum. They've got a lot of upfront damage, and TL have to make sure that those champs can stay alive. They're not going to use a Seraphine to shield them, obviously. That one's gone.
Now we get into the tricky part, the bottom lane of Champion Select, which has been plaguing so many picks and bans recently. Now, I am still the biggest fan of Kai'Sa. Yes, she did get her nerf to her Q on this patch. Oh, never mind, she's off the table. Yeah. Man, I was going to talk it up so much for pairing with Hecarim as well, and the Gragas, because those both can apply CC very, very easily at such long range. I think it's a smart ban by Team Liquid because of, looking at what FlyQuest I've already drafted here. The Xayah as well, I think, has been getting a little bit overlooked as far as playing against things like Hecarim. And Syndra and Gragas as well, so that one actually does not go on the bans here for FlyQuest. That might be tantalizing here for Team Liquid, and they take out the Senna, Tom Kench possibilities as well.
All right, so those go off the table for this one, but yes, FlyQuest, maybe you don't dive the backline, but you can shoot a rocket into it. Jinx is definitely outstanding. The threats are the fact that her peel tool, the Flame Chompers, do not work against Olaf. She cannot get away from Renekton. If Team Liquid get the chance to play up, there is no counterplay for the Jinx. She is dead every single time. That is the risk. However, if it works out well, you get that one reset, get excited pops off, you're going to just absolutely crush the team fight. 1v4 at that point, because first one's already obviously dead. That's going to be matched with some more backline team fighting as Tactical grabs Aphelios. So really, really high damage, low safety bot lanes for both these teams.
Yeah, they are very, very similar. Thresh being able to be paired with Aphelios is the key locking here for Core JJ. And even if you do go Tom Kench to try and save the Jinx in the backline, I think there's a lot more options. Lanterning in the Olaf here for the bottom side for Team Liquid. This could play quite well into what their plan already is.
Only difficulty is, and I agree that there is a lot of gameplay by the Thresh. Also, Thresh is a little bit more fair in the sense that when the Hecarim dives Aphelios and he's just chain CC'd, you can't click the Lantern. You just kind of die unless Azir can shuffle them away, so you can kind of full combo tactical. No matter what you do to Jinx, just Diamond is like, whoop, and then spit them right back out, right? And then you're fine. So that'll be fun to watch for. I love watching the low mobility, 10 out of 10 damage, 1 out of 10 durability marksman. That'll be fun to watch. It'll be explosive, especially on the Jinx side. But yeah, TL, plenty of damage. Some dive, like hook plus, maybe Jensen makes the big play. Otherwise, it's kind of standard team fighting.
See, this is the thing here, though. When you mention Hecarim diving in, and within CC combo, killing the Aphelios, that has gotten even more difficult, and they haven't really paired this Hecarim with a lot of dive to follow behind him. Jinx Rocket can be blocked by anybody standing in front of it, and Gragas, maybe he builds AP, maybe he builds tank, still is not the best dive buddy for a Hecarim. So I actually think with the lower gold in jungle, Hecarim has a smaller chance of getting super fed and being a very viable dive target towards the Aphelios. I actually feel like Team Liquid have quite a few defenses here, and it's looking like a pretty good scaling comp for them. Azir and Aphelios, great late game combination.
Yes, yeah, that absolutely is. I mean, certainly no one's going to debate the fact that, 6-item Azir is going to far outperform a 6-item Syndra, unless we have another tactical game where he walks into mid lane and finds Syndra and dies. That happened on Tristana, and it was unfortunate being the only real major threat on his team. So we are under the rift, though. Team Liquid, not where they wanted to be at 5-5. I know this time, last year, they were on their way to 9th place. Coach Jack came in. They went all the way to Worlds, but Team Liquid are back to a mediocre spring split for a roster that people thought, okay, you got a strict upgrade in top lane. You brought over Alfaro. You got a strict upgrade in jungle. You brought over Santorin. Okay, this team's ready to go. You went to Worlds. You upgraded your 2 weakest spots. This is going to be the 18-0 run. This is going to be the Worlds run, right? And 5-5. It is a surprise to see I know Jat made a big deal over the preseason of bringing over his own coaching staff. He kind of dropped most of the analysts and supporting coaching sort of coaches from the old 2020 roster and brought in his own crew. And, generously, it's growing pains for TL. This roster should probably not be 5-5. I'm not saying it's literally Jat's fault, but it is a surprise to see TL be 5-5 here.
It is a surprise. I would say one of the most surprising parts is that we already had the proof of concept. This Team Liquid roster in lock-in tournament was able to win the entire tournament. So coming in as champs towards spring, and then coming in 5-5 even in the LCS definitely speaks to some growing pains. I know that if you watch some of the TL squads and whatnot, they've talked a bit about burnout and quite a different of these sources with their eyes on improvement towards the end of the split. I definitely do think that this squad will be able to balance it right back out. Let's take a look at some of these matchups here, though. Alphari with the Renekton, one of the early picks there. I like that Team Liquid have kept with this strategy of keeping him on. Strong lane matchup, so he can push in. He's actually done a very good job of roaming down to mid as well. When he does find these openings, you'll see him go put either ward by Krugs, deep jungle vision, or make a pass towards mid, try and pull off a gank there. And now versus Licorice and the Renekton versus Gragas once again, should be able to get that ward. We're looking for boom. No.
Oh, nope. He he didn't ward because he saw Lily had taken the camp. He's like, okay, leashless. We know what the route was. It was red to Krugs to out, or sorry, Hecarim, not Lilia. Don't know how that got there. Other horse. Regardless, other Centaur legs. Really. Yeah. Four legs and a pole arm, right? It's the same champion, really, obviously. It's so unoriginal by Riot. I don't know how they got that wrong, but, oh well. Regardless, though, yeah, you're talking about the top lane matchup. One thing I find interesting is Licorice has the highest first blood rate of any player in this game. The highest first blood rate of any top laner in the LCS, tied with Finn at 60%. Somehow, some way, Licorice gets out of his lane and finds a way to kill someone. It's usually not getting the solo kill in the 1v1. It's probably going to be hard, especially in this matchup. He's tank Gragas against Renekton. But the man gets out on the map, and he's going to get stuff done. So, odds are he's going to find something to do, either a roam to mid or TP to bot, and Licorice is going to be, action-packed in the early game.
Yeah, definitely bottom lane will have to look for those side brush wards. It's not very often the Jinx Tahm Kench is going to be able to get the push on Aphelios Thresh, but if they do get to push out, you always have to come back and sweep to make sure you don't get teleported on behind you. Because if Thresh is positioned forward in the lane, that definitely could be a vulnerable attack spot for them to go to for FlyQuest.
Yeah, right now pushing, and Jose Diodo is in behind. Get ready for a TP play if needed. Itachi's going to find a route, but he's going to play far away. Those chompers not quite against the wall. There is just enough space to move in. Chatkull did not have cleanse. He would have had to flash if it was better placed. Ultimately, takes a bit of damage.
Tippy toes.
Yeah.
He got slowed by the Tahm Kench tongue. It's barely skirting around the outside of the Flame Chompers. And here is Santorin going to try and counter jungle on the opposite side because Jose obviously showed bottom and they go for the ward there. But this is Santorin off to a very good start on the Olaf. Double crabbed up to the top side as well. Gonna allow Alphari even to do some deep farming.
It does mean it's going to be hard for Santorin to find a recall anytime soon because there's 3 camps up right now. He's got to go run by and do them all again. So he's going to be rich. He's just, hard farming, going to have no problems at all.
Jungle problems?
I can't recall yet. Like, I started this game and I wanted to do, top to bot clear, get first recall off and then do 5-minute dragon. It's like, well, but I got to take Krugs away. So now I'm not doing dragon. I'm just going to get 17 camps and recall. It's like, okay, yeah, okay, sure. Sounds good.
Honestly, though, too, it is really important as far as the jungle tracking because you mentioned the first time around, hey, we just saw Jose start Krugs. He's not going to be back till second clear. Then, since you're stealing away second Krugs and you have those deep wards that we were talking about for Alphari on the top side actually in place now, this Renekton just gets full authority on the top side of the map. And even though Santorin is going to be able to get off that, double full clear into recall here, he doesn't really have to worry about the pushing side.
Alrighty, well, 48 camps taken. Well, 48, yeah, 12 camps taken, 49 CS. Eventually he'll get there. I'll believe it, eventually down the line. Yeah, sorry, my brain is just, verbally typing. It's unfortunate, but you can see TL. like, you talk about Alfari feeling safe top side. They're feeling safe bot side as well, just walking up, hitting the turret, getting Demolish off. It is so hard to get Demolish off in the landing phase, just because they'll hit you back, and TL's like, yeah, we don't care. Santorin's up 2 levels. He's here to back us up. By the way, he'll drag it without recalling. Don't worry about it. He's just gigantic.
Yep, and that bottom lane pressure does give them, plenty of authority to go for this dragon. I was talking about the possible Renekton roams. Alfari's done it. Does get chased out by Jose, bouncer from the top side here. But they do get the dragon for free here for Team Liquid. Good job by Tactical and CoreJJ keeping up that pressure and being able to keep this Jinx Tahm Kench under tower.
So, top lane feeling good. Obviously, that's going to be somewhat expected. They saw the Gragas then picked in. Santori getting the first pick jungler. He got double scuttle. He got triple scuttle, thanks to Alfari making some plays. And even got to take Krugs and a dragon, so he's outstanding. Jensen's down in lane. Sure, he picked into the matchup, saw Syndra, said, you know what, screw it, we're going for the scaling pick. Whatever. But hey, look, bot's winning, support's winning. TL's winning 4 to 5 rolls, and they scale in the 5th.
Interesting hover here from Tahm Kench, because they did have bottom side full recall for Team Liquid as well. Just going to help him push out the lane, it looks like, with Powerfox kind of low on resources. He's got no more charges in his corrupting potion here. Should be able to get back now very easily and reset. Keep a decent amount of his CS lead. So anytime you do get a little bit of extra comfort to push out like that, it's definitely going to help a lot. Bash Brothers up in top side, though. Nobody getting too close to anything scary.
Yeah, but a 20 CS lead is going to feel real comfortable for Alfari. He's got his Merc Treads, so he's going to block the CC. The Bramble Vest lets Licorice not hard lose every trade they ever take. But it's getting rough here. FlyQuest just down 1,000 gold from pure laning and jungle farming. The Dragon, obviously, as we mentioned before, a plate or two has been taken. This top one is just, on the edge of death. Alfari can get it pretty safely. I don't think he's going to really die into this one. We'd seen Explosive Cast burned. That's why he feels safe, by the way, because Licorice Explosive Cast was trying to take the top scuttle, and he would have died if he didn't have that down.
Definitely true. Licorice now, though, is going to be able to push out. Santorin's already starting up this Rift Herald. Since Alfari does have teleport, he'll just pop right back. It should be continued neutral control here for Team Liquid. Some pings from FlyQuest towards bottom side, though, and Powerfox does make a half-hearted roam down towards that side. Honestly was looking for a possibility here, but with Alfari teleporting back up to the top side and them still having Licorice's teleport, maybe they can open it up. Here's that deep ward on the brush in the side lane that we were talking about, level 1 for FlyQuest, for a possibility of a deep teleport play.
All right, most of the small chickens taken, but the big one goes to Santorin. Finds a couple of slows as a Diodo. Could always ult or Ghost if we needed to, but honestly, Santorin a bit low on mana, not going to make that chase happen. So, going to play safe. Blue handed over the Jensen pretty easily a little while back. He's fine to keep the wave clear going. Health bar at only 70%. Rush the Mercury Treads, of course, getting the stun resistance pretty valuable against Syndra, so that she can't set up Hecarim as well. May actually skip Verdant Barrier as a result of that. Would maybe be a bit too much MR otherwise, but either way, again, 7 CS difference, fine for a scaling mid lane pick. Everywhere else still really, really positive for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the only great opening for Jose would probably be towards mid lane. It's hard for them to start stuff on bottom side here, with just the Jinx Tahm Kench. We've seen several stalemates as Team Liquid constantly have Santorin hovering as well. They're probably threatening for the possible teleport, though. Again, Licorice does have the advantage.
As it goes for the ward kill, gets smited, but they are not willing to go for the rest of that fight right there. Teleport disadvantage top lane is a large reason. Even in mid right now, Powerfox just getting his teleport back, so TL cannot make a cross-map play. Even if they would like to, they really can't play aggressively in bot lane because they can have any fight turn into a 3v5. Alfaro wants to cut the wave, can't quite do that because Licorice frightens him off, and we knew Hecarim recalled, so yeah, Jose could be there as well. Powerfox could be there as well. Sorry, Alfaro, you might lose that wave as a result.
And possibly, Alfari actually going to be Croc. Oh! Surprise!
Big stun, double dash. Yeah, sorry, bud, you're out.
The problem with trying to look for a Licorice teleport advantage play from FlyQuest is also that Alfari is pushing wave after wave first, so he keeps on going to farm between towers there, getting a 30-second advantage. And if Licorice teleports away, he sacrifices basically an entire wave, if not more, plus the turret plates that Licorice or Alfari would be able to farm up there. So bottom side just goes over to the Rift Herald, and the constant pressure from Tactical and CoreJJ blowing open this lead for Team Liquid.
Santorin going for the more selfish build of a Gore Drinker himself, as the Herald crashed in the bot lane, knocked down first turret, and the other 3 plates that were needed. Gore Drinker, of course, going to let him just drain tank in a team fight. Just a little bit ago, we might have seen Jankos go for the Stridebreaker version for mostly chasing down elusive champions, which there's an argument to be made for like chasing down a Jinx or a Syndra and just applying the slow and not letting them kite anymore, but not a problem to go Gore Drinker by any means, just a point to say that, look, the build can be varied here for the champion. Regardless, yeah, it's just outstanding here. The gold lead is, of course, 2,000 thanks to the extra turret going down. Next Dragon is up. That's already being started here by Santorin, and Team Liquid well on their way to a bloodless Dragon Soul here as they just knock down these stone structures.
Yep, easy to keep on stacking these neutrals when they have full map control. FlyQuest got to think about how are they actually going to set up Hecarim plus Syndra combo possibilities here to try and take back some map control. Otherwise, it continues to be Team Liquid effortlessly pushing this one ahead. Topside swap will be able to get some money for themselves. Plenty of turret plates up here for them to farm, but with Jose here as well, the extra bulwark passive going to give plenty of defenses. And here comes a roam answer from Team Liquid to cut off the answer play at just 1 turret plate worth of gold.
Wow. Well, okay. They've knocked down 1 total turret plate. That is FlyQuest so far, and that's yes. And again, they are losing most of the lanes. They have the less early pressure jungle champion as well, so that can be tough. But Palafox, your 1 winning lane, is going to be the first one to lose a turret plate, as he's not even winning his lane anymore. We're getting Jensen now going to have more gold than the guy, and that's not even counting the 50 global gold he got from bot lane turret dying. So FlyQuest, sadly, no legs to stand on right here. They're just getting, I don't know, taken apart right now. The bees are just turning into honey. That's not how that works, I know, but they're some way you're putting FlyQuest into gold.
There's a lot to
we lost the plot
there. Bees are not fruit snacks, freak. You don't pop them open and the honey's inside. We'll revisit our biology.
Yeah.
As Jose's making a possible look towards the top side, but honestly, FlyQuest. Oh, just running into roadblock after roadblock.
Yeah, that was me trying to buy time to how can I turn the FlyQuest save the bees into them just being gold income? And I'm like, I don't have it, so they're turning the bees into honey. Yeah, I know that's not biologically
Honestly,
sound.
though, I would for sure buy some FlyQuest fruit snacks that are honey-flavored bees. That sounds
good.
I'm down.
Honey-flavored gummy bees. Yeah, why isn't that not a thing? Get on it.
Genius
Trisha, if you're
right
listening.
here.
Trisha, if you're listening, here you go. Free idea. It's yours.
Little LCS merchandising help. Here we go,
Yeah.
FlyQuest reset towards mid lane. They're going to actually split into, possibly having Palafox hover on top side. I don't feel like this is going to gain them much at all, though. Maybe if you have Diamond Abyssal Voyage a play here from Tom Kench from mid lane to try and collapse on Team Liquid. Because Team Liquid already have the push on top side. They're going to get a big head start on this tower damage. Palafox can't even step up. He's just sitting there at his turret, and they've been able to transition, Tom Kench Jinx towards mid to try and hold. But it is just going to be Team Liquid now after second outer tower moving in, and you having the priority there with Olaf to be able to move up with these pushing lanes. You get your deep wards through both sides of the jungle, and FlyQuest should continue to lose out slowly in gold.
Yeah, losing out on gold right now. 3,000 difference now. Santorin taking away the river, soon the jungle. Big stun. You can see Alfari puts half of Johnson's health bar down on a full combo, and his myth is not even done yet. It's gonna get worse before it gets better, realistically. You don't really have time to build a defensive item. There aren't even good anti-physical defensive items for Marksman. He's just gonna be relying on his friend, the Tom Kench. And yeah, Core JJ, I'm sorry you can't be with the rest of the cool kids because you're a support and you're not playing with Fasting Senna, but there's the gold graphs, right? It's just like, bam, TL, 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 TL. One of you can keep up, kind of. Johnson is almost farming as well as the jungler. That's it. It's rough.
Definitely one of the roughest 0-0-0s that we've started out with. 15.5 minutes in here for Team Liquid. Only 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this next Dragon for them to be able to group up, since they've been able to increase their gold lead so effectively, though, and you already have these completed items coming in. it makes it more difficult for FlyQuest to try and make their stand, especially if you look at the warding situation here. Map completely dark for FlyQuest around the dragon. They do have a couple of straggler wards up there in the blue quadrant for Team Liquid, but they have nothing here leading into the river, so it should be trivial for Team Liquid to gain priority around this dragon setup. And since they've got both teleports ready, they can easily pull Jensen back down there if needed. If FlyQuest actually try and step up.
We'll see when they try to. I'm waiting for the items to still come in. Obviously, the Mythics are very far delayed. You can do the quick item spike check. 4 Mythics done on the TL side. Finally, there we go. Trinity Force comes through for Jose Diodo, but still waiting for Palaflax to get his online. Stops by for upgraded boots in a tier, which is part of why it slows down. So at the very least, FlyQuest have most of their power spikes in time, but they are not interested whatsoever in being in the bottom river. You can see where Hecarim and Tom Kenshar, it's not like they can contest Baron. They can't contest Herald. That's dead already. So it seems like FlyQuest do not care about Dragon being an opportunity. It's TL who have the ward control. It's TL who are going to push in mid-wave, summon Herald, and then walk down. And they'll send as few members as needed just to make sure it dies, and then be on Soul Point and look for the sub-23 Dragon Soul.
Yeah, problem for FlyQuest, a pretty big problem for them right now, is that the front line of Team Liquid is also very much healing based with double gold drinkers completed. And since they're so far behind in gold, they don't have the excess gold to spend after completing their mythics to pick up their healing cutting yet. So they haven't been able to get their grievous wounds. So even though you get your mythic completed and you think, all right, at least I got my mythic, maybe we can compete right now, one item. Trying to make something work. Without that grievous wounds, they have such a difficult time of getting Jinx a reset, of actually trying to kill him. Oh, here we go.
Oh, big damage there. Jensen, first blood picked up for FlyQuest. Finally on the board. It took 17 minutes and change, but they finally got there. Longest of the split, by the way. 13:47 in Golden Guardian versus EG a few weeks ago, but there you go. Longest first blood of the split, and it goes to FlyQuest, hoping to claw their way back into the game.
All right, well, I guess we are going to take another look at it. Question mark pings were going down along that exact route. So Jensen here, definitely a bit lazy in transitioning, but man, FlyQuest, 3 members in the brush. They know they don't have a lot of area to work with, so lay those brush traps. 3 members immediately try and pounce as soon as you get one target. That will be some gold to fund a little bit of grievous wounds. We do at least get Bramble Vest on Licorice, but you really are aiming for that Executioners first so that you actually get to choose when to apply it.
Yep.
You don't get to choose until Licorice fully upgrades into the Thorn Mail.
Well, Centauran, not quite going to find the soul in a Licorice, but Alfari's here as well. Cask, not bad. I mean, really, gets away from the stun in all ways. Yeah, that was nice.
Little leap alligator here. New game for Licorice to invent on the bottom side, while the rest of his team is playing top side, trying to get some gold back for themselves. When you are in this situation, your best hope, try and trade some objectives when you have pressure already showing on the bottom side for your opponents. FlyQuest, though, they don't commit to it. So no commitment means no rewards, Freak. That tower will stay standing. No extra gold for FlyQuest.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, they definitely could have gone for it. I know Vision can be tough, but gold left on the table, not claimed, not cleaned up. Maybe sometime later on it will go through. Looking back into the past, I noticed that Diamond still has a Cloud9 flare as his first blood emote. I don't know when is too long to live in the past. That said, like, my phone's background screen is still my dog from college, so that was 15 years ago. But either way, like, he's still got the Cloud9 flare, which is maybe a happy bee for first blood. But no, he's like, I'm gonna rep my academy roots instead. That's what my my emote is for first blood.
I don't know whether to go, oh, that's sweet, Freak, or hey, you have a new
I have
dog.
2
Puns.
Yeah,
right now. I feel kind of bad for Puns, actually. It's like
he can't tell. Don't worry.
The more unloved brother. That was definitely me, by the way. My brother's too cool.
See, what's great is now I've met your brother. You're by far the cooler one now. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flipped. I'm cool with my sister too. Like, that was annoying in childhood, but I won.
Honestly, Team Liquid feeling the same right now. They feel like they have won as they start mining the resources away from FlyQuest. Besides the single, little brush camp surprise first blood, Team Liquid with a much more secure, almost reminiscent of a 2019 style, or even 2018 styles from this team, where just from the word go, it feels like they have it on lock. Stable lane matchups for themselves, winning the jungle priority, double crab start here from Santorin into Dragon, into Rift Herald, just everything in the early game taken away by force from Team Liquid, without bloodshed, but still by force there for Team Liquid, and that sets you up for these types of situations. That's why you have these mid games like this.
All right, well, the climactic dragon fight is coming soon. I don't know if FlyQuest want to give away Ocean Soul. We'll see if they're willing to fight at a 4,000 gold deficit, or if they're willing to wait until Baron dies as well and their base is in shambles. But the Ocean Drake fight is coming up in just about 1 minute's time. Last call on recalls, and hey, Johnson's on 2 items. He's got Kraken Slayer, he's got Hurricane. You know, we already know the rest of the myths are online. But yeah, the difference is, and this is kind of the interesting thing about League of Legends, is the power spikes mean more than the raw gold. You know, basically every item is more than 100% gold efficient. So you compare gold, what you really care about is the item spikes. So Tactical is up like 1,000 gold. But what he's up is a pickaxe, which is not as meaningful as being up a Hurricane combined, right? So like depending on when that timer is, that's when it really matters. So despite the gold difference, both marks were on 2 items. That's the important part. So even though there was a gold difference, it's not as important as it would look like on the scoreboard.
Yep, definitely the little pieces adding some stats, but not huge break points. I would say for FlyQuest, they need to focus on how they're actually going to play the fight and who their reset target is, because that's going to be the main goal, is taking down that priority target so you can get Johnson, the Jinx get excited passive, and truly start popping off to try and carry this fight, because otherwise it looks so hard with this setup to try and get back to the Aphelios or the Azir. If CoreJJ just spaces out his positioning for a Lantern here, and you have Azir self-peel with the ulti, Team Liquid, time is in their favor. You see top lane, their minion wave is at the tower, getting pushed back now. Alfari pushing mid lane for them, and the rest just trying to waste FlyQuest time. Now that they've got mid lane pushed, Alfari can transition over, and they can force the issue.
Time to force in, yeah, 5v4 potentially. He's going to go for ward kills instead, so still staying 4v4. Nice for FlyQuest. They got the scuttle a little while back, so that is at least a vision advantage for them. Seraph's fully done for Palafox, so actually item spike up for the mid lane on FlyQuest. If there's a fight to be won, it's right about now. 4,000 health. Nice ult comes across, chunks him down to 2/3 each, down to 3,500. Big stun on it. Santorini's getting a bit low. And now to 2,800. Santorin still has Smite. Jose Diodo the same 2-level lead for the Olaf. Could make it easier for Team Liquid. But the poke's still coming across. Alfari, big damage on a Licorice. That's going to be tough for the Gragas over there. And here comes the chance of Smite fight going in, and it's picked up by Santorin. Smite, and then the Reckless Swing picks it up. So Ocean Soul is on. It's time for Absurd Region. 100 health a tick. Alfari still a bit low. Gets over the wall. Stays alive. Jose Diodo goes in for the dive. Gets the kill. A shutdown. 2 for 0 to FlyQuest so far. But can they win the rest of the fight? Because TL are going to regen back up. And he kills off Licorice. Big damage for Tactical. Diamond might be next up. He's slowed down. Jose Diodo wants the kill. He's not going to find it, but Jensen certainly will. The shuffle back. And that's all that Team Liquid needed. A Bud Light Ace, the Ocean Soul, and a Baron or a base, whichever they want.
Oh, freak, we waited 22 minutes for that fight, and it definitely delivered. Guess what, though? Ocean Soul plus Baron, that is basically wrapping up this whole game for Team Liquid in one team fight. Oh my goodness, that Smite steal so clutch for Santorin. He pops his ultimate on, goes and gets it. Then maybe there's some hope for FlyQuest in the aftermath. If you could try and get a bunch of kills here, maybe they would be able to pick up Baron and actually change the course of the game. But even though Jose ults back in, he finishes off that first kill, they get the kill onto the Renekton. Tactical here stands tall with the Aphelios. Nobody with enough health to go in. Activates Red Gun Q and chases them all off. Then that opens it up for Jensen to sweep right in. Held his Azir ultimate that entire time for the perfect moment, goes in for the cleanup and makes sure that Team Liquid off that, not only do they get the Ocean Soul victory in that fight, but also Baron, this has got to mean they're going to accelerate.
You can see the 2-item carries on FlyQuest did decently, right? You had 4,000 damage, 3,200 from the Jinx. It was okay output, but yep, Tactical on the winning side just got so much more done. You know, Alfari got a bit more as well. Like that was just a really, really good team fight on the Team Liquid side. And with the Ocean Drake helping him back off. Obviously, they got the rest of it done on the backside. And now it's Team Liquid just closing it out. 7,000 gold lead. You're never going to catch up in item spikes. You're always going to be pretty much a full completed item ahead on the TL side now. The Ocean's obviously really, really relevant when you've got no damage. Johnson picks up some Grievous wounds. Great. I mean, that's obviously going to be useful. It's the best choice you could make here, but it's still not going to be really winnable at this point in time. Alfari decides, yeah, I'm not going to take that turret anymore. We'll wait for the wave. And okay, with Tahm Kench showing up, they got a 3v1. They got big damage. Alfari will, in fact, be shut down thanks to a Jink rocket. So it took 4 of them, but they got a kill. They got a little bit of gold in the pockets, but now Licorice goes for a ward, gets flayed back in, finds an Olaf. Olaf's not going to stop him. Down he goes. A nice hook, a nice play. Well done by Team Liquid, and it's time to push in for the base.
Just as the only opening here for FlyQuest emerges, a pick off of Alfari. They give one right back, and then it's just top laner for top laner. Front line's traded, and it's still a Baroned up Team Liquid knocking at your door.
And that's going to be the first turret falling right in front of the middle inhibitor. Middle inhibitor itself is going to be attacked now as well. No way to defend this one. Alfari will respawn 10 seconds earlier, though he has to walk, and that means Licorice will be in the fight sooner. It means it's just middle inhibitor and then retreating. Top tier 2, very, very low. Bot tier 2 has a wave nearby. They may, in fact, go for this as well. Baron buff still on for 44 seconds, means they should be pretty okay about this one. Core trying for the ward into hook. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes they're in a good enough spot they don't give it away. But TL with the last vestiges of the Red Bull Baron, 30 seconds on, actually not going to go for the siege. Gragas has respawned. They don't want to siege 4v5. They'll play it defensively. They'll play it safe. And they'll look to close the game out. Maybe before Elder spawns. We'll see how they play it.
Honestly, I kind of want to see Tactical buy a stopwatch as well. I really like investing in some of those, kind of luxury items once you're this far ahead. Azir here, Jensen has picked up the stopwatch for the previous siege, just knowing that just off that lead that they have already, all you have to do is stuff these possible, miracle kind of pickoff plays from FlyQuest. If you've all got stopwatches on your big carries, they don't get the kill, Jinx doesn't get excited. There shouldn't be that any hope for the comeback for FlyQuest. So like sell a Doran's Blade by stopwatch is my mid-game PSA here. I will say we could probably summarize this entire game though with just that single team fight that we had at Dragon, and and B fruit snacks. How about that?
Yeah, that's the game right there. And
Alfari.
All right, he's been found, and he's dead. Oh, okay, it's a big heal, but he's dead. So he tried, he bought some time, but look on the other side of the map. All right, they've been pushing into the base. They knocked down bot tier 2. They're gonna knock down an inhibitor in the bot lane here as well. In total gold earned, yeah, your KDA looks a bit better on the FlyQuest side, and it looks a bit worth for Alfari, but you knock down 2 turrets as a trade for a champion. That is a victory for Team Liquid, easily the case. And they're going to clean up the wave, then head on back. And all right, it's kind of last call for resets. If you're not going to finish a full item or buy control wards, probably don't go back at this point in time, because you want to make sure you can own the river. Don't give up these wards. Like, these wards here are really worth defending. It's so impossible if you lose the river, or if you lose the jungle, to then get the river or the dragon afterwards.
And for Team Liquid right now, you just have to avoid anyone getting caught for the next 10 seconds. Still Alfari respawns here. He's got teleport, and once everybody's back and alive, rushing right back to this Elder Dragon. 25 seconds on it. They have plenty of time to walk there from base. FlyQuest, the pressure is on here. You've got so much working against you. You have to win a very, very heavily out-favored fight here versus a much more stacked Team Liquid, but you have to go for it quickly. Elder Dragon is spawning, and you've got supers moving through mid and bottom. Time is not working in your favor. They've got to look for that opening right now. Find this engage.
Well, Team Liquid just muscling their way through the ward control. They let FlyQuest take the river, and TL's like, nah, it's cool. It's still ours. No big deal. Big damage there. Diamond at half HP. Flash stun not going to land. Palafox wanted to make the big play, and he couldn't find it. Cask, though, oh, it's not well aimed. It only hits Core JJ. Licorice tried the position, but he could not find the aim. Now the other half of the team fight, they're going to spit Diamond back out. He's trying to kite away. He will just barely survive. No, he didn't need to flash. You had a locket. You were safe, but regardless, this fight's still not going to go the way of FlyQuest. Team Liquid already mop up 2, and they're ready with the dead inhibitor to get the rest of this one going down. Jensen flashes in, finds his own double kill. It's already 3 members dead. It's Jose Dioto and Palafox running. A great route comes out of Tactical. Jose Dioto, just run away. Just, don't let him turn you into glue. It's fine. Just chill out there. Don't worry about it. A sad B for Core JJ. I hope that was on purpose just for this game. Knowing Core, it probably was. That's going to be game over, though. 10-4 in kills. They were never out of control. TL from Lane Kingdom to Summoner's Rift domination. They will trade 1-for-1 on a fountain dive, deal with it. The game is over. Team Liquid improved to 6-5.
Woo-wee. That was a steamroll from Team Liquid. Smiles on their faces after a little bit of a couple rocky games recently for them. This one was smooth as far as the eye can see. Santorin definitely happy about his start. He has double crabs into all neutral objectives picked up for the team. And this one looks like Team Liquid right back on track, Freak. FlyQuest, though, not a lot of early game planning, honestly, or openings really attempted from them. So definitely going to be an area for them to look at.
Yeah, Team Liquid bouncing back off of a loss they suffered yesterday against TSM, and this is a game where these teams are 2 wins apart in the standings, right? It was 5-5 versus 3-7. These teams did not look 2 games apart. These teams looked worlds apart, honestly. This was TL just being far better. Yes, they had winning top. Yes, they had winning bot lane overall. If with the chance at a support counter pick on the FlyQuest side, they'd already kind of committed to the Jinx comp. They wanted to scale. That was the goal, right? Is okay, we're going to try to be good everywhere else. Jinx is going to scale. We're going to win team fights, but they couldn't get a handle on the jungle. They ultimately didn't have a control of bot lane either because Thresh just kind of outlanes anyone like Tom Kench. So it was just, lanes falling over and Team Liquid having control the entire time. They stacked the early soul, and by the time it was time to team fight, it was too late. The gold was already earned, and TL walked away with it. Well done to them. We'll see how much more they can do tomorrow. On top of that one, FlyQuest, of course, still a lot of work cut out for them to see how much they can improve, but that's going to do it for us for Game 1. We're going to step away, but in return, the Tigers will be catching up with Santorin in the Verizon postgame interview, so don't go anywhere.
Your Honda MVP.
Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion, dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams. It means you never give up. It means you always play again.
Pog?
Proud automotive partner
Santorini?
of the LCS.
Welcome back to the LCS. So happy to get some words from Team Liquid Santorin after that victory here in the Verizon post-game interview. Now, first thing, we saw some draft experimentation yesterday, some scrappiness, but today I would say Team Liquid was looking mighty comfortable throughout. Not even first blood, though, until I think it was 17:45, longest of the split. What's your overall take on this game?
Honestly, I mean, as you mentioned, we lost we got killed at 18 minutes. I felt like we almost played the game perfectly until then, and the reason why there's no kills is because the enemy was kind of just giving everything. Like, they're not like consisting us on anything, so we just kept taking everything, and I think that's not like us playing bad, it's just them not like trying to get back in the game. So I felt really good about this overall game, besides maybe we got caught a couple times, but I'm really happy that we showed improvement compared to yesterday where we fumbled like crazy.
Yeah, it was a very clear display of what to do right, especially in that early phase. And from the jungling perspective, you're doing a swell job of controlling the game. I do want to ask you about this return to the Olaf pick, because we're seeing it continually picked up despite the champion being nerfed and now the jungle being nerfed. How much of this do you think is comfort with the champion versus its continued viability?
I still think this champion is really strong. I was actually kind of sad because we didn't play it a lot earlier when it was really, really strong. So it was kind of like a pick we continued to play throughout the time, but we didn't really feel as comfortable playing it on stage. So I think this champion is still really strong and fits a lot of compositions, especially with like champions that can buff him up. Especially like the likes of Seraphine, which is banned a lot of the time. So I think the champion is still really strong. There's definitely downsides, and teams can draft against it. But if you get a game where you have a lot of winning lanes, it should always be an easy time.
Yeah, in a game like this where the lanes were winning and then you obviously doing your job from the jungle. And it was actually before week 3 that Jat had mentioned in his Jat recap that you were all focusing on early game. Can you tell us a bit more specifically about that and what development has been made since then?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we have one, if not the best early game in the league. I feel like we're actually really good at early games now, but then we hit mid game and we throw a lot. So maybe we have to actually look at the mid game now. I'm just like really happy that we played clean this game because I feel like there are so many games that we should have won that we just kind of threw because we didn't play macro properly. So this is kind of like the first stepping stone towards becoming a really good team again.
Yeah, and when looking at games like this and the fact that it is a true display that every single individual on Team Liquid has a very high skill level, you joining this year onto the squad, being high skilled yourself, what has that been like being able to work and develop with such a star-studded roster?
As a jungler, it's amazing. I don't think I've ever had so many opportunities in the games. So it's still a learning experience for me because I'm used to like playing around certain lanes, not all three at the same time, like where like everyone can carry. But it's also just like gives me more opportunities in the game, and as a jungler, that's always what you dream of. The more priority, the better it is for you. So it's been honestly amazing, and everyone on this team is super nice to work with. If you make mistakes, they're really nice at like brushing it off and like keep cheering for you, and kind of the mood is always really nice and genuine. So I've been really enjoying my time so far.
And speaking of the mood, it is great to see games like this, especially for the Team Liquid fans out there. But I'm sure 6 and 5 is not exactly where you all want to be. We did hear some rumblings of burnout just a few weeks ago. So how are you feeling as a team overall when it comes to your confidence levels going into the second half of this regular season?
Honestly, I mean, I can't talk for my teammates, but I feel super confident. As I said, most of these games that we lost was actually us making stupid mistakes, like straight up stupid mistakes. It didn't feel like the enemy was outplaying us. It felt like we always had the lead and we had the control, and we kind of threw it away. Which is the way you like to lose games, I would say, because like you have the control, and if you get slightly better at like not making these kind of stupid mistakes, then you'll just take the game and you'll win. So regular season stats not looking too great right now, but I'm still looking at playoffs, and that's where we hopefully shine.
Lessons learned. Don't play yourself. Well, Santorin, thank you so much for the insight.
Thank you.
That closes out our first game of the day. We're going to kick it to a short commercial break, but on the other side, we continue with more LCS. See you there.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, for Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. An exciting matchup made all the more compelling by the tale of two top laners. We're talking about Impact and Fudge duking it out.
Yes, sir. And Cloud9 seem to have come to the conclusion that they will put Fudge on a champion that requires little to no attention. 5 games of Gragas in a row, and then yesterday, the Karma play from him. Meanwhile, Impact, they put him right back on that Renekton, the famed Renekton from Lock-In that got them so many wins and really started to build the hype for EG. So I'm super excited about this matchup because I want to see when and if Cloud9 decide to put more attention back into the top lane, into Fudge, if that actually ends up happening, because Impact has said many times his team trusts him here with EG. He will play carry. Svenskeren is not afraid to throw ganks up to that top side. And these two players have been on the other side, on Cloud9 before, for the top side of the map, and looking to get the better of the younger generation. I would also like to check in on Blabber, because guess what, Freak? He's still amazing. Jungle nerf or not, Blabber also can carry so hard for Cloud9. Now, the less golden experience directly, I think, really hurts Cloud9 because Blabber is such an insane carry for this team. And there's no two ways about it. Jungle is just weaker. He still was able to carry, and they still did, a semi-supportive team around him, like we said, with the Karma top to accelerate his Hecarim. But we'll see if they have to change at all and evolve over the course of the next few weeks. With the new patch and the changes to jungle. Blabber's very well accustomed and easily can play more ganking heavy junglers or tank champions as well, but will the rest of the team be able to carry that burden?
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch for. I mean, it is going to be a tight one. Of course, Cloud9 up at number 1. Yeah, it's going to be a tough team to beat overall. But we do want to keep eyes on EG and see what they can do here. One person especially to keep an eye on is Jizuke, who delivered his team the Grubhub dub yesterday against FlyQuest with an explosive shockwave at the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this was a huge one. And the FlyQuest members also had Flash up during this. They had just stolen Elder. If they had been able to get out of that, if they had flashed away, if Jizuke does not land that shockwave and instantly kill all 3 of those members, that is an Elder Dragon buffed up team that could come back and actually take that victory away. So I completely put all my weight behind Jizuke getting the Grubhub victory here. What a delivery. That shockwave was beautiful to watch.
Absolutely. So a reminder that you deserve a good deal, and Grubhub believes that just as much as anyone. Not only are they delivering the win here on broadcast, but you can even get the chance to score a $50 Grubhub gift card if you tell us who you think delivered the win on Twitter using hashtag GHLCS. Also, make sure to use the offer code GHLCS to score 20% off your order of $10 or more when you're using the app. So hang out for that. Get some lunch, get some dinner, depending on where you are. But the game itself is beginning in soon. Cloud9 still alone in first place. They're going to try to make that run. They won in spring last year. They're looking pretty sharp here. Everyone has, had eyes on Perks. And in the spring split proper, yeah, he's been an outstanding performer. Maybe the best looking mid laner so far in the first half of the LCS. Obviously, Blabber, eyes are on him. He's kind of unanimously the best jungler, and it's been looking pretty good for that squad.
Well, Perks is famous for saying, "Watch me." So no surprise that everyone's got their eyes on him as he transitions over to North America. And honestly, I do think in the last few weeks, we've also seen him stepping up even more for this team. Funnily enough, on some of the champions that went into the Rhyme, making fun of him, the Azir and the Ryze, carrying with both of them for Cloud9 in the current meta. I think he actually fits in extremely well here. So let's see how EG can actually try and attack this number 1 team in the LCS, try and take down Cloud9, try and get that upset, because EG are coming in 3-game win streak. One of those teams that they beat includes Team Liquid, who have been looking a lot stronger. So EG definitely with some momentum behind themselves to try and push forward. No surprise here. Doubling up on the Blabber bans. As you said earlier, Udyr is 100% banned thus far on red side, first ban, no brain power required, but also following up with possible replacements, the Olaf. I know that the Lilia is also very popular among pro junglers right now after the 11-4 changes, so maybe we see her emerge today.
Yep. Well, we keep the train of Renekton bans against Impact. He was allowed it once. He wanted the champion. Never again. Cloud9 knew the lesson. Some teams don't. I don't know why. It's weird, but yeah, it's been left up twice for him, and he won the one time he got to play it. Rel, though.
Taking notes.
Yeah, arguably the most performant support right now in the LCS and really in pro player worldwide, so no surprise to see that one grabbed up for Vulcan. EG can wait to see what their answer is, and this is kind of the one wrench in the works of like, people really want to counterpick bot lane. It's like, yeah, but sometimes you get Rel and you just grab it.
Yeah, and I would say keep on grabbing it. My strategy with Rel has been just shout as loud as I can that she's the best support in OP, and maybe she gets nerfed or something one of these days. One of the big things about her is that people have been trying to take interrupts into her, to interrupt her combo, trying to stop her crash down, trying to stop her W from getting the engagement off and getting it started. But they have all failed, Freak. People have not been executing. Janna Tornadoes and Alistar Qs have both been mistimed. And if you mistime it, Rel Crashdown still goes through. She still gets her CC combo off. We've seen devastation occur because people have not been able to pull off these counters to Rel. The Alistar is one of them. So if you can time it perfectly for your Q knockup and try and cut her off as she's jumping through, then you can save your AD carry. But we have seen so many failures, so many mistimings.
All right, Orianna gets picked up here again for Dazuke, so he can try to be more of the team fight power. Obviously, put the ball on Alistar, let him dive in, follow up with Shockwave. That forward momentum is going to be there. Svenskeren going to be comfortable on the Graves. On all the Pro League I've looked at so far across 11.4, again with some small nerfs to the jungle, we have really seen pretty much the exact same jungle pool. A bunch of Lilias and Nidalees and Graves, things like that. No one's really moved off of the hard farm style, so we're probably going to see more of that style coming through for Blabber down the line as well. We're not expecting to see like the Maokai jungles or Zac or things like that. No one's really gone that way yet.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for the fact that Cloud9 literally had 5 games of Fudge Gragas, I would again be spouting, hey, keep your eyes open for this Gragas flex into jungle. Like, it is going to happen. I think he's actually really good at jungle right now. Those cakes are lit, but it doesn't matter because, yeah, it's C9, and they love putting Fudge on Gragas because it requires no attention. So bans start coming through. They still throw more bans here at Blabber. Rek'Sai is off the table. Completely with agree with there. It's one of those really powerful early ganking junglers that he's already shown success on. And meanwhile, not allowing for the Azir answer to Orianna. They do conspicuously leave up the Syndra answer into Orianna. So Jizuke actually throwing down a little bit here, daring Perks to take that as Syndra should be able to get level 6 kill pressure there, but Jizuke has been holding his own with the Orianna very nicely.
Yeah, decided to get rid of some of the scaling picks instead, also removing Sylas as an answer in case the Gragas is moving and they're going to play Malphite instead. I mean, with the Jhin locked in, you're like, man, this is a great Malphite game. I would love to play Malphite into this comp and just like, Jin's dead, we did it! And Sylas is the hardest counter to that champion, so Kobe, I'm just hoping, that like you get your dream anyway and it gets picked up regardless.
I hope so too. Don't let our dreams be memes here, Freak.
Yes.
Let's get it. Let's see about the blind here, though. Now, what are they going to go with on the side of Cloud9? Solo.
I was right!
Time. Let's go, Freak.
I was right!
Wait.
Let's go!
Side right. It's going to be this side. Ready? 1, 2, 3. High five! Ah!
I know you're on that side.
That was clean. And not only do we get the Malphite Freak, we get the Wombo combo. The entire package here, baby. Yasuo for Perks. And guess what? Everybody's got a knock up except the AD carry. So everybody can set up Perks. Literally everybody on this team can make passes through mid, make Jizuke's life hell. I want to see this Cloud9 just turbo tank comp actually just collapse on mid and pull off the big plays. I get my Blabber Gragas jungle, you get your Fudge Malphite top. Like, thank you, Cloud9. I mean, we need to send a note over to the coaching staff here for Cloud9. Job well done, y'all. Love it.
Thanks
for EG, though.
Yeah.
For EG, though, not too shabby, right? You mentioned the Orianna hand off the ball to Alistar. one of the big things about Sion to me too, especially in these tank matchups, he's extremely good at getting a lot of value out of tank matchups on top side because you just infinitely scale up your HP, and then your cooldown on your ultimate is so low later on in the game that he can get multiple engages off before other champions are ready for it, and you lose track of those timings, in fact, with how low that it does go. There are some other, wonky builds that you can go for later on too to get a little bit more damage out of it, with Titanic and stuff like that.
Right.
Don't probably see it happening around here because they just need flat frontline, but we'll keep our eyes on it, see if there's a little variation.
For sure. So big, beefy frontliner there. Obviously, Jhin can be somewhat mediocre damage output, but as long as you're not hitting Malphite and you're not hitting Wind Wall and people are low enough on health, like you can get through. Like it is possible, but it's. I know it often is difficult to be a primary damage threat when you are Jhin, but thankfully there is a Graves jungle and there is an Orianna, and Jizuke tends to get really good damage out of his champions, so it is the kind of composition where Jhin can absolutely flourish and be part of the squad. That said, there's a Malphite and a Gragas who want to set up Yasuo against you, and you've got no game when that happens. So I've got to be watching a lot for where Blabber goes, where Fudge goes, and how Perks can follow up on that one, because he has been good on either one of the brothers.
Yeah. I will say definitely for EG, at least he's got the Grubhub delivery special agent Jizuke AP threat on his team for some big shockwaves. That might show up big for Impact and Ignar. They can focus a lot on armor in this game because while Blabber is playing Gragas, and I do expect him to go AP, that is much more of a burst looking for priority targets and is not going to be able to shred a lot of the front lines. So a lot of the onus on that is going to be on Sven for this Kai'Sa to be able to actually get eventually deal with a Sion.
Yeah, there is one awkward bit, which is, as you mentioned, the damage isn't high, but he's still against Malphite and then against Gragas, so you don't want to build early armor as Sion, but for the comp, you really want to build armor as Sion. So, maybe it's just Merc Treads, and then he's off the Ninja Tabby, or into, Bramblevest territory. We'll see what happens. Jizuke off to a great start. Obviously, level 1 Yasuo is not the best at fighting. He literally just isn't even in range to press Q or E, so good luck. Good by Jizuke.
Yeah, patience there from Perks, actually. Doesn't even lose out on any minions yet. Is able to weather some of the damage and does end up getting the melee kill right there. Vulcan goes in. He does get the knock up here from Ignar, but still crash down lands. So trade one. Damage favorable here for the side of Cloud9.
Damage favorable in the mid lane in the favor of Jizuke. Berserker's already down to 300 HP. Does have Doran's shield, so it'll regen somewhat back up, and with Fleet, he can get some as well, but it's still not pretty. It's going to be almost perfect CS for Jizuke, 11. We don't expect Perks to get anywhere near 12 here. We'll see how much of that gets actually denied. Svenskeren feeling comfortable with the mid pressure, rightly identifies that he can steal away the Raptors maybe. Goes to the big one, might have to smite it. Does, but how much rest of the camp gets taken away now as Blabber tries to fight for it. Level 3 there on the Gragas. Svenskeren gets a few of them. Overall, pretty close trade. As the mid laners battle back and forth, Perks jumps in and gets a pretty good hit off onto Jizuke.
Even though it does put Svenskeren a little bit behind in experience because he had more travel time getting over there for the route, I do really want to highlight his path because Svenskeren is one of the original purveyors of Gragas plus Yasuo combination. Way back, oh, never mind, he's getting invaded. We'll wait for the action.
Then might though
go into story time later.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a 3-on-3. Ignar does not like this fight right now. Ward over the wall means Blabber could smite steal the Gromp, but he's no longer in range, so it looks like Svenskeren's going to be able to grab that one. Yeah, takes the aggro. Notice I believe he stopped hitting, waited till Jhin dropped out of range, took the aggro, and then hit it again to make sure he didn't have Gromp lose patience. So good jungle manipulation there by Svenskeren. Grabs the camps, hasn't been stolen away from. Blabber just happens to get the Gromp, or the Scuttle, sorry.
It only is ever going to go after closest target, so pretty easy to manage there. But back to story time. Svenskeren, when he was, in Cloud9 Academy, and he got, put down there for a quick hot minute due to the Swole Bros synergy, they actually were the ones that really started the popularity growing of the Yasuo-Gragas combination for mid and jungle, simultaneously with the bot lane version of it going. And Cloud9 as an organization, both their LCS team and their Academy team, used it as a flex duo. So I'm really excited to see it return here on the LCS stage with Perkz and Blabber at the helm. And they've got a new pilot, obviously, in mid lane here for Perkz being on the Yasuo end. But I want to see that same aggression. The level 6 kill pressure from a screen away, basically, with Gragas ultimate into Yasuo ultimate. And especially if Gragas has flash for follow-up possibilities there, is what they made their name on. That, and then turning it into roaming. So there's a reason we're so excited for this combination here for Cloud9 specifically. And Svenskeren is acutely aware of that. So that's why I wanted to highlight his steal of the Raptor camp. If you can keep track of Raptors, that helps you kind of keep mid lane under control, because that is your jungle pathing, high value camp that is around mid lane. Unfortunately for him, Blabber is going to be able to get spawn number 2 of it, and he will be able to keep up his vision and pressure around mid.
Yeah, jungle looking pretty equal right now. Blabber getting back. Yep, gets it with the degen. Feels fine at level 5. Notice that Fudge made the cardinal sin of top lane into Cyan, which was TPing directly into the lane. Took a full charge Q, lost about half his health bar in the resulting trade, and he's already out of mana after just burning teleport about a minute ago. Impact has managed to run Fudge out of health and mana to equal states without ever going back to base. Oftentimes in top lane, what you're looking to do is, if you're the second TP, it's how low can I get this guy? How much can I harass before I TP back so I can just win the lane outright once my health bar and mana bar are full? Impact has managed to be like, well, without resetting, I've got the bigger health and mana bar.
I would put all of my money in Impact in any tank matchup versus anyone in the LCS ever, so I'm not surprised.
I think he's played this exact matchup at like the finals a few years ago. I remember seeing this like a while back.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one too for Cyan, and you have to expect Impact's always got these answers ready. Here's Svenskeren around mid, though. As we were talking about, keeping this vision control and pressure around mid lane is so important when you're facing the explosive offensive power of Gragas Yasuo. Now that Perkz is level 6, better watch out for the body slam flash plays. You have to pretty much give up positioning around mid anytime jungler is not on your screen and you don't have any extra information there. Blabber just helps Perkz push out, gets the timing here for a reset.
Kobe, I want to nerd out about Impact a little bit more because I've never seen any player do this, but it's outstanding. All right, so Corrupting Potion has a couple of interesting specific rules. It refills in the fountain, obviously, but if you are in the middle of the fountain, it takes your stacks away. Like if it refills, it takes stacks away. However, you can technically get Corrupting Potion regen while on the edge of the fountain. So Impact walked to the edge of the fountain, popped Corrupting Potion to get his health and mana back sooner, walked back to the middle of the fountain to get his stacks back, and then like ulted to lane. It is like an optimization of like a quarter second of your time back to lane because you're getting that regen stack for like a very little bit of time. But Impact did it, and I love that he did it because it's always correct, but it's such a minutia that most players don't make the optimization.
Yeah, I definitely. Oh, here we go. Action mid here. Perkz is on the other side.
Svenskeren jumps over, headbutt pulverize, a flash gets away from one, but Ignar, not an easy target, still going to be knocked down though for first blood. Well done, Blabber over the wall, finds the first kill of the game.
Yep, anybody's got a knockup for Perkz, so they are very happy to take the fight around mid. And Fudge, while he does get a flash out of Svenskeren for his ultimate and doesn't get the knockup there, does get the clip onto Ignar. First blood awarded to the Gragas. Blabber definitely, saw a little exchange as we go into the replay, and we get another look at it here. Perkz keeping up the pressure onto Zuke, though. He has no mana, so Perkz really not actually scared during this gank, especially since he had a roam timing from Fudge, in addition to Blabber coming in here with the flash. Ultimate being used definitely does reduce a little bit of the follow-up threat here for possible Gragas gank towards a bottom side, but they're definitely happy to take the flash away from Svenskeren, get the kill credit here onto Blabber as well.
Alrighty, well, they're just going to be battling back and forth then. We got a 500 gold difference to Cloud9. That is basically first blood putting them back in the lead since mid and top are winning pretty handily. Bot not going bad at all for the C9 side. Some of that, of course, is Ignar roamed away. You can see level 6 on Vulcan means he's going to go in right away. Ignar, that truck's going to run out in a second. They found all the stuns. He's still got flash, but they need one auto, and Sven will not flash forward. He would have died if he made that play. It would have been a 1-for-1. That wouldn't have been worth it to lose your life. So Sven flashes the way to safety. Instead, Ignar is going to be able to walk back, has his wards, out they go.
I will say one of the big costs of the roam there from Fudge has been a divide here in the CS, as Impact was slightly winning it before, but that mid play actually took long enough for Impact to get the extra wave in as well. And so Fudge is once again going to be kind of struggling from top side. But as we said in the open, this has been Cloud9's decision as far as their strategy they've been going with, is put Fudge on something that requires no attention at all and just kind of survives up there. It was previously 5 games of Gragas and then 1 game of Karma, now doing Malphite duty for his team. All you gotta do, show up for the rest of the squad, press R. It definitely worked out already.
Oh
and
my
he's
gosh.
still level 5, freak! No ult for Ignar, he's toast.
He made a row, and Vulcan was just there. He found him. Blabbers on the board again with his second kill. He's the richest man in the game, up 350 over anyone else on the map right now. AP Gragas well online, going towards his Night Harvester, most possibly. Now, again, the engage comes across with a stun. Another kill to Blabber. He's got all 3 so far, but Impact, he's not done with Perks. Okay, maybe he is. Going to flash away, try to run out for his life. Definitely finds the kill. Nicely done, knocking down Perks.
Ooh, that's actually really big because it opens up mid lane push here. They had started the Rift Herald. Cloud9 probably going to have to pull off of the Rift Herald and lose more money on mid here with the death of Perks. Jizuke gets to keep pushing. They reset their bottom lane of Deathly and Ignar right back up to the top side of the map. And that was actually a huge counter from EG. 2 turret plates knocked off by Jizuke in answer.
We're back to a tied game as a result. Jizuke takes away some of the small chickens, which is still, a solid 30 gold or so taken from Blabber to him. Ignar sets it up, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I guess you give him some extra false confidence, freak, by going down early. Ignar blasted, so he's out of this play. But here's a look at the re-engage. Bounce house operation on Svenskeren. Cloud9 get the kill. But in the aftermath, Impact here on side is able to flash away, and they get the extra kill onto Perks. Grenade bounce, I believe, from Deathly was able to find its mark as it gets the last bounce onto him, pulls up the extra kill and some much-needed money for EG, pulls it right back to even. Even though a lot of the money advantage probably is on Impact with the CS lead, I do like a beefy Scion, and especially if Impact is the one at the helm. He can try and keep down Perks, actually, as well as operating a lot of zoning within the team fight.
So Kobe, Blabber is doing an atypical, as far as I can tell, build on jungle Gragas. Looking at solo queue, it's like 16-1. You go Night Harvester because it's just guaranteed up front burst.
Yep.
Rocket Belt, I understand the logic, right? It's target selection, but what do you feel about it?
Those 2 items are so similar that it's always about the setup here. If he's opting to go, well, never mind.
Double knockup, but he can't see, so he can't land the ulti. Blabber goes for the flash body slam, but Jizuke flashed away from it. Perks nearly had the counter engage, and maybe the rest of the squad could have followed up, but no kills.
Protobelt is always about setup over your actual combo. Night Harvester, you have to touch them to get the damage and the speed. Protobelt gives you the option of using it early for the extra mobility to get in place. And if all you want to do is land that knockback for your combo with the Yasuo, then it gives you that extra potential for setup. But here's a look at the Rift Herald. 3K and counting.
All right, getting lower. Just barely enough time to use it in time to get plates. Blabber's going to claim that one, but how about the resulting team fight? Big damage on the Vulcan trying to get away. He's going to live thanks to a wind wall blocking almost everything. Finally gets a chance to shoot some bullets out, but it's going to be blocked off by Blabber. Not sure they're going to get any plates out of this one, but they're going to try their hardest. Looking to knock down the jungle.
Whew, it's just going to be a reset after that one. Cloud9 sweating a little bit. They do pick up the Rift Herald, though. No casualties as they're able to, walk Vulcan right out. Wind wall from Perks. Also possibly setting up on Impact here. Can they chop down the Giant?
All right, Rocket Belt going in for some more move speed. They're going to try to knock down Impact. He's very tanky, though. Has The Frostfire Gauntlet going to take some damage. Blabber going to come right back out. Still letting Perks go for the damage. Not going to get knocked up just yet, but now Jizuke is here. And be careful, the wind wall going to slow down the ball. Still in range for a shockwave. Not just up, though, until right now. But Impact gets the kill all the same. Jizuke couldn't even help. It was a bit of damage from Svenskar, and Blabber just couldn't make it happen. And Cloud9, they may have gotten the hair up, but they will not get plates, and they will lose their mid laner.
I'm guessing Ignar interrupted that teleport from Fudge, because the Cloud9 teleport was started from Fudge here for the top side. And you can see the comms going on from Blabber's movement. He's like, okay, we're going for it. We have the extra person. Whoa, teleport's in. We got to kite back. Our teleport's back in. Okay, then he sticks around. He's looking at his own, but then it gets canceled. If you look at the mini-map, you can just deduce that it was Ignar. So Ignar went in under the tower, comboed Fudge, interrupted that teleport. I think really big play there by Ignar. Deserves a lot of credit here, getting EG this gold advantage and being able to push out afterwards as well. This is a stacked Orianna. Jizuke has been power farming there from the mid lane. Stacked Sion as well for Impact in the side lane. So they have their big Wombo potential in these team fights ready to go. As much as Cloud9 has a very big, CC setup here for themselves, when they're able to section off Perks like that by, interrupting teleport and zoning off the rest of the members, taking down that Yasuo, stopping his farm for the next, 45 seconds, definitely helps a lot.
Alrighty, this game is still pretty close though. 1,200 gold lead to Evil Geniuses, plus the fact they've got that first Drake feels good for them. Cloud9, though, have shown they're able to fight. They have the kill lead, just hasn't turned into much more than the specific kills themselves. Svenskar going to take bottom Scuttle. That'll despawn before the next dragon spawns, but top laner is battling. Yeah, he breaks the passive shield, whatever. The guy gets to armor stack mostly. Fudge is going to be fine. Both wards go down. Impact still going to be the king of this side of the lane, though. Jizuke has taken the new spot, the richest member in this game, thanks to his assist and the plates he got in mid.
Yes, sir, and he is going to be a force. We saw a shockwave yesterday with the game-winning play for the team, and they're going to need another one from him here. Let's see about this move from Cloud9, because they have infiltrated on the top side of the map here, red quadrant, with multiple members trying to put pressure on Deathly and force him off of the minion wave. They do have a pretty good defensive setup there for EG, though, so as minion wave pushes out, they just call him back, and they actually send Jizuke down bottom here to try and trail. Fudge, definitely one of the weakest members here on Cloud9.
And he's like, I think Shockwave's coming. I'm going to pull the ulti in, burns it. He's correct. Would have immuned it even if he waited to do it reactively, but didn't want to take the damage. Still, this wave's getting cleared out pretty quickly, and this could be a turret losing a lot of health pretty quickly. Perk's going to be in a 1v1 against Deathly. Probably can't tower dive him. Doesn't yet know where the Alistar is, though, so wouldn't go for it anyway. Not quite going to get rooted, gets a bit of damage down. Definitely going to play a bit safe.
Yeah, it doesn't have any item completion yet either for himself. A little bit risky up there with Dragon spawning. No risk here for Cloud9. Pop Rift Trail towards mid. Push in, get your first move here. Actually, maybe they go for the dive on Svenskar, and Blabber's looking.
They're going to flash combo in. Everybody's there. They're going to get the kill right away, and Blabber somehow gets every single kill. He's built for the setup, and he's getting every single knockdown. 4 kills. Mid lane turret is going to fall. It will not be the first turret of the game, as bot was already taken by Impact and Jizuke. Mostly the latter, but mid will still fall. Definitely gets 25 gold for that last hit. And Cloud9 brings the gold a little bit closer.
You thought the Yasuo was the center of this team cup? It's the Gragas, the setup, baby. Blabber with all 4 kills. He's stacking up his Dark Seal. I want to see that thing turned into a Medjai's within this game. He is the AP carry for this squad. He is also the big setup man for these big Wombo combos. So Cloud9 are able to pick up that dragon that you mentioned. And this is moving towards a very exciting mid-game here when we finally get to see the two clash, as both sides with so much CC is going to be a lot about who's going to be able to move first. And that's going to be due to the vision that they use to set up the play. So keeping our eyes on a lot of these movers. Impact needs to be marked. Ignar needs to be marked. Same thing for Blabber, Fudge, and Vulcan.
Yeah.
As far as we get closer and closer towards the collapse. Only one tower for each squad has been taken down. The EG one is obviously more important here with mid. Makes it a little bit more difficult to keep those wards and the possible setup out of your own jungle. So C9 have a little bit more flexibility with the angles they look for.
Shield Bow coming through for Perks is going to let him feel a lot better about his top lane 1v1 if he's ever battling Impact, which feels like a place he might want to be. He's, of course, against Thornmail. Double combo. Triple cast comes across from Vulcan. Big damage to the fence. Scaring the flash follow. Blabber wants number 5, and he's going to get it. The flash, the no-look kill, and now Deftly's in the chase. He's got to get the shot. It's going to be 477. Going to get that kill picked up, no problem. Now on the rest of it, Vulcan going to be stunned up in place. He's going to get shut down. Jizuke gets one on the board as a follow-through. EG take that fight 2-1.
That's huge, Freak. That was a shutdown onto Blabber. He may look cool getting that flash predict on Svenskeren, throwing his barrel out, and Svenskeren flashing onto it for the 5th kill, but that also means his bounty is the highest, and that is going to be picked up by EG. Deftly is the one to get the last hit on it. Huge there from Blabber. He's able to throw his barrel in between so it catches Svenskeren even with the flash distance. Definitely, though, he gets the shutdown money off of Blabber, the one that had been getting all of the kills, and EG come out with 2 counter push here onto Cloud9. They're even going to get objectives afterwards. See if the teleport gets them anything, though, for Cloud9.
And the turret goes down, so 2-1 right now. Jizuke is completely out of mana. There's no way to recall. He is surrounded. This man is dead. Jizuke is gone. We're going to move on and look at the minimap elsewhere as it finally goes to someone not named Blabber. That's why I looked away. I couldn't bear to see it. That kill wasn't even in my vision. EG are pushing down mid instead. That's the counter punch. That is their 3rd turret going as trade for Jizuke, taking top lane turret and we'll say intentionally overextending to draw attention.
All right, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a domino effect, you know, with all these low health towers being picked up quickly, but maybe we have a move.
Ooh, yes it is. It's Ignar leading the charge, and that's going to be a kill picked off as Sven has dropped a pretty bloody one here, 6-5, as we keep the 2,000 gold lead for EG.
Beautiful ult there from Impact, cutting off the retreat, so there's nowhere for him to escape to. Anytime Sion runs into a wall, it's hilarious, but Impact here cutting the edge so that he can cut off the retreat pathing, allowing for Ignar and EG to pick up that kill onto Sven. No summoner spells on this Kai'Sa. Anybody, any carry in this game, Freak, has to be constantly worried about the engage because both sides are looking for a dogpile style fight where they jump in with these big knockups on those carry champions. It's going to be a lot about outplays here. Just don't get hit, basically. You know, for all the carries, that's the main goal.
Great advice. Yeah, just don't get hit forehead. It's fine. Just, you know, dodge every skill shot. Thankfully, Fudge has flashed with his ult.
And the point and clicks, too. Dodge those as well.
Sure. Yeah. Get out of Vulcan, get out of the headbutt pulverized. You know, good luck with all that stuff. Some of this is going to be really tough, but hey, maybe you can Gale Force on reaction. Jizuke, of course, has his flash up, as does Deftly. So right now, a lot of the tools to keep yourself alive are there. You know, they can be used to keep up. Do want to point out, Cloud9 did get the previous dragon, so it's 1-1 right now. Next one, it's going to be Mountain Soul, eventually spawning in just 40 seconds.
Look at that graph, all EG all day, baby. Cloud9 have gotten close with some of these comeback plays, some of these spikes, and yet I still feel like it is going to come down to one of these big team fights because it is going to be so chaotic. With the front lines for both these teams, you have the possibilities of getting this giant clean sweep and huge rewards picked up afterwards. Dragon might be the spark of that. It is just Dragon number 2 for both teams, so it's not a huge break point. Shouldn't be risking anything crazy here. And since Fudge is topside, I'm assuming that Cloud9 have already made the call. Hey, it's just number 2 here for them. Let's seed it. Nobody get out into poor positioning here. They don't have teleport on Fudge, so EG happy to pick this one up without any contest.
Cloud9, with the power of having AP Gragas on 2 items, I think maybe could have gone for the attempted barrel steal. They had control of their own jungle, so it was going to be a pretty safe walk to the back of the pit. Maybe an optimization they could have done. Not terribly important. Obviously, your chances of stealing are pretty low. Blabber just gets 2 camps instead with his time. But a consideration as an opportunity. But yeah, as you called out, right, Fudge was top lane, no TP. They were never going to really contest this one. And they take the low risk, well, maybe Ignar was waiting. Let's not take that as an opportunity. So the safe play here, EG up to their 2nd dragon. If they do manage to get soul, that's going to be in 10 minutes time, which means, a 33-minute dragon soul. Yeah, your builds, your comps are fully online at that point in time. C9 not under the most pressure, but if EG keep the lead they've been having, I mean, they've been steadily ahead this entire game, maybe they can drive it home.
I mean, it's going to come down to the breakpoint of do Cloud9 get the Dream engaged, right? Because if you've got Fudge or Blabber getting the first knock-up here onto Jizuke, he's going to die within that. There's so much follow-up knock-up. Yasuo combination. Sven on Kai'Sa can jump onto any target that they actually hit. So it's going to...
Backwards. Okay, has to ult away. Explosive cast pulls him right back into range, but Ignar's still a hard target to kill as Impact shows up behind. Just walked his way there, and ultimately it's going to be ult for ult as Blabber and Ignar trade blows.
Let's see if they actually are able to get control of this Baron Pit afterwards. Good Scuttle Crab pickup here for EG as well for the lasting vision, so they won't have anything to worry about and no reason to fall prey to one of those ganks.
Here we go. Impact slowed down, gets body slammed. He is very tanky, takes some decent damage, all things considered, but not going to be enough to really matter. Again, he is armor stacking, so you saw, 2/3 or 3/4 of Gragas' kit took a quarter, charitably, of Impact's health bar. Yeah, he doesn't need to buy any more MR than that. Like, that's good. He's fine. He has the Frostfire Gauntlet. Cool, we're armor stacking this game.
One of the cool things about what it does to the game when you have such good front line on both sides and so much CC as far as possibilities of picking people off is that it makes it a lot more difficult to play these side lanes with confidence. And so if you are pushing out on the side lane, you have to be coordinating with the rest of your team to be able to get something out of your opponent overloading that side if they try and pick that person off. Because at any moment, when teams are split like this, trying to play side lane, trying to push, you can get an engage from the other side. With flashes available, from Alistar, with Sion ultimate possibilities, flash available from both the Gragas and the Malphite, either team can make that call to try and punish the three-man squad or one of the split pushers. And it becomes an interesting game of, who is actually going to take that risk and take the opportunity at the cost of tending to your side lane. And oftentimes we even see teams kind of develop into the one person trailing your split pusher to try and prey on that tendency and have somebody just behind them in the fog of war to counter a move. But here's the first one right now. Just as we're talking about, Malphite engage on Jizuke.
Yep, melee range ult guarantees it. Jizuke cannot shockwave in time. That's a nice one. Fudge, correct to not QE. Just land the ult, just get Sven in. Follow up the cooldowns, walk into the brush, well played. Jizuke literally could not have reacted. His only play would have been to never walk to that brush. Now, Cloud9 looking at an attempt at Baron. They can walk the team back over. They TP'd Fudge. And Sven Skaren, he's got equal levels, he's got Smite, he's got the possibility, but it is a 4v5 as Cloud9 may look to re-engage. Flash comes on to Sven, they're not going to find him though. Not going to get the engage, Vulcan gets one knockback, they might pull in the Yasuo. Not just yet though, there's a re-engage for Blabber. Stopwatch buys some time, Blabber at 5 HP, but they will knock down the opposing jungler. Cloud9 have set up the fight, and the knocker comes through, finding the ult in for Purge, and this time around, Impact left alone, cannot tank it up. Blabber just barely gets away, Sven the same, oh! Deftly shoots him right in the back. And at least one kill comes back, but 3 kills to 1. Cloud9 win the fight.
Freak, that pick onto Jizuke. I was just talking for 2 minutes about setup and coordination for your side lane play when there's this much CC. This whole situation is because Cloud9, they make the pick onto Jizuke and nobody from EG is in any position to get anything done. So here's a look at the fight. Once again, they focus on Sven Skaren, turning on him, trying to kill the jungler, but a really good stopwatch does buy him time as well as allowing the counter damage there onto Blabber. Then, even though Impact goes down here, now you have this difficult situation where you're running from the zombie, but you're also running from Deathly, and you see Fudge there on Malphite actually does not run up to the top side to dodge there because Sven was dodging towards the bottom side, and he's trying to walk back and forth to screen for these Jhin bullets while Sven is also trying to kite this Sion zombie. And maybe the communication gets a little hectic, but we're right back into it.
Yeah, Impact was soloing Sven for that entire fight, basically, and then finally got 5v1. Shockwave gonna knock down Blabber, though, with no counterplay. Couldn't get out of that one, so a 5v4 gonna look pretty good. The win ball in a good spot. Ignar pushes one back, but that puts him into range! He delivered Vulcan to the backline! No, Ignar! That's not how it works! He's gonna die for his sins as well! And Cloud9 in a 4v5 get 3 unanswered.
Oh, freak. That's what happens when anyone on this Cloud9 squad has the CC to deliver a combo for Yasuo. Vulcan gets delivered, and he takes full advantage of that opportunity. C9 win that fight. They should win this Baron, though Svenskeren is walking over. He would have to be a madman to be able to get in there in time. Vulcan goes to sacrifice.
He goes in, gets the Q heal. He's still probably going to drop a 1-for-1, but it kills the jungler. Sven holds aggro, but he can't hold for much longer. He's going to run out of health. He has to drop away from Baron. They will kill Impact to get the double, but that probably means Baron is done. You still take a 2-for-0 unanswered. That still feels really, really good. And now they can try yet again. Now the top laner's dead. Let's run more time. Svenskeren's not around. Rest team's respawning. Technically a Bud Light ace, as I believe Cloud9 had them all dead at the same time. And this time around, Baron will drop. Cloud9, they have had to work very hard for this game, but they will claim the Baron. They will reset.
Keep that kill feed running, baby. It's another fight here. Right as we finish the replay from the previous one, Blabber gets caught. EG have a great opening. They actually shockwave it, and Jizuke's flash is gone in the initiation. But then Ignar pushes Vulcan right over towards the two carries, and since Jizuke had just flashed as well, he can't get out of it. Definitely's right next to him. Dream scenario for the Rel combination. No hesitation there from Perks. He's able to get the ultimate onto the double carries, and then you get the turn here. Impact shows up, so C9 go over. That Yasuo ult is right back off cooldown. Fudge is right in there as well with the Malphite, able to pick off the extra one and keep the kill feed rolling again.
Gonna try again, but this is not a Malphite. This is gonna be a tough one. It is a 4v1. They're getting good shots coming across. 665 for the last woman out. Vulcan gonna re-engage to Impact, finds the knockup, gonna get a lot of big stuns. There's the explosive cast out of the back line. Can they kill deftly? That answer is certainly yes. 3 kills quickly. Time for maybe number 4. The turret gonna drop, and Ignar is gonna be gone here as well. Impact Zombie can't get much more done with Baron buff on. They don't care that EG are on soul point. They're gonna win the game well before that next dragon spawns. Cloud9 found the team fights they wanted. Vulcan got most of the setups that mattered, and Perks was there to knock them down, and it's time to end the game. 20 seconds of the respawn timers. Cloud9 will retain control of first place. They'll be the first LCS team to 9 wins here in 2021. Still looking like the team to beat. They can play the setup, they can flex the Gragas around, they can get yet another Bud Light ace, and they're gonna grab their 9th win, knocking down Evil Geniuses. Congratulations, Cloud9 and 2.
What a fun game that was, freak. Cloud9 come out of the bounce house of Summoner's Rift victorious here in the end. Team fight after team fight after team fight once we get towards the mid game. EG did stack up a good early lead for themselves. 3 dragons to boot, and yet Cloud9 off a couple back-to-back Dream engages for themselves, pull it out. There definitely was an opening here for EG. Really liked how they even started out that last one, and they got the first kill onto Blabber, but every single member you have to watch out and you have to mark and you have to play so carefully when there's all this synergy and all this setup within the team comp here for Cloud9. They get the victory here after the team fight into Baron, and congratulations, they are your sole #1 team in the LCS. Yet again, they will retain that honor.
Yeah, well done to them. A couple of, squishy backliners with no natural escapes, and eventually they're going to be knocked up. Well played to C9 on that victory. Now on the other side, we will hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk on that Cloud9 win. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Cloud9 has gotten revenge for the first meeting between themselves and Evil Geniuses here in the regular split. But it didn't necessarily come easy. While it ended abruptly with a sharp couple of swings in team fights later in the game, really have to give credit to Evil Geniuses for the way that they kind of operated more than anything, Mark, as a brick wall to Cloud9 in that one.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think both these team comps were super cool. I mean, we have the kind of press R, blow people up comp from C9. We've seen it a couple times with Blabber. He ran it with Niski in the past, and they got a couple other new tools with the Rel and stuff. That's really cool, and I like the Scion to kind of be like, okay, you're mostly physical damage, so I'm going to be able to build armor. There's not enough consistent DPS for Magic from the Malphite and the Gragas to need that. But the nice thing about the press R comp is they don't care about your front line. They're going straight to the back line.
Yeah, and I think this comp for C9 is every Yasuo's wet dream, right? You have multiple sources of displacement, and you have sources of displacement even coming from your jungler, right? So if in mid lane gank situations, we see that if you don't get ulted by Fudge, Blabber's going to make sure that Perks gets a knockup. So I really like this for C9 because I think as we get deeper into the split, easy execution is often going to win games, and C9, I think, picked the easier comp here.
Honestly, I like EG's comp better. It's a front-to-back comp versus a dive comp. I might have agreed that C9's comp was nicer had they played the map like with a ton of like flanks and engages, but they literally just walked at the carries. Like Rel walks at them, Malphite walks at them, Gragas walks at them, and they pressed R and they hit him. And when you're playing front-to-back comps, you really shouldn't let that happen to you. And I don't know. I think EG had the game in the bag. I was like watching this game. They're up 2.5K. They're scaling. Oriana's super strong. But then, you know, sometimes players don't know how to play the draft correctly, and then they get beat up. So then I ended up being wrong, and I'm sad about that. But I like EG's draft.
I mean, hey, I'm always happy if my analysts come away saying they like both drafts, because generally it means it comes down to the way that the teams played within the game. Let's take a look at the early action as it broke down in this game. Most of it surrounding this mid lane.
Exactly, and here we can see an example of a skirmish where it's kind of hard for EG to win small skirmishes. I agree with High in the 5v5, it's easier for them to play front to back, but when you're in these skirmishes where there's not a huge Scion front line and you're just looking for a 2v2, a 3v3, the fact that Perks has such easy setups for his ult allows C9 to get advantages. Now, it's notable that they were not ahead, right? Most of this game, EG was actually ahead most of this game, but we could see premonitions in the beginning of what kind of situations they were looking for. Fight away from Scion and look for engages on Ori as soon as you can get them. We see that they went top here and tried to kill Scion. This is hilarious because they could do like 18 autos and Qs from Yasuo, amounts to nothing. I imagine after that fight, C9 was like, okay, let's just not try that again and not fight around Scion.
The one thing I also like about this comp from C9 is not just how it functions on its own, but who you're playing against. Like, so much of EG's identity is playing around Jizuke and like following his playmaking. But anyone who has to play against Gragas jungle and Yasuo mid post 6 knows it's kind of nightmare fuel to have to try and out skirmish that when it's so easy for them. And so I do like that idea of like this kind of black hole around mid lane where everyone's going to end up going, and you're going to have better skirmishing potential there. And I think it's a really smart counter to the way that EG tends to play the game. And it was really, really, really strong.
Honestly, I'm just going to have to flame Jizuke here. This dude got caught out. He wasn't in half the fights. They tried to take... When we saw that replay right there, there's 3 different replays where the dude has 1 mana. You can't fight when your Orianna doesn't have mana. Like, Yasuo doesn't need mana. He can fight whenever he wants. Orianna needs mana, and in the clips we see she has no mana or she's just literally not at the fight. And she's the backbone of how they'll win those fights. But when you're consistently getting caught out, literally over and over 3-4 different times in this game, and you're showing up to fights 1 late and then 2 with no mana, what are you doing playing Orianna, right? At that point, play someone else that doesn't need to like be in the right place and need to have mana. So yeah. I think he'll probably look at this game and like feel really down because he felt he technically, in my opinion, threw this game with his positioning and play.
Yeah, and I could see the flame for Jizuke, particularly on the first death that he had top lane, but I think on this play it was actually a really good call by C9. They realized they had control of the map, and I think probably what Jizuke was thinking is, okay, I can go clear this wave bottom. At most, there's only going to be 1 person here, but what happened is C9 said, okay, you know what, let's actually send both Sven and Fudge there. Once we get a kill, we can easily just TP Fudge over and immediately start Baron, because as Hai noted earlier, in a 5v5 situation, EG was advantaged, so C9 was looking for opportunities to make a pick on Jizuke. So Jizuke shouldn't have been caught, but it was a good play by C9 to look for that pick.
Yeah, Jizuke himself had a TP available as well when he gets picked, so you can see probably aligns with your story around trying to get that bot wave pushing, then grouping up for the team fight. C9 pull the trigger at exactly the right moment, and they pick up another victory. Mark, I just want to turn to you on the conversation of Cloud9 being our top team and getting this rematch victory here against Evil Geniuses, as well as seeing it done with Perks as the primary carry here. Seems like they're continuing to push towards that mid lane focus.
Yeah, I mean, Perks is continuing to ramp up, kind of like what I was talking about. He's still getting better, and there's a ceiling. Like, I don't think we've reached the best of Perks, and already they're able to, have this comp. It's press R comp. Everyone's going to be going mid, and it's really easy to follow up on, but they were really clean with it too.
Well, and I know Alorum, myself, probably very happy to see Malphite picked up more here in the LCS. After the break, we got a battle for sole possession of second place between Team Dignitas and 100 Thieves. Stay tuned for that.
Free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Welcome back to the LCS, where Dignitas will take on 100 Thieves to finally break the tie for second place. Let's turn our eyes to the jungle there, where Dardoch and Closer are facing off. We talked about jungle tier lists, so Mark, let's get into the way these two will actually match up.
Let's talk about it. Dardoch, I want to actually start with because we wanted to talk him, but we ran out of time in the countdown. He is a really interesting person to look at in the jungle right now. His XP differentials, his CSD, they're actually not that impressive when you look at it, but he is such a cornerstone for how their team functions. He has the highest team jungle proximity in the league because they play around him. It's not necessarily ganks, but it's jungle invades and things like that, as well as we talked at length about his champion pool over the course of this split. A lot of what Dignitas's game plans revolve around Dardoch and where he wants to be on the map. And that's why, when they're sitting with a positive win rate and overperforming, he gets a lot of very justified credit for that success.
Now, flip side of that conversation is, of course, Closer, acknowledging that in our conversations earlier today, we've expected a little bit more from him when it comes particularly to the regular season, Primal.
Yeah, and look, I'm on the other side of this. I think relative to Mark, I don't think that the issues that 100 Thieves have had are tied to Closer, and I think additionally we need to note that 100 Thieves is still one of the better teams early game. In terms of stats right now, they are on average 800 gold ahead at 15, and they're going against a Dignitas that's on average 600 gold behind at the same point in the game. So I think the issue with 100 Thieves is relative to our expectations, right? We're looking at this to be a top 3 team in the league. They're not doing as well, and they're doing a lot of mid to late game execution errors that I think they need to iron out. But I still think they're favored in this matchup, and I think Closer's a big part of that with his good objective control.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't say that the early game issues were Closer's fault, merely that 100 Thieves has problems at PvP as a team right now. And I think that still holds true. Their objective control is why they win. Closer's great objective control in the early game is why, when these things go wrong, they're in an okay spot still, as well as their laner's natural ability to have pressure in these situations.
Wait, I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves has a bad early game, don't they? Like, even though they have that gold lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, most of their early games, they fall behind and they start taking team fights and they start winning team fights because they don't necessarily destroy their 1v1 lane top, mid, or bottom or anything like that. It's just that when they start grouping together, and that's like post 15, 20, etc., they win those team fights because they play team fights really, really well. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what I've noticed from the games. I don't remember them dominating early game. Like, I don't know if an 800 gold differential at 15 is enough to be like, hey, they're destroying early game, you know? I think they group, and then they fight, and they outplay team fights. And I think that's their main strength at the moment.
I think I disagree. I mean, we might be looking at different sections of the split. Like, recently, it might be the case that maybe over the last 2 or 3 games, they have not been getting ahead at this point. But the stats say 800 gold ahead at 15, right? And if we look at them over the course of the split, yeah, there have been some botch dives. There have been some plays where it's like, okay, we don't think this team's completely on the same page, but they made their reputation as being a team that knows how to convert advantages early. Create advantages early, rather, from Demonte looking for roams and side plays. So that's what the stats say, and the stats don't lie, but maybe we're not reading the right set of stats here.
Well, and you know what? Fact of the matter is both of these teams are in second place. They're both 7-3. They've gotten there somehow. So both are good teams, whether or not they're strong in the early or strong in the late. They managed to close it out. I do want to move outside the jungle matchup, though, Hai, and come back to you on the bot lane, specifically from the Dignitas perspective, as we've seen a resurgence from Afromu and the stepping up of Neo.
Right. I wanted to talk about, in the beginning of Split, most people had the top 3 support and bot lanes as Team Liquid, Cloud9, and 100 Thieves. And I think it's arguable that we can start talking about the Dignitas bot lane between Afromo and Neo if they're able to be contending for either third or second. Probably not first, but are they in this conversation where they could be third or second? Because they actually have been performing really well. I think the lane phase honestly kind of sucks a little bit, if I'm not going to lie. But outside the lane phase, like once they start grouping and fighting, they've been performing really well, and are one of the cornerstones of why Dignitas wins. Like, them and Dardoch are the main reasons why Dignitas wins, and the fact that Dignitas is tied for second right now, it's a huge speaking point of how well they're doing.
And I totally agree about like the main reasons that they're winning, but I think one of the reasons that I underrated them personally was Neo. I did not think he was going to be this good as a rookie playing with the rookie Whisperer in Afro. We know that Dardoch and Afro were going to be the main 2 guys for this lineup, but I didn't think that they would be getting such great backup in Neo, and he has been incredible overall for his first year, and I'm really looking forward to see where he continues to go from here now that he's finally got a full-time starting position.
Yeah, very solid stats across the board there. We will forgive him for that one little oopsie yesterday in lane where it resulted in a kill. Small misposition. You get one. You got one. All right, regardless of how this next game plays out, it's undeniable that Dignitas have exceeded initial expectations. So let's take a closer look at one of their young performers in this Fake God feature.
Imposter syndrome is when you're in a spot somewhere you don't feel like you earned that spot. Which I've definitely felt when I was had to play in LCS in 2019 summer. I'd say I just tried to compare my play to somebody's play a lot. Yeah, I'd say for the whole 2 years I was at 100 Thieves, that was what I was constantly trying to do. Just like seeing what made him better than me.
we'll see if 100 Thieves can break a 105-day loss streak as they come into today's game with another roster shuffle.
Yeah, people have been waiting to see what are they going to do to turn things around. If they put Fake God and Ryu subbing in to the team.
I was playing kind of bad in Academy, so it didn't feel that good, honestly. If I'm not even good enough for Academy, how am I going to play in LCS? And Sunday at the time was probably considered maybe even the top laner. So, I mean, that didn't really help my feelings of not belonging there at all. Because it was like, oh, like I'm taking the spot of one of the best top laners. I didn't feel the imposter syndrome as much until Someday in Academy was just hard carrying games.
Someday! He saved the game!
At that point, I was probably constantly comparing myself, and comparing my performance in Academy and Someday's performance, because it was just a very big difference at the time. I was just thinking like, I couldn't do that in Academy for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I think he was just young. He didn't know a lot, about how to play, team macro. Still was learning, knowledge on lane matchups. Obviously, the jump up from Academy to LCS is a lot larger gap when you're playing against these players who have played these matchups, hundreds of times more than he has. So it's just a lot of learning he had to do while, trying to perform in LCS. So I think he did not bad, but he wasn't really, I would say, prepared for that type of environment. I don't remember in particular if he's going through a tough time, but I'm sure he was, just thrown in first time LCS. Same with Saligo. So onto a team, that was already losing, trying to find success, and not the best way to enter the scene, but at least he did get experience,
When I was feeling that way, I had to just take a short mental break, and then I just kept going. That was all. And just kept trying to work to overcome that feeling. By the end of the LCS, I improved pretty rapidly towards the end, and I was able to hold my own. So I was definitely feeling like, oh, this is possible. Like I can definitely play an LCS. During the off season, really didn't know what to expect. Luckily, I did get a lot of offers, and one of them was for Dignitas as an LCS top laner.
I'm just happy, he was able to learn and get another shot at LCS again here on Dignitas.
Leading up to LCS, we weren't doing that well, and it was kind of rough for me. Kept trying to think about the concepts that we were learning every day, mostly from Dardock and Aframu, because they had a lot of things to teach us, the rookies, I guess. Me, Saligo, and Neo.
We're actually learning at a very fast pace. Aaron in particular, guy always asking questions about, how should he move here? How should he play his character in this situation, for the team? And, I respect that. And it is a lot different from 100 Thieves when he was first coming in. When we're playing the game, there's no doubt that my guy's either going even or getting the lead top lane in every single matchup that he plays.
Fake God's running after Power of Evil. He needs a couple more auto attacks. Will he be able to find it? Yes, he will. He Goomba stops him. Sunday's just waiting on cooldown. He'll be tanking it up here next. Lots of flashes coming out, but a nice big body slam makes it a 1-for-1. Well played from Fake God.
He's going to be a top laner once the season's over.
I can understand a lot more about how we're playing and League of Legends in general. I'm just thinking all the top teams right now, they're not actually that good. We can beat every single one of them, and I'm not actually a bad player. I can hold my own and win the game for my team.
Fake God looking to go big knot under the tower. Dignitas are going to find a massive knot. Flash 3 into the wall.
If I find success on Dignitas, I think I'll feel like I really belong in LCS and not as an imposter.
Welcome back to the show. Dignitas going to be doing battle with 100 Thieves. And look, we've got Fake God among us. And I got to talk about the fact that you saw a glimpse of that 100 Thieves roster from a couple years ago where Fake God and Soligo, they were the pivot points. It's like, all right, this team is crashing and burning with Soligo in the mid lane. We're going to sub him out for Ryu in mid because we need a non-dumpster fire in the mid lane. That means, well, we're stuck on import, so someday you're out. Fake God, welcome to the LCS. Okay, dumpster fire in the top lane. That's okay. We're going to struggle it out and do the best we can. And now Soligo and Fake God are on the team together, and they're up in second place. It's been a miraculous return to form for the two of them. Fake God's up against Someday, which is outstanding. His second time doing that now this season for the rematch. And they're looking good here as this squad.
So, what did we learn here today? That freak dumpster fire plus dumpster fire equals second place, baby.
The point is improvement, right? You heard Aframu talk about this, where it's like, yeah, he got thrown in, he wasn't really ready. I'm changing his words a little bit here, but the man asks a bunch of questions. He's learning. He's saying by the end of the year, Fake God will be a top player in the LCS. We've had plenty of NA upstarts do this. We had Licorice, make that run for his entire tenure on Cloud9. They're like, yep. Licorice is by far obviously a top player in the LCS. Fake God can make that same run happen here on Dignitas, and it does take a few games to get there, absolutely. But Dignitas with their all-NA roster, it's a bunch of players you've seen before and been like, are they past their prime? Probably, but here they are 7-3 against 100 Thieves 7-3, and they're making it look good.
It is certainly part of the charm of this Dignitas team that it is so many comeback stories, across the board for this team. Definitely love it. Let's jump right into the picks and bans here, though. Graves once again following up the Udyr ban for the jungle target for 100 Thieves. That one feels a little bit out of place for me because Dardoch obviously has played the most jungle champions of anyone in the LCS. I believe Graves is actually one of the ones that he still hadn't played and has started repeating now. There's your first pick. Senna, though. Freak going all googly eyes. I know. Seraphine.
Yep. And Rel going in right afterwards, I think makes sense. Of the unbanned champions, they're probably top two. Olaf maybe, and that makes as well, so maybe they pick both of them, who knows. But that does seem to be the sort of, I'm going to say A tier because they're not perma-banned. The sort of believed S tier is like, okay, you're banning Udyr actually every game. Just, no questions about Udyr's gone. Sometimes you leave Seraphine up, sometimes you leave Udyr up, and you should grab him when you can.
I think you should grab Rel for sure when you can for Dignitas and just put farming Seraphine now, because they actually didn't lock it in here. 400 Thieves is a little bit of a bait. I actually want to see the throwdown. I want to see what Huhi's counter to the Rel is that is so popular, because these two supports, as we talked about in our they don't let it go all the way through. I thought without locking in first pick here, they might let it all the way through. They don't let it go towards the backside, but still, as we had our check-in at the beginning of the day highlighting these two supports, Huhi has done so much for 100 Thieves, likewise for Aframu. They are both in-game leaders for their team. They're both playmakers for the bottom lane for their team. Big reasons why these are two of the bottom lanes that have some of the best stats in the entire league. It is going to be the Hecarim pickup once again here for Dardoch, though. Love it whenever you compare Hecarim with speed up and shielding champions. Guess what? Seraphine is perfect for this, allows him to team fight deeper than previously. Also love pairing the Hecarim with other dive partners. Alistar is a great one here, so it will be the farming Seraphine. Other things that can dive in from your top lane, like Shen or something like that, are always great to further empower the Hecarim as well.
Yeah,
and especially because it looks like you're going to be dive versus dive here, since the Hecarim is facing a Rel and Olaf already. Both teams are going to be hunting backlines.
Yeah, going to be one to watch for sure. Dignitas might have damage concerns overall, since every Seraphine's always going to go Moonstone. She's usually going to go Staff of Flowing Water afterwards, so you're not even giving Hecarim a lot more damage off of that pickup. Obviously, again, she's very, very good, puts out some decent base values overall, but unless Fake God's going to be on some kind of a cannon or something, you can sometimes be a little damage constrained. So that's one thing I'm going to be watched for, is what kind of champs they're going for the rest of this comp. Is it, a Seraphine mid with like a Jinx there for Neo, or an Aphelios, something like that, or what that comp turns into. But, glad they picked it, and we'll see how the rest of the comp comes around, as 100 Thieves need an AD carry and a mid laner.
Well, it's pretty hard to play damage from topside into a Renekton unless you're going something like Quinn.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be, a Gragas or something like that type of matchup for Fake God into the Renekton. Going against Someday, who he has looked up to and played under for so many years. Slamming this Renekton pick here in last pick of the first iteration of picks here for 100 Thieves, I think was really strong. And then banning the Gnar away as well. So let's see what Fake God can try and come up with to play into it. I doubt that he actually goes the route and tries to play Quinn into Someday. This guy, you can't mess up one time as the Quinn versus Someday on the Renekton, or else it will all come crashing down. So I'm expecting it to actually be a fairly light damage Dignitas team when it all does round out here. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, very standard for them, as we see it. And locking in the Orianna here for Damonte, it's been one of the better control mages for him, I would say, from the mid lane. He's got plenty of targets to put the ball onto for shockwave delivery, and this 100 Thieves squad is rounding out pretty smoothly.
Okay, Gangplank, there's going to be some damage up, but otherwise Dignitas were incredibly light on consistent damage. Zoe does not, do DPS very much, and Hecarim was going to be only one there, but the Gangplank is going to round that out pretty well, add some much-needed extra physical damage to the roster, and Tristana comes to fill things out for 100 Thieves. I still probably take 100 Thieves in a full-on front-to-back team fight, but that GP gets it closer.
Yeah, the GP into Renekton is such an interesting one to me, especially since, like we said, Fake God looked up to Someday for so long and played under him for so long. Is there a mental block here? Because at the beginning for Gangplank, level 1, your Trial by Fire, your Grass procs, you can try and force Renekton off the minion wave so he doesn't get access to early rage and doesn't, start pushing you in early. But a Renekton Olaf is definitely at some point in the game going to look for, pressure on this Gangplank, dives on this Gangplank. Especially quicker, if Fake God does not utilize Gangplank's level 1 early possibilities of playing around it. So I wonder about the level 1s, if we do have, invades or split maps actually to make it a better situation from the side of 100 Thieves. They do have Olaf, great at invading, undertow threat, gets you a lot of priority when invading for those deeper wards.
Okay, so a lot of eyes on what level 1s look like and exactly where Dardoch is allowed to go. If he's, cut off from topside, and GP has to play safe on a turret, it gives a lot of room for Someday to make something happen. So that's where my eyes are going to be for sure. Thank you for the call out there, Kobe. And we are now on a Summoner's Rift here for a battle between second place teams here. Dignitas on one side, 100 Thieves on the other. A return to form for both orgs. 100 Thieves made it to finals way back when Aftermoo himself was on that roster. And now here doing well on Dignitas here with a bunch of more or less upstarts here. Redemption story for Dardoch here as well, of course, as he's been having maybe his best season overall in his competitive career. But 100 Thieves, they were one of the favorites heading into the season, tied for second, about where many expect them to be coming into their 11th game of the split.
And now many teams have tried to invade Dignitas level 1, and every time Dignitas have had their entire team committing to defending the level 1s and came out with first bloods in 2 of those invades, with 5 members defending. This time around, Dignitas once again have stacked towards the defense for the level 1, and we get it again. So 100 Thieves have seen the previous 2 failed attempts of teams trying to level 1 invade Dardoch. They take a quick pass in there, just look at the Raptors, and turn right around. The payment has been in the past that Fake God has had to teleport to the top side and give up his summoner spell. But because of the non-commitment here, he can just walk out this time. That does mean that there is 0 chance of Gangplank trying to use his level 1 Trial by Fire, Grass procs, Q spam to keep Renekton off the minion wave. And Someday gets right in there. He gets control of the minion wave. He's going to get Rage stacking up as well, and should have the experience lead. Let's see if Dardoch actually goes for some sort of early gank. Because he did Raptor straight to topside rather than doing Raptor red here, possibly because there was a ward that they saw placed down, so he knows that they saw him Raptor start.
Yeah, I think he's trying to find ways to dodge away from the vision and whatnot, to just pull it into the brush and then leave. He's going to smite the Gromp over and go for the double camp down there. But yeah, it means he's topside, and he's ready to make any big plays. The one thing about this kind of clear is he will be level 3 off of the fact that Gromp or Krugs was in the clear, so that means he can go for like a devastating charge play He's also not used any of his potions yet. He's just getting like very, very low. It's not like he's Olaf. He doesn't need to conserve that stuff. But now going to go back down and do the rest of the full clear. I believe this will let him dodge the trinket ward on the way back down towards red buff.
Yeah, and the main point here is that since Fake God had to give up his level 1 on the minion wave and Renekton's going to be pushing, Dardoch doesn't want to get invaded. It's an Olaf Renekton topside.
Yeah.
And so he's like, okay, I immediately have to take away blue side just because I don't want Closer to be able to use pushing someday topside to be able to counter jungle me. Afromu gets the timing. So many times we've seen this Alistar into the Rel, and even in the hands of Afromu, he pulls off the timing here, does get the cute interrupt this time around, so that definitely bodes well for the matchup.
Nice sidestep to Monte, but may still get Paddlestar down, indeed down about 300 HP thanks to the mid lane trade. So they go doing a pretty good job over there. We'll see how much farm gets picked up on the other side. Fake God doing his best to hold the waves up against Someday, trades a bit of damage back and forth, and ultimately he's going to be bleeding some farm. You know, it's going to be like 12, 13 CS to 20. That is obviously quite Someday favored, as that one minion is just out of turret range. Don't miss.
Yeah,
good job.
I mean, again, the level 1s for Dig, they were rewarded so many times for defending level 1 on Dardoch's jungle, getting first blood often, and Fake God committing down there. But in this matchup here for Gangplank, definitely does hurt that Someday gets to push with impunity, and Dardoch basically concedes that top side immediately, going for the quick blue quadrant jungle. Closer did use some time going for the invade there. Olaf and Renekton did check and place the deep ward for themselves, but it means for Fake God that he's got to worry as his lane pushes back out into dangerous territory, because they have not gotten any extra intelligence on Closer's position. No deep wards for themselves. Closer hasn't showed anywhere.
He in a nice spot there, waiting for the lane to come back in. Wants to make sure he's doing the right amount of safety. He's like, okay, about now is when they'd both be back together. Don't overextend. Rel has no natural escapes. You crash down out, and your move speed is like 200, and they just chase you down. So
waddle in there with some heavy metal pants.
You kind of just lose. Okay, who he playing it the right amount of defensively. Says, okay, I'm back, whatever, no big deal. And they're back to the 2-on-2. Early tier pickup for Neo. Sure, it makes sense down there, plus the boots. Double Doran's Blade for FBI. Going to make him a little bit more all-in immune, but it is going to delay his Mythic ever so slightly. Nothing to really write home about so far. Someday and Fake God are reasonably close in farm. Still, again, a little bit Someday favored, but Fake God trying to get a decent first recall. Closer figuring out where to want this Scryer's Bloom to go. Decides not to burn it to give his location away. Just going to try to go for an early dragon instead.
Yeah, and that Scuttle Crab disappearing now for Dignitas doesn't really matter at all. They saw him with their ward behind red buff, so here come the reinforcements.
Okay, nice rocket up boy for FBI. Huhi right back in the front of the fight, but he's drowsy. Gonna take a big chunk of damage, and first blood comes through to Dardoch, ghosting in. FBI has to flash because Rock Jump was still down, so Ligo cannot find the next target, but Sleep's coming up pretty soon. They may have the chase down. It's still the runaway for Orianna. That's gonna be a Sleep landing, but there will not be a chase in.
I knew this support matchup was going to be hype. Afromu flashes in, gets the stun onto FBI, getting his rocket jump out, and then immediately headbutts Huhi right out of the crash down, setting him up for the rest of his team. Soligo does land the sleep. Doesn't matter that his Q misses there, because Dardoch has plenty of damage. They wake him up and take the first blood money once again. Dignitas grabbing first blood.
Absolutely outstanding stuff right there. So, 300 gold lead right now to the Dignitas squad. Well done. As Fake God very calmly last hits minions under the turret. The first recall comes through for Someday, and Dragon is not on the board, but Closer, once again, back to the scene of the crime. This has been one of his best strengths. He is constantly on these dragons. 100 Thieves so frequently has bot lane pressure that he can just go in for this one, and they're going to be fine to make that one happen. Dardoch going to grab the rest of the Raptors first, but they may not be able to play for this one. Afro in a really bad spot, gets Shockwave. Aftershock buys him a bit of time, but he's still running very low on health. She's not even Aftershock. He just managed to survive that long with Phase Rush somehow, and Dardoch finds a kill again onto Huhi, exact same as before. I don't know how Afro lived. Somehow he got away through a Shockwave on Alistar, but ultimately gets away with it.
he also just took that cleaver right in the face, trailing behind the rest of his team, and that doesn't kill him either. You can't take down the Moo. Afro survives again. Dignitas with an early game lead now. That is huge. They retaliate with Scuttle Crab there for Dardoch. He's now level 6 on the Hecarim after that play. What a look. Huhi got such a good combination here, and they even used the Shockwave, but Damonte's out of mana, can't get off another auto. Dardoch, once again, ease back Huhi, and there's your slow walking Rel with the metal pants. Can't get her way out of the GP ultimate slow from Fake God from the top side. He's even contributing, grabs himself an assist for it, and Dig starting out their match here, tied in a 3-way tie for second place with 100 Thieves and TSM. They are looking to push above the rest of the league and be the lone team in that second place spot.
Well, Fake God may have to change his name at a certain point. You know, Imposter Syndrome, calling yourself fake probably filters into that one a little bit. You know, maybe consider just Real God. You know, at a certain point, end of the season, you know, find yourself an LCS title, switch it around at some point. You know, I'm not saying right now, but eventually, if you find yourself in that kind of spot, you know, that's where you put yourself for.
All right, I got you. The one true God of top lane.
There you go.
Gangplank here for Fake God. Did have to give up a lot. Did give his ultimate there, so, you know, I'm helping guys.
Yeah, really a highly skilled play.
Yeah, he's doing his job, though. He's trying to thin these waves. 100 Thieves have not been able to put extra pressure diving there. Some days earning his money, though. I mean, Renekton, he's pushing up. He's grinding those turret plates off. So Renekton definitely is going to be quite strong here for the mid game, and we've seen what Renekton and Someday specifically can do for 100 Thieves. Despite Dignitas with the early 2 kills for themselves, they still are competitive in gold because, in large part, due to the CS lead here for Someday on the top side of the map as well.
All right, still playing defensively up there. He knows he's not the one with the attention. They would still want to gank bot side. There's FBI and Huhi are still flashless. Thank you, Observant, for showing us the... Yep, he's just like, in case you're watching me. Look, Hecarim is really easy to play, so I'm going to emote in between.
No, there's actually a story here, Freak. The last time that he had played 100 Thieves, he died to Krugs. So every time Dardoch goes and kills Krugs now versus 100 Thieves, he's flashing his emotes. You're not going to get me this time, Krugs.
I forgot about that one.
Do yourself a treat and go back and watch that first 100 Thieves Dig game, by the way, because that's the Rengar game for Dardoch. He gets to do absolutely nothing with the Rengar all game long because 100 Thieves are so tanky, and did have a Krug death. So he gets the last laugh here.
Yeah, and then afterwards, go watch Dignitas versus Renegades from like 2015 and watch the Rift Herald and the Tower Dive. You know, we got bangers all around in the LCS. This time around, though, Dignitas not only have they won because of Baron plays earlier this season, they are honestly taking names right now again. 700 gold lead. Dardoch is the gold leader. Hecarim can certainly make use of it, at least through the mid game. I think super late Hecarim falls off a little bit, but there's plenty of runways here for this one. Bot lane under a lot of pressure. Those closers come down to the side. It's going to be a couple of turret plates taken as the payment for the fact that Herald's being soloed by Dardoch.
Yeah, he's going to pick up Shelly, and maybe they actually are able to use it around mid lane. If you're able to get mid turret down, you know, at a reasonable pace here when you're running Zoe, it means a world of a difference. And Soligo has been one of the best Zoes in the LCS. You know, despite him getting so much flame, you know, so often from a lot of the community, Zoe has been a great pick for him, and he has been able to land consistent sleeps and poke for Dig, and even when he was on 100 Thieves to a degree. So I want to see this time around if he's able to get some lane power, you know, extra pressure pushing these minion waves out to go roam around. Maybe the Rift Herald is dropped there. He's already been able to work off one plate himself. So maybe that's a way for Dig to gain some map control back, because the side lanes are dropping very quickly. Someday gets another turret plate himself, and the Tristana bottom side has already earned 2.
5 plates so far. Nice recall stop there for Fake God, but yeah, 800 gold worth of turret plates off of laning prowess compared to the 160 off Soligo pushing mid. That is making up for the majority of the kill gold in this game. It's why the score is close when you look at the top of that scoreboard. Obviously the one Dragon for 100 Thieves because the bottom lane pressure that's also been there. And look, 3 minutes to the next Dragon's coming across. It's going to be a pretty late soul, if any, but that is just the consideration to think about here. Afro going to help spot the ward plays. 3 down to the bottom side, so Soligo knows to play it a bit more defensively. Mid laner is going to be pretty much equal farm as a result of all this one. And we'll wait for the next big play. Teleport is up for Someday, not for Fate God, but that Gangplank has his ulti available, so he can at least participate somewhat if there's a fight somewhere else on the map. Essence Reaper done. That feels good. Stride Breaker order done for Someday. He can help get in on reaching a backliner and maybe try to lock down Neo or someone. Otherwise, everyone else still just farming up.
All right, plenty of deep vision here for 100 Thieves set up around this red quadrant as well. So 2.5 minutes left on that Dragon. Should be very easy for them to retain that vision control and set up. It has been turned around multiple times on them already. All of these bottom lane plays with Afromu here at the hands of Huhi going down on Rel both times. Now that he's got access to his level 6 ultimate though, a little bit more punch behind this engage. Kind of risky position there from Damonte, but he's baiting.
Yep, Soligo kind of baiting as well, though, but now they realize it's a 2v3. Shockwave going to get stopwatched, but the re-engage could be scary. He misses the combo! He went too early, and Dardoch dives in for Damonte. Going to have a hard time finding the target, though. Soligo trying to get away from Olaf, who cannot be slowed, who cannot be stopped, who will knock down Soligo. But Fate God's on the chase, going to kill him as well. That's a pretty solid trade. One on the board there for the Gangplank. Damonte with 5 HP stays alive. Dardoch wants back in. Headbutt to the flash, pulverized, set up for Afromu. The perfect play out of the Dignitas support. Dardoch knocks down another kill.
That was certainly greedy from Damonte. I was going to commend him for getting out of a crazy situation. Afromu, though, he's toast.
Re-engage comes across, pulverized out of 2 by some time. His ulti was still up though, so he's so tanky, and the charm comes across. He is not toast, he is the toaster, and the bread will fall. FBI's running away for his life. Someday finds one, but it's traded back as Dardoch kills one as well. Huhi finally on the horse, running as fast as he can, trying to get away. Someday also running, but the gallop coming through for Dardoch. Herald will charge mid and knock down plates in time, so Dardoch a little bit richer. Good summon by him, as out they go. The fight was close, but it ends up with Dignitas up 1,000 gold.
They finally took down Captain Afromu, but at what cost, Freak? It was everything. It's now a 4-kill Hecarim for Dardoch. Look at how long this play went on. Starts out in the mid lane with the bait from Damonte. He then gets dangerously low to getting soloed by Dardoch on the outside, but Dardoch can't get off the last auto or Q as Damonte expertly flashes into the fog of war. Even though there's a counter kill here up on the top side, Damonte got out alive. And flashing into the fog of war would even break the auto if it had started to go off, but then he goes back into lane, gets punished. Afromu here on the run with no flash, popped his ult, and there goes the horn as the rest of the team arrives. Double teleports in here to avenge him even after his death. And it's Dignitas just keeping the play going, never giving up on it, and still being able to get that gold back.
Alrighty, and just back over the wall. I like that play a lot, the Hex Flash and a Blast Cone. It's pretty cute. I like it a ton. Good job Huhi getting away and you know, removing one of the avenues Afro could take for a flank, and same for Dardoch, who can't natively get over walls. Regardless, though, still 1,000 gold game right here. Farm pretty close in most roles. That said, outside of the jungle, 100 Thieves are winning in all 3 of those lanes. So that is something to keep in mind. That their overall laning prowess is being answered by Dignitas doing better in the fights. We've got the Divine Sundera done for the 4-0 Hecarim there for Dardoch. FBI, yeah, Afro kind of knows, like, yeah, you're going to have to rocket jump. I'm not going to bother with the headbutt pulverize. We might get turned around on, and the chance of a kill is, you know, 1%.
Yep, definitely not a good risk to benefit ratio there on that one. Dragon is up though, and everybody committing resources up towards the top side of the map. I wonder if they even get vision of some of these recalls here as 100 Thieves decide to reset. Dardoch has positioning. Remember, he's got a fairly large bounty on himself, so going for a deep tower dive.
Charge into the wall, cannot quite find the sleep though. Shockwave is out of turret range, so Dardoch is fine. The sleep finally lands the other half though. He walked back into it, but it's a bait because Closer was there. You mentioned the shutdown, it goes right over to Olaf.
Yeah, those types of risky plays, when you have a big shutdown like that and there is a dragon up, you are the jungler, your smite is so valuable. I think that's just what 100 Thieves would like. Someday here trading onto Fate God actually takes a big amount of return damage, but because they took down Dardoch in the trade kill, 100 Thieves even setting up on the objective.
Yeah, not just a smite, but also most of their gold. A drowsy Olaf is a target for the dragon, and now a headbutt pulverize is going to find Huhi, who's going to run back away, stay alive. 1500, no smite, easy pick up for Closer, gonna grab it, there you go, claims it. Could be asleep, still has the, no, does not have ulti, so FakeGod can find a combo, Barrel Chain's gonna come across, here comes the re-engage for Huhi, Charm only goes on a 1, but they could certainly knock him down, the sleep, no, he misses the E, but it's gonna be enough, Neo finds 1, headbutt pull on a 2, that's gigantic, a flash of the wall for Closer, knocks down FakeGod, FBI safe as well, ending the toss, they really only get 1 kill, it felt like the setup could have been so good, but everyone else gonna get away, Dragon claimed by 100 Thieves, overall a victory for the red team.
What an escape plan there for 100 Thieves. Someday still hasn't finished though. Hey, they got sight of him with that ward. Can he get out into the waiting arms?
Pulverize, get the damage. They get the damage in time to get Neo the kill. Afro manages to slow it down enough that at least one more goes back, but 2 Dragons to 0 makes me start to favor 100 Thieves here.
Look at this coordination, Freak. Huhi goes in to engage with FBI on the 3-person squad for Dig, so that FakeGod, pincering Closer inside the pit, actually requires him to flash out, and even though Aframu gets the double knock up there, Closer flashes over, Someday dashes over the wall, and it just turns into a 1-for-1 trade. As I thought Someday might go deeper and try and recall on one of those deep rush, but he tried to walk his way out here, and Aframu and Neo do end up catching him, getting the extra kill in the end for themselves to quite the hilarious Dragon party that we just had.
Alrighty, so Staff going through for Neo for the big chunk of AP you're going to expect there out of that build. You know, very standard stuff there for Seraphine, of course. Either way, looking at second Herald now for Dignitas is a still 1,000 gold difference remains, but Closer going to find FakeGod. And you can't really orange away from these slows. He's not going to go anywhere easily. That's going to be a lot of damage coming down. There's some big axes, and Closer on a killing spree, 4-1.
Closer has been so good at hunting down and punishing flashes previously blown here for 100 Thieves. This time around, after FakeGod had to use it to get out of the Dragon Pit and he follows, immediate follow-up here for him, returning to the Renekton lane, returning to Someday to get the extra gold here. Yes, it is going to be top tower traded and Rift Trail traded for the bottom push as well, but 100 Thieves happy to push very heavily on bottom side since they're the ones with the double dragons picked up for themselves, getting the extra gold off the kill onto FakeGod here, and leaving so many wards behind in this red quadrant of Dignitas jungle.
Now the wards we're looking for then. In Dignitas' jungle, in the bottom side, it's going to be hard to walk back in. Realistically, Cloud Soul is on the play before too long. We're 2 minutes away from the next Drake spawn. We've got people waiting around to see if they can dive FakeGod since they still control the bottom side. His trinket gets used and then taken back down. Dignitas trying the same up top, and Demonte plays it safely enough that he's fine. GP ult used to wave clear, but Someday still putting down a lot of damage on this turret, and honestly, he's sieging so fast, he's going to be alive. Honestly, whatever, he'll recall and walk back down. It's not going to be a problem. The top lane turret's not taking nearly the same kind of damage that this one just suffered.
And I do actually like kind of the option FakeGod went for this time around with the Essence Reaver rush for Gangplank. Definitely going to give him a lot of utility, but he still has been able to get off some good procs as well, and keeps his mana very, very good for control of the minion wave. I don't know about a minute and a half though for the setup. We were talking about retake of this vision through your red quadrant. Wait much longer, and that becomes so dangerous for Dignitas. They do have Aframu who can try and face check on the Alistar, and he's got Flash ready, so even if he face checks and finds 100 Thieves, you can turn it into an engage opportunity, flashing in for, combo for Alistar, but it's not the scenario that you want to be in as a turnaround from a Rel Olaf engaged from Fog of War can put a big hamper onto this Dig team fighting. And then probably the only thing that really saves you out of that is an extreme Seraphine ultimate that locks up the entire team. So 100 Thieves, that's probably the main thing they're looking for as far as spacing out and keeping this vision over the river.
Looks like Soligo can't get to his second major item in time for this Dragon as we're 28 seconds away, and he can't quite finish Rise and Focus. Meanwhile, kind of similar boat for Demonte with the Verdant Barrier and Tier. He's nowhere near that point either. Staff of Flowing Water, though, done for Neo. So the one guy on, him and Someday really on 2 completed gigantic items. Dardoch kind of in that same boat. 10 seconds to go till that Dragon spawns. FakeGod should be able to keep his turret alive. Get some decent damage there out of Someday as well as he builds towards slow the shield bow.
And that's why I like the Essence Reaver rush, because like, yeah, you don't rush your Mythic, but you're just blowing up the waves. Here we go.
Okay, CC on a 2. Huhi, though, still going to be waddling slowly, and there goes Dardoch, putting him right back in. Ungulate, an Ungulate crime, and a kill comes across. Dignitas again on the board. 9-5 the kills, and Dignitas will indeed grab that dragon.
Shout out to Foxtrot for the vocabulary addition there. I love it. Dardoch again is able to charge Huhi back into the team. Another death. They're just punishing this Rel so heavily. Low move speed there as she goes back into human form, and Dardoch got the perfect little angle there just on the other side. Charges him back. Gets the extra dragon for themselves. They cut off 100 Thieves dragon stacking and immediately look to pick up multiple objectives. Rift Herald popped, and that tower is gone.
Solo turret gold to Soligo, as Heralds only share plates. They do not share turrets with their summoner. And so that is 300 gold in the pockets of Zoe, who's going to try to power spike soon. And well, now we're at the part of the time where Baron becomes the possible setup there. That's going to start being where we go. Shelly gets the second charge off, so bot lane tier 2 incredibly low. If Fake ever gets alone time, that turret is gone to like trial by fire, Rasheen auto, and then 2 seconds of attacking afterwards. Like, it's pretty quick. But 100 Thieves, they get to the river first. Like, 100 Thieves are I think, pretty clearly constantly winning the vision game, but it doesn't matter. Dignitas are fighting better.
They certainly are. And a lot of it is Dardoch's Hecarim play so far for them, and him getting a lot of these kills early on, funding this Hecarim so that he can actually stay in the middle with, the Sterix gauge on top of extra armor now being built for himself. He's going to go even more tanky. Steel caps as well here. So that plus the shields and heals that will come from the Seraphine. Definitely looking like Dignitas have a very, very stable fight towards the mid game.
They've got a stable fight, but FBI is going for optimal single target DPS of the build. It is Phantom Dancer second on Tristana with Kraken Slayer. So FBI can absolutely take it to frontline champions. It's going to be a lot of damage here on the Trist. Something to really, really watch for. Halo Blades makes it kind of front-loaded. Means he can also kind of assassinate sometimes if he finds Soligo or Neo by themselves. Definitely, my eyes are still on this Trist because FBI can be the 1v9 champion with the build like this. Newly buffed Phantom Dancer is really, really outstanding, especially on Kraken Slayer builds. So eyes are on that Trist to be the big factor. Otherwise, yes, totally agree. Dardoch has been gigantic. He's been the primary reason for Dignitas doing well. And we'll see how much he can threaten the backline because he's going to be going for this Randuin's Omen, which is similarly going to cut that damage back down. The Pulverize going to find it, going to keep FBI from rocket jumping away. Didn't even try. He's going to jump in instead. Big damage. I mean, you can see the amount of punishment there. Imagine if the charge was on the Squishy, that probably would have been a kill. All the same, ultis come across, and it's Dignitas forced to disengage, blowing several summoners.
Yeah, clicked on the big old Alistar right there, so explosive charge on that target instead. But the punishment already unleashed, and during that time, they were also chasing Soligo back through the Dignitas territory here. So 100 Thieves pushing up on their side lanes. They haven't been able to get too much out of Sumday's lead over Fate God because we keep on panning over Fate God, clearing minion waves, standing back with his Essence Reaver, double barrel chains, just focusing on the minions and adding his ultimate to the team plays. Now that he has his shield bow, he'll be a little bit more durable for these team fights. He still has to play it fairly cautiously though, and looking for these preset up barrel chains. Someday, though, just grinding away in that side lane, just continuing to slowly increase his lead, whittling away at towers, feeding up on this extra CS, and increasing that lead.
Yeah, 68 CS difference here between the top laners. Someday also up a level. This turret nearly gone, and no one's around to help him. Fake God knows it. Playing far back. Lands a barrel chain, kills maybe a melee minion, but that is the turret down. 100 Thieves tie the score up 3-3. We know bot lane tier 2 is very low on their side as well. So again, if it ever goes the other way around, Fake God can find something. But just trying to be safe, waiting around. Shield bow is on, but that shield, of course, can be popped by Renekton. So that is also a consideration to keep in mind. As now 3 full items are in for Someday. He's basically an entire legendary ahead of Fake God. So if that Renekton's in fights, that's going to be the look. But he's only been part of 3 of their 5 kills so far.
I want to see, I'm just waiting for the Magnet Storm plus Shockwave combo from Huhi and Damonte They still haven't been able to get a big one. There's a single target Shockwave that does chunk Dardoch, also procs his Sterix Gauge shield. But with 26 seconds left on the Dragon, maybe Dardoch even runs all the way back to base and back out here.
Does he finish Randuin's? Not quite. Doesn't have quite enough money, but gets a couple control wards. He's going to just gallop back to the map. But this is a fight that Dignitas clearly want to take. But 100 Thieves, not only are they there first, but they're there with the better wards. It'll be once again Dignitas trying to muscle their way through Fog of War to get it back. Maybe they can do it. Afro might just try now, going for the flash, pulverize into the headbutt, and they're gonna find the damage. Afro Moo can do no wrong. Beautiful setup again, finds 2 more kills. Give this man an MVP already. Dignitas get the team fight in mid. It's time to run to the Baron.
It's 2021, Freak, and people are voting Afro Moo onto the All-Star team. Talk about longevity. What an initiation there for him. He needs to get back over to the Baron, though. The rest of the team has started it up, and he's coming from mid. Might get sectioned off by these solo laners.
Closer has ult, he has flash, he has smite. Afro has to kite away. He's trying to run away as Damonte's still on the chase. Shockwave is up. I mean, this is still going to be a bit of a scary 3v5. Neo can heal them, of course. He can shield them. That's the nice benefit. But yes, as we mentioned, Closer has everything. He can definitely make it in, so they try for the re-engage. They find Drowsy, but not on the right target. Throws another axe, gets them more vision. There's a control ward over the wall. Damonte getting chased down. Shockwave finds 2. Afro getting a bit low, and the respawns are coming in. Fake Guy gets a shield popped up. Over the wall goes Hecarim, and it's already 3 kills. 100 Thieves turn it around. Dignitas could not get their whole team. They left Soligo back to keep it aggroed, and 3 kills are picked up on the re-engage.
Ooh, man, they're going to be able to pick up this Baron as well for themselves. Dardoch run off all the way to the bottom half of the map, and 100 Thieves with a huge comeback. Dignitas trying to turn off this Baron, but an incomplete turn goes completely awry. And now the table's been flipped. 100 Thieves are back on top here. Baron buff in tow. This makes it so much easier. Tristana now level 15. Huge range scaling up, and they will be able to melt through these towers. All right, here's another look at the attempted turn from Dignitas. They have a lot of turn possibilities, but Afromoo's ult being blown as he walked over from mid lane definitely hurts their teamfight front line. You see Fake God does chase off a little bit of the 100 Thieves damage dealers, but even flashing in, Damonte gets the Shockwave, sets them up, and then there it is. Huhi comes over the top with the Magnet Storm, right on top of Someday. So the Renekton is able to dish out the damage. They pick up the extra kills, Baron afterwards, and they'll pick up all this extra standing gold in the outer towers.
And definitely feel like a split call for Dignitas. Dardoch and Soligo were staying in the pit. They got up to about 2,500, and Dardoch is like, screw it. We're going in. We're going for the fight instead. Sorry, Soligo, you can't join. We hope it's enough. And it was not. Damonte, a great shockwave. Huhi, great follow-up. Someday even flashed the fear. Damonte now the target of several ultimates. Cloud Drake goes over. They delete the mid laner. But how about the re-engage, though? 5-on-4. Most ultis have been burned now. Dignitas can try to find their way back in. Huhi jumps away. They find the knockup, but the ulti is late from Closer. He was already airborne. He's not going to live through this one. The shield is popping. It will not matter. He cannot chase long enough. The shutdown comes through. But again, Dragon was claimed. It's 1 away from Soul for 100 Thieves, and Dignitas need to fight back through the 5v3 now.
A lot of split calls here, actually, as Closer just hard commits to that Dragon. They do burn through it at the cost of Damonte's life. They're not done, though.
Big damage possible. FBI still gets charmed up. They're going to find him, and they delete that poor Tristana. Just like the other Megalings, she is gone, and now it is the TP away. But he's on a ward. The Flash E means the root. Neo finds the setup. Someday may have the tools, though. He's going to try. The shield comes in. All right, they shut the down. They get the 600 gold for the pickup. It's 4 kills in a row, but because of that, there were no objectives claimed. It was just the 1,800 off the kills, and now a bit of a reset.
But it was during the Baron. So all these kills are picked up by Dig during the Baron. They completely negate all of the Baron power play for 100 Thieves as they decide to trade Damonte's life rushing for that Dragon. They get another kill here under the jungler. And then in the reset, I want to highlight Neo. Neo has been such a good Seraphine so far for this squad. He's been able to set up so many kills, even while not being on the main damage dealer for the team. He is a big reason for them. Dignitas here, Dardoch kites right back to him. He lands the double charm through Someday, through Dardoch. hits the Tristana, makes it a very easy kill there for Soligo and Dardoch to pick off in the backside, and then flashes for the snare as well. Just really, really good stuff for him, playing for the team and allowing the rest of the damage dealers to pick up all these kills.
All right, quick stride breaker for Soligo. Help him kill a blue buff, maybe. I just want to see Zoe dash into melee range for no other reason than to see a Zoe die from misplaying. But nope, not going to happen. He's going to be fine. 3,000 gold once again. Dignitas actually have grown their lead. I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves had a negative power play there. I'm going to guess. I didn't see the numbers. I wasn't looking, but Someday is basically all the gold, and we're at 30-minute Renekton territory. You no longer really want your gold leader to be Renekton anymore. You really, really want it to be Tristana or Ori. And that's just not the case anymore. So the gold, not in the best spots. You saw, like the last 5 minutes were Dignitas positive, except for the fact that 100 Thieves are on Soul Point.
Yeah, a lot of 100 Thieves over the past week has been a lot of the topsy-turvy moments where your heart is pumping, it's exciting, but there have been some big risks that have not gone their way recently, and it draws my mind back to earlier in the split, 100 Thieves winning every game, on top of the leaderboards here, new age of the LCS, and their coach is tweeting out, I feel like we could beat anybody right now, but we could also lose to anybody with some of the things that have gone on with their style for this squad being, so aggressive and so exciting. So we have seen in the last few days some of those looks, and Dignitas here now in this pivotal week where it's a three-way tie for second coming into it. If they're able to finish out this game with this lead and establish themselves as the #2 team, then they will silence a lot of the doubters.
Yep. It's looking good so far. Their 11th game of the season, and they're poised to take down their chief competition for second place and stay within one game of Sweethearts Cloud9. So far, so good. Dardoch and Aframu really, really leading the charge. Everyone else, honestly, putting up good performances as well. Do not want to sell them short, but the playmaking has been Aframu and Dardoch. They have been the ones to make the tough decisions. Is this the fight worth going for? All right, I'm putting my body on the line, and I'm making the call that we're going for it. They had one rough fight around Baron and immediately rectified that mistake. Setting up for what could be the climactic Dragon fight. Dragon Soul on the line. 100 Thieves would get Cloud Soul. A ton of move speed, even more ulti CDR, which honestly is pretty useful on a lot of these champions. And here we go. 30 seconds.
Hugely so, I would say, because as much as we are talking up Dignitas right now with the position that they're in, 100 Thieves on the precipice of getting a Dragon Soul, plus they have a big Wombo combo available that they have not been able to execute cleanly yet. So many of their fights have been with somebody getting picked off or who he's engaged getting interrupted on the rel.
Couple of stuns was out for holding his ulti for now, has the auto attack stun, not going to find it. Ward's not going to go down, Trinket comes in. But taken again, 100 Thieves continue to have ward control, but the team fights have just continually not gone their way. Big damage on Orianna. Dardoch is going to dive in, but stopwatch was burned. He's got to get right back out. Not going to find the poke yet onto Demonte. FBI forced to jump away. No charm coming through for Neo Seraphine. A reset onto the Dragon, going back into the pit. 100 Thieves split apart, but Dignitas have to be afraid of the fact that now they're, of course, flanked as well. Dardoch ultiless. The only ult they really have is Afromoose. 100 Thieves have 4, actually all 5 to use. So Dignitas give up on Soul. They say, we can't get this. We'll push mid instead, and we'll knock down an inhibitor turret. Dragon Soul goes over to 100 Thieves. Well played to 100 Thieves, but the wave is almost dead. It will still be enough to knock down the turret. But what about the re-engage? Without Shockwave, maybe it feels a bit safer, and they're going for the play. TP to re-engage. This 100 Thieves want to take this fight. And with Cloud Soul, it's certainly doable. Someday wants to find the backline. He's going to go in for it. Finds Seraphine. Big damage. Dardoch finds one trader right back away. And now the 4v4 continues. The move speed there. 400 Thieves. They chase in a Fake God. Burns the stopwatch. Someday, gigantic on the front line. Finds the kill on a Soligo. Gets Afromu as well. FBI going to clean up one for himself. Dardoch in melee range. Realize, let's flash away from this one. But they will clean it up. 100 Thieves are going to find the last kill, or will they? The chase in on a Dardoch. He's running as fast as he can. He's going to try to dodge the exit, but he cannot. The Bud Light Ace for 100 Thieves. Onto the Baron they go.
100 Thieves finesse the Cloud Soul for themselves, and they get the trap here. Someday teleports right back in with the extra move speed. Even though Huhi is the sacrificial rel right here, goes down immediately, they're able to take down all DPS here from Dig right from the start. Someday flashes in, finishes off that one, and FBI, I love it. Rocket jumps in for the slow, setting up his team, then flashes right back out there. You guys take care of the rest. And they do finish off Dardoch, with Closer being able to flash over for the follow here. Picking up Baron in the aftermath, and with the Cloud Soul and the Baron at their backs. This one back and forth freak here. This battle for second place finally turning. And again, that Cloud Soul for the likes of Renekton, Rel, and Olaf means a world of the difference. It actually changes what you can accomplish in these team fights with that extra move speed, as well as the importance of these ults for 100 Thieves.
Well, it's worth telling the other side of the story. Fake God was talking about how he'd look at Someday and say, man, he's doing things that I just can't. You look at that fight, Someday, 7,500 damage in that battle. There's a 4-item Tristana on his team. There's a 4-item Orianna. Nah, Someday is the one doing it on the Renekton. Most gold on the team, most XP in the game, level 18. He is the one doing so much of the work in the cleanup. He was the big TP flank to help set up that fight. Someday is the man of the match for now 100 Thieves, the winning team. That was the one piece of the roster that came in, and it's done a lot. Bit of damage on a closer. 100 Thieves feeling comfortable now with Baron on, with Cloud Soul on, sieging 2 lanes at once. Someday pushes in mid, top under fire. Wave clear, obviously not bad from Signitas roster. Seraphine pretty good at it. Has one more slot to go. Stopwatch inventory eventually. I think that'll be a death cap down the line.
And it's crit Gangplank as well. Fake God doing his part here.
Yeah.
He is level 18, even though he's been gapped by Someday for most of the game. Still with some item slots to fill in. Does have the crits here for Barrel Chain. So if he can get a good one onto the back line and a Seraphine ulti, 100 Thieves cannot get too lazy with their push. Huge advantage for them. Yet they have to be wary of the long range. Seraphine and Gangplank Barrel Chains, very long range, can catch you off guard here. So as long as they watch out for that, 100 Thieves still able to keep Dignitas pinned inside their base and bleeding more.
Bubble not quite going to find the ideal target. Even if it landed, Closer could have always burned his ult and ran away. Stopwatch if it really, really gets bad. Zonya is completed for Demonte, so doesn't have to worry about the consumables, can just remain invulnerable to that kind of stuff. Bubble gets popped by Banshee's Veil. Siege, not easy. As you mentioned, the Gangplank barrels. The wave clear is quite good. Critting the entire wave down, even with Baron buff, they still die pretty fast. And Dignitas ultimately cannot crack the base, but guess what? Or sorry, 100 Thieves cannot crack the base, but we're 2 minutes away from Elder Dragon, and 100 Thieves, as always, are probably going to be the first ones to get ward control.
I love it. This is what we want from a second place marquee matchup here. Plenty of wards left behind after keeping Dignitas pinned inside their base. But there's an easy pathway here for Dig, just resetting, selling off some of these smaller item slots. You see even there, upgrade here for Fake God, so he doesn't have to sell anything off, just upgrades to the Mortal Reminder, opening up another item slot here for some more control wards. Now they can group up, push forward for some vision behind this dragon, plenty of time for them to work with, and then you just play your range. That's the big advantage that Dig have in this comp. Range, range, range. Gangplank Barrel Change, Zoe Bubbles throwing out, and Seraphine threatening any grouping of 100 Thieves members with that big ultimate. It dissuades 100 Thieves from grouping up in those brush to try and pull off one of those surprise combos. And while they do have to watch out for the Rel, Orianna, Shockwave, and Magnet Sword combination, they have a lot of options to go for.
Headbutt, pulverized, damage to FBI. He's got to be careful. Afro gets low into the back line. Who he finds a bit here, and now Stopwatch got to be burned. So Leo running away for his life. He's going to stay alive for now. The flash away, and he cannot stay alive. Neo is gone, and the chase down's going to be beautiful. 100 Thieves already picked up 2. They're going to grab a 3rd, no problem as well. Dardoch going to drop on top of that one, and Demonte, he will at least die, but the Hecarim will still fall. Soligo, the only one left alone. Someday, flash chase, Prowler's Claw got picked up, by the way, sold the Stride Breaker, so everything else, he wanted to make sure he could really, really reach the back line. And now it is time to end the game. It's 4v1, 100 Thieves on the back foot for almost all of it. but they still found the way through. They're going to wrest control of second place for now. They will reach 8 wins. Only TSM can match them today. 100 Thieves build a gap above Dignitas. Soligo will fall in the end. The Bud Light Ace comes through one final time, and 100 Thieves will knock down Dignitas, going up to 8 wins.
Look at those reactions, too. Right before it ends, you see Huhi just hands over his mouth right here. So intense. 400 Thieves. Damante a little confused this time around. Whoa, we still got the win. Going through all the emojis. Honestly, closers turbo focus on these dragons. They actually sacrifice people's lives in some of these team fights for the early dragons that they were able to stack up. At the cost of giving over Dignitas some early and mid-game control, some more map game control, people's death timers, and yet they stick it out. They get the fight around the Cloud Soul and also turning that into the Baron in a critical moment here. Dignitas, close for them. They could almost taste it, but 100 Thieves putting them back down and taking that second place spot for themselves.
Yeah, the more chaotic fights got, the more chaotic they got, the better it was. When Seraphine wants to hit in a straight line and Zoe wants to poke, and it's like, well, there's Renekton on this side and Olaf over there, and there's the Orianna, and, well, we're going to collapse onto you, and we've reached your back line. Neo tried to burn Summoners, tried to burn Zonias or a stopwatch, and yeah, he got his ult off and died right afterwards. So a well-played game to 100 Thieves. A well-played game to Dignitas as well. Honestly, really, really close battle. Looking forward to see more of these teams in the future. I'm pretty sure they're both going to be playoff bound, so we'll see BO5s on top of that one. But that's it for the game, of course. On the other side, the Tigers will be speaking a closer in our Verizon post-game interview, so we'll see you there.
Welcome back to the LCS, everyone. We've got Closer here to talk up that game for the Verizon post-game interview. Now, we saw some early skirmishes, some of them going the way of Dignitas, but what did 100 Thieves do here today to keep the game close?
It's just another 100 Thieves game, I guess. We started bad, and then we somehow managed to win the game because I think we got like kills on their side lanes, and we ended up playing the team fights better. That's how we came back. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good at all to win games like this. Like, I definitely want to be a clean team, have like clean games, but win is a win, and we end up winning this game as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's still good to get the W's over in that column here. And while it was a bit of a kind of crazy game there in the middle moments, I just want to get your thoughts on what it is playing against Dignitas in this regard when it goes from something like that Baron play over to what we saw in the Drake pit.
Yeah. So I think Dignitas so far, I think we haven't lost to them. I cannot really hear you because someone is talking.
Yes, I believe we're having a little bit of a, not sure if that's going out to the audience right now. I know on our end we have some audio aspects going on. Apologies, Close. It sounds like it's a bit better now for both of us, though. So if you want to go ahead and reset. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Dignitas, so far, I think when we play against them, they weren't really doing anything aggressive. So I wasn't expecting this much kill to happen in early game. I think we kind of pushed it ourselves with these Drake timers, starting Drakes. Apparently, it's not our Drake timers. So we end up giving some kills on that timers. We got caught sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be this chaotic early game. But yeah, I guess it was a game. It was a crazy one.
It was a game there in the end that we all witnessed. I do want to bring the discussion a bit more to you specifically. I know you got to get a glimpse at the jungle tier list that our analysts were discussing during our LCS countdown. And I want to get your thoughts on that and where you think you currently stack up within the junglers in this league.
Yeah, I saw it actually. I think some of them are pretty cringe, to be honest. Like, it doesn't really matter what people think. Even if everyone thinks I'm the best or I'm the worst, I think I'm the best, and I'm gonna keep thinking that. I'm gonna work hard to be the best. So yeah, I'll just keep working hard, and I guess just answer the doubters, I guess, and yeah, play better.
I know that Demonte has said in a few interviews he still believes 100 Thieves are championship title contenders. Do you share that sentiment then?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right, that's what all of the 100 Thieves fans want to hear, Closer. Thank you so much for speaking with me here.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we're going to close things out here in the interview and send things over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much. The Tiger is Closer, still confident that he's the best jungler in the league and looks forward to the opportunity to prove each and every one of you wrong in your jungle tier lists. Mark?
I gotta say, man, I agree. He's looking pretty cringe after that game. If you want a game to shut my ass up, that was a pretty good one to tell me that. So hats off to Closer. I mean, he was a beast that game.
All right. Yeah. I mean, and that was a game of League of Legends that we just watched, my friends, if I do say so myself. We've had quite a few bangers today, but 100 Thieves coming away with yet another heist primal right there on the LCS stage.
Yeah, man, look, it ain't much, but it's an honest win. You know, we just saw Closer say it's not exactly the clean one we're looking for, but they did win. And I think here we saw some of the problems that Mark talked about earlier with 100 Thieves around PvP versus PvE. We saw them go for Dragon 3 times, right? And it was only on the 3rd time that they managed to get Dragon, and it seemed like they had some split focus on the call. So there's a lot to work on here, but at the end of the day, this team hasn't lost many games, and I think what we've seen is that even when they make mistakes, they're still able to close out games.
Right, so here is the second Dragon attempt that they actually did, and the reason they started it was because they saw Zoe back, but they don't look at Demonte's mana. He literally isn't a champion right now. Like, he has enough spells for 1 or 2. Even despite that, I think the play was okay had Demonte had a better ultimate here. But to me, this kind of shows that they're choosing poor Dragon timings. They have pressure in bot lane super heavily and pressure top, so they get to choose when they want to take the Dragon, right? They tried it at minute 4. It didn't work because they got engaged on. They try it again at minute 6 here, and they try to engage instead, and it doesn't work because the mid lane doesn't have mana. And then they try it again at minute 8, and it finally works because that's when they chose a good timing too. When you have bot lane pressure 24/7, you get to choose when you want to do Dragon, and they just have to choose better times to do it. And I think the first 2 times they just chose poorly.
And I think the bot lane pressure and even top lane pressure are really important things to highlight when you talk about 100 Thieves and what's kind of going on this season. They have some of the highest 4% in the league. Their bot lane is number 1. Some days about number 2, number 3, I believe, and it kind of fluctuates probably based off his champion.
Number 4.
And closer almost always plays Olaf or Talia or some really high-tempo jungler, and they use this priority and pressure to either force dives or go for the objectives, leaning more towards the objectives. And it's a really clear game plan, and they play it pretty well. And the reason that they are winning a lot of these games is because as the game goes on, they're able to force tough situations for their opponent where you're now sitting against Drake's soul point and these kinds of things. And that pressure allows the teams to make mistakes against 100 Thieves that they punish. But the early game is still a bit of an issue. I mean, this game was 5 kills to 2 in favor of Dignitas at 15 minutes because they do still mess up a lot of their skirmishes.
Yeah, and some people might look at this game and say, look, there are a lot of mistakes on both sides. It was a complete fiesta, but it takes 2 to party, and Dignitas definitely brought their party game. Here we see a good play by Dignitas. We see a beautiful flash and engage by Afro, recognizing, okay, our win condition is kill Trist immediately or kill Orianna before she ults, and they created an advantage and a window to go for Baron after this. But here's where things go really, really wrong, and I'm not really sure what was going on with the comms. Dignitas, they realize they're up 5 minutes to 4. They have control over Baron. All they need to do is send Afro to zone out the rest of the team. But I think once they manage to get a pick on Damonte, they go a little crazy. You see Dardoch ulting over the wall out of the Baron pit for no apparent reason, and that's a huge throw at that point. So I think Dignitas, we've seen that they're pretty good at skirmishing and they know how to create opportunities for themselves. But when it comes to these big objectives, like the Dignitas Baron meme is a meme for a reason, they kind of lose their heads.
I like the call, obviously. You get the kill on the bot lane. Both the AD carry and the support are dead, and that gives you a window to do something. The only objectives that were up was Dragon or Baron. I don't think the Air Drake does anything, so I like the Baron play. Had they done it a little bit better, like Alistar just punting the Olaf away and then they try to burst within that time frame that Olaf has to take to get back to the wall and then flash over, I think it would have been good. I don't mind that play that much. I just wish that they just focus on the Baron instead of trying to go for a kill.
And to be clear, I agree with you, Hai.
Yeah,
I think the Baron is
I was
great.
going to say, I think
Just
we're all
do
on the
it.
same page. We like to call for the Baron. It was the execution around that Baron which left us wanting. And the reality is, in an LCS game, when you're that late into it, a mistake like that is all it takes sometimes for the opposing team to wrestle control. 100 Thieves having position around the Dragon. Dignitas went for their last-ditch effort of pushing down the mid lane, but caught now on the flank. It's 100 Thieves who comes out on top. Someday just beasting it as a front line here.
Someday was an absolute monster this game. He had a huge CS lead over Fake God. They had a lot of wards to allow him to push, so even when Closer wasn't there, you saw Fake God back away from the turret and like barrel chain farming and ult farming because he was afraid to be underneath his turret. And then he had huge flanks in team fights. And again, this comes down a lot to the objective control that 100 Thieves had, because right before that, they lost that Baron buff that they got trying to get another Dragon. They actually almost got aced again. And it came down to the fact that when it came to the soul point, that's when the enemy team starts feeling pressure and they go for like this mid trade, and then it becomes a breakdown in communication.
Yeah, one thing, and this is actually something I'd like to hear from Hyatt and Mark on, is we've actually seen 100 Thieves not be on a global mid several games in a row now, and they've looked commensurately weaker. This game, TF did get banned out, so there were some options taken away. I'm actually wondering if we think that 100 Thieves is intentionally not playing global so that they can have a more well-rounded set of strategies come playoffs, or if we think that they're having issues and it's not really tied to issues in the mid lane. Or issues with their picks, rather.
Thoughts from either of you?
I would...
I'll go for it.
Okay, I'll go. I would say I don't think it's a global issue. I mean, like when they had the globals more in week 1 and week 2 with the Talia and the Rise and Gallios and these kinds of things, with that pressure, they tried to go a lot more towards dives, and that wasn't working. So I don't know whether that pivot came because they want to add things to the repertoire or they wanted to actually use this pressure more for objectives. I'm not exactly sure where the pivot came from, but there's a pretty clear line between around week 1 and week 2 where all these dives turned more into objective plays.
Final thoughts?
I would just say that the meta changes slowly. Most teams haven't been picking the globals anymore. I haven't seen very many Twisted Fates or Gallios as of recent. So it's not just a thing that's specific to 100 Thieves. A lot of people are just picking strong scaling control mages mid because they've realized that jungle support is so broken, and if you just help them out, they'll get you to a late game, and then you can take those team fights. So I don't know why they're not picking necessary Gal and TF, but a lot of people just aren't playing anymore. Not just Demonte, but most teams aren't.
Well, in that battle for second place, it was 100 Thieves who came out on top. TSM still yet to play. We're going to take a quick breather before we return, where CLG are going to take on that rising TSM. We'll see you here.
Change of range.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. Thank you for joining us for Game 4 of the day. TSM are just about to take on CLG. It is a rematch of the matchup from back in Week 1 of Spring, where CLG were so close to just winning the game, as so many of the games have been so far this season. But it was ripped from them from the jaws of victory, and you can see, sure, big plays out of RJS and Wild Turtle for damage output, but late game shot calling has been an issue time and time and time again. CLG have had similar early games to Dignitas, who were up in second place coming in this week, but couldn't get the rest of it happening. Again, you can see how the TSM game went back when. They gave away 2 early dragons, they got 2 back, but it just snowballed downhill from there. So many CLG games are like this, but here is the change, okay? Coming into the week, CLG brought back Pobelter into the mid lane. He has come in for RJS. He played yesterday on Azir. He's still in the lineup. And the reason for this was to add some extra shot-calling voices to CLG, to add some extra direction to the lineup. Of course, you've got reasonably inexperienced players on the roster. Not, the longest histories, but Pobelter is hopefully the one that can kind of guide the team towards good late game plays.
Yeah, I was actually pretty perplexed when this team that actually, if you look at the roster, they, with Wild Turtle and a lot of these guys, they do have a lot of experience. And so I was kind of curious that some of the problems were a lot of these more obvious, honestly, mid and late game shot calling, dragon setup stuff, recall timings, warding, lane assignments. And CLG, though, with Pobelter in, he literally served time as a coach. So get him back in there. IGL is in for CLG for Pobelter here. He also had performed quite decently just as an individual. Big sweep back here, one of the highlight moments, but they still were not able to pull it back towards the late game stages. So this CLG, as Tapo has tweeted out, their final, end game roster. Honestly, I do think that it still has plenty of room to grow. We have seen a lot of good things from CLG, especially in their early game. So it's always a question of, will they be able to finish up, some of those later game calls and actually destroy the Nexus? That's what we're looking at every single CLG game.
Yeah, destroying the Nexus. They've done it once. That was against Golden Guardians back in week 2 or 3. Either way, it was a while back. And yeah, it's been a tough road. They are 10 for 10 in First Bloods this season of the LCS. They got it done with Wiggly, now known as Griffin. They have gotten it done with Broxa. Finn's been great. Smoothie has been great in the bottom lane as well, but they haven't gotten it over the line. Meanwhile, TSM fixed their issues quick. They were okay in the lock-in tournament. They looked tragic in week 1 of the LCS, and then since then, it has been all up and to the right. They are poised to once again tie for second with a win they're expected to get over CLG. They just beat Team Liquid yesterday, who looked outstanding today, to be clear. TSM are full steam ahead, ready to keep up with C9 and look for that title.
I think a large part of it for TSM has been them coming to terms with how they want to play the game, at least for right now, and how to stabilize within Spring, at least for right now. Huni himself came out and said, you know what? Yeah, I'm playing weak side a lot. I am playing team fight a lot for the team. Spica has been very aggressive, still looking a lot towards mid lane for Power of Evil. You need to funnel resources into PoE. He's so good at playing hard carry champions with lots of resources, and it really does feel like TSM have, found how they want to at least, start their win streak here in the LCS, climb right back up the standings. They are, if they win this game, will retie for second place, with 100 Thieves after their victory. So TSM definitely doing quite well as far as the standings go. I'm still a huge fan of Kai'Sa. Even with the Q nerfs, I really think this champion is just so insane for competitive play. Being able to use this ultimate to follow up on any of the big plays from Sword Art, or from Spica are huge and really, really do mean the difference. I think even though the Q damage was nerfed, there's so much in her passive in late game that allows her to, she can take down carries. She can also take down tanks. Just very, very versatile as that later game carry.
All right, Kai'Sa going to be a fun one there. We'll see how well Lost can do. The Gnar picked up is a really solid kind of all-around top laner, right? If you really want to go to the lane, you can. Gnar often has priority in the lane matchup, can push in. But yeah, if I was to play full weak side, it's like, well, I can survive dives with Mega Gnar if I get lucky and the timing's right. I can obviously, maybe hop away. But yes, Jace, very good lane matchup. Mini Gnar can't fight him back. Mega Gnar gets poked. Huni's going to have control here.
And this is not a Huni, I'm going to be frontline for the team. We kept on waiting. Okay, TSM have stabilized. This team, they stopped their loss streak. They're tied for second place. When are they going to, branch back out into Huni hard carry territory? On Jace, you need to get priority of your lane versus Gnar. You abuse the Gnar while Miniform has the short 400 range. It scales up as you gain more levels and more levels. And once he gets more tanky items, will be a big boom to the CLG team fight. But Huni needs to take advantage while he's while he's short in the side lane for TSM. Open up these side turrets for them so that they actually have room to work with, because CLG are crafting quite the 5-on-5 team fight for themselves. Rel is my go-to for frontline setup. Azir is my go-to for battleline carry, even into a Syndra matchup here. So I definitely like the 5-on-5 for CLG.
Yep, going to look pretty fun right now. The team fight is going to be powerful. Almost anything you can slot into the bottom lane is going to work well in this one. A lot of jungle is going to be good there as well. So CLG have their comp kind of cut out. TSM got the squishies already. We already know we're going to have Jace split pushing a lot. The wave clear is okay out of Syndra. It's not outstanding. There's very few marksmen who can do it regardless, so it kind of doesn't matter what Lost picks, but it can be tough to hold the line if CLG really just want to dive your tower.
Yeah, that's the thing with the TSM setup. Like we're saying, they want to play from ahead. They definitely need to start earning some early advantages themselves and want to play from ahead. Then you can group up. Then you get more value out of long-range Syndra stuns, Jace poke, trying to force health deficits on your opponents before they're able to get an engagement on you, because they're looking for Rel hard engage, Gnar flanks coming in with TPs. So map control early on and pushing pressure and pushing tempo is definitely a name of game for TSM. Let's see what they get for Spica to actually do this with, because heavy focus on jungler bans here from CLG, as well as picking up that Lilia, do kind of put a damper on that. And it's not going to be carry damage for him. It's going for the engage, which I like. You kind of have to balance, since Huni is taking more of a damage role with the Jace. It is going to be primary engage from Spica and Sword Art. Rakan and Skarner is actually a really, really strong combo for them. Once you get your early pressure, you push on sides. Then you go for your picks with your Turbo Chem Tank Skarner and try and crack TSM's team fight that way before they actually set up battle lines.
Kobe, one thing you mentioned, though, as the comp was locked in, is that TSM want to play from ahead. Skarner is not the kind of jungler to get you early game leads. That is a level 6 jungler who is then outstanding once you're, 6.5 minutes into the game and you can have that going on. But early game is not why you pick this champion. CLG are 10-10 in First Bloods and win most of their early games. I'm expecting a gold lead at 10-15 minutes for CLG in this game. They will then lose, but they will have the gold lead. So TSM, I don't expect them to be coming out ahead early on. This, I'm just not sure if the comp fully works through that lens. There are other ways to look at the game, of course, but it's just one thought that popped into my head as Aphelios is some late game insurance for CLG.
I do think that TSM should have pressure for top and mid lane for both solo lanes to be able to enable Spica. And Lilia also, before you hit level 6, isn't going to be a super devastating, gank jungler. Like there's not a lot of synergy there with either of those solo lanes. And the bottom lane also does have to be quite cautious with Aphelios being an easy target. So I definitely think that, yes, in isolation, Skarner is obviously not a scary 1v1 jungler. But with these lane matchups, that's what I'm looking for TSM. And then, of course, there's plenty of CC setup with a Syndra lane. So Syndra and Skarner can definitely CC you from 100 to 0
Sure.
and is going to keep them honest.
Yeah, we'll see if there's Cleanse on Azir, if it's teleport to play side lane a bit more. We are into the game. It is teleport for him. And we are on to the Rift. TSM 7-3 come into the week looking at second place. May well end the game at second here as well. CLG doing their very best on the right-hand side, though. Not the best start to the season, of course. 1-9 is not where they wanted to be. And keep in mind, this season, it's all one big 5 times round robin. This 1-9 record is going to matter when it's July and when it's August and it's time to look at playoff positions. It'll be remembered that CLG had a 1-9 start to the season. That's going to be part of that 45-game season. That's already, one quarter over. Here in game number 11, they are up against arch rivals TSM, who time and again have gotten the better of CLG.
All right, Let me hear it. Twitch chat, is CLG going 11 for 11 in First Bloods, or will the buck stop 10 out of 11 for them after this game? Because they have gotten it every single game while only getting that one win on the board. Once again, though, level 1 possibility here. Does he clip the ward? Does get a little bit of experience here. Bonus, but is shared between 4 people, so not going to be a huge effect.
Is 4 enough to share to still get level 2, though, off the first wave?
First wave for solo laners, I believe 4 should be enough. If you share it with the whole team, then you don't. But
yeah, I thought 4 or 5 was the cutoff.
Yeah,
I just didn't know for sure. So it is going to be nice because obviously we saw that Finn came down. That was part of the invade. I think Broxa was the one who stayed and went elsewhere because that XP is not going to matter for any of his pathing. So cool to see CLG still have very clever level 1s. I know it's not the most original thing, but 4-man invade, don't bring the jungler, sweep the ward, give a momentary advantage to Finn and Pobelter as they'll hit 2 early and can try to use that. Smoothie, by the way, notice this, starting in, I guess, unmounted form, so that he can go for the, level 1, mount up, flip back, early combo.
Yeah, I'm curious if they actually want to use that early on too. Currently fighting over the level 2. They have extra damage on the minion wave, so they should be able to push quickly with the Aphelios.
Also, it's nice because you get the permanent shield, so when you go for Relic Shield last hits, you take actually 0 damage, and so it can work, on 2 sides there. I think it's probably the right way to start several times here on Rel. Again, no duration to the shield, and yeah, here we go. The look at level 2. It is Spell Thief Sword Art, by the way, so we cannot help with the push as reliably, whereas Smoothie can obviously get the full last hit from half HP, and you can see how they're playing it, right? Sword Art and Lost are now playing on the back foot. They know they can't get 2 first, so they have to play back. They have to play outside of Rel's re-engage range, otherwise you lose half your health and have to burn a flash when they come in.
Yeah, definitely true. As it progresses, too, for the lane phase, I want to see if they are able to punish Rel's low move speed in dismounted form like we saw in the previous game. Sword Art here on the Rakan, definitely a squishier champion, and as he gets the easy end of that CC train, it's actually a decent trade as Lost did step in to get a little bit back there on the level 2 attempt from CLG.
One nice thing about how CLG played it is Sword Art did not have a keystone during that fight because it only pops if you are nearby a teammate or you buff them in some way. And never getting the E off or getting a Q heal meant the Garden didn't pop, didn't shield Sword Art, and yeah, he took the full brunt of that damage. So well played there. You can see momentarily, for now, a 200 gold lead to CLG as Brox has now got down to the bottom side of the jungle. Spica doing the exact same camps on the top side, so their first clears are basically identical, going opposite directions.
Meanwhile, Huni pushing on Jace, like we were looking for on the mini Gnar. He's got his CS lead. He's forcing him under tower. He allows Spica to go for this top Scuttle Crab here. Him and Lilia both been full clear power farming for themselves. With Broxa, the small adjustment of starting on Raptors, so respawning here very quickly. Broxa can just go bottom Scuttle Crab into continuing in on his farm. I've been a big fan of this, focusing on the small camps first, so you get these earlier respawns for second Raptor camp into second Krugs, giving you this really quick level 5. And yes, it does delay your buff a marginal amount, but does set you up very nicely for first dragon pressure and possibly even resetting towards bottom side focus, since that is the Aphelios big core here for CLG, and you've got plenty of setup with the Rel. Spica's there first though.
All right, there we go. Nice bit of damage coming across. Smoothie finds the stun. They're going to cut away. Triple root comes across. You can't get anything done through that one. Nicely done. Turtle was on purple-blue, and it made it very easy to land the crowd control. Nice try, Spica, to get the gank off. He went for the early recall to get Predator boots, and it turns into nothing.
Really good defensive stun there from Smoothie on that timing. And we do see Broxa actually not even going for the recall reset towards there. Since Spica showed bottom side, he's rushing to contest him on the Raptors, and he's got the mid laner with more health. So Spica should be chased out. Pobelter coming over. King of the Chickens will retain them.
Yeah, there's no real gameplay here for CLG. Like, they don't have any good flash stuns. Pope's not 6, so Spica knew he was safe to fight for at least one of the chickens there, but still very, very good play. Pobelter's had pressure the entire time. He has been straight up out-laning Power of Evil, which is impressive to see. Good job, Pobelter here. As just looking at bot lane wave clear, no problems down there, but he got the aggressive ward and everything else. Smoothie going to walk back in a lane. Summoner's up across the board here, and he wants to hold the wave, and Sword Art doesn't want to let him do that, so he's going to walk up and earn 60 gold, but still, Smoothie trying to keep his wave from being denied. losing a lot of health, and he hasn't recalled yet, so it's not really that big of an issue. Smoothie's going to be okay to just like walk in this brush, hit B, and get his health bar back.
Yeah, and I also want to check in on the junglers because Broxa still has not had to recall on the Lilia after going for enemy Raptors because Pobelter had the health lead in mid, then still goes back for another second respawn of the bottom side camps, and pinging Dragon already with the bottom lane pushing. Aphelios can come over and deal damage. This is a post 6-minute first recall for Broxa on the table here after they pick up this Dragon. Usually you would think, okay, since Spica got off his recall, maybe he has faster clear time or something like that, but anytime you're facing a Cinder Hulk jungler, they don't get a big increase in clear speed or anything like that until they actually get the full Bomby Cinder completed. And since he rushed in for level 2 boots to get a better gank, his clear is still basically, a no item Skarner clear, quite slow. So it is going to be a big CS lead there for Broxa in the jungle. Rushes to that level 6, and with Smoothie resetting to help Finn get back to the wave here. CLG also don't give up anything on the other side of the map. Yet another good early game here from Counter Logic Gaming. Dragon lead to them, and Broxa still has not gone back. It's going to be post 7 minutes for the first.
For the red buff steal, but he didn't quite have the time. The Skarner's already on the way down. Broxa jumps over the pit, and ultimately, just Spica's going to get his Spire back, but almost had the opportunity to get a red buff steal there. He leashed it and decided he didn't have enough time, enough control. It was too big of a risk, so he hopped back out. Technically, I believe he wasn't seen and could have made it happen, but, as a player, understanding to not take the risk and backs out. Bot lane looking good for CLG, by the way. Bigger wave to farm, and Turtles up 8 CS. This is going really well. CLG doing what they have done so often in 2021. A great early game. These players have the skill to play the lanes. They can play the early map. They can get the objectives. It's the rest of it that's the problem. Here against TSM, once again, yes, they are winning the game so far. But the question is always, how long will it last? Because it almost never does.
One win on the board. They're looking to double those numbers today, Freak.
Yes.
Rookie numbers, get those up. TSM looking to stop them, though, and tie back up for second place. Huni, check right back in here, been pushing away on the Jace. Do like the early tier for so efficient mana here for him, and the investment into early lethality to try and punish Finn. Finn, though, with the steel caps, feels pretty good about the defensive play up there, just seeding a few CS, some defensive boomerang CSing, sitting back from the wave, not overextending, not letting Spica come over for the dive, and we also even saw Smoothie heading up there to help defend Finn from the dive on the big wave. Now, though, Freak, it's Captain Flower's favorite moment of the game. Skarner level 6, Predator is ready, Flash is ready, Ultimate is ready. Plenty of opportunities for Spica now. You've got a Syndra lane mid, no cleanse on the Azir, so Syndra stun will set up Skarner really easily, and top lane will constantly be pushing, so we shall see if Spica makes a play on the top side of the map, or reverse clears back down towards his recon. Sword Art still a ways off of level 6, I believe. Another little wave here for him to be able to get that, but Lost is ready.
Alrighty, gonna knock down the minions and early pressure. Level 6 is in, double stun comes across. A flash out for Lost means he's not inside the ulti. Smoothie hit the button a bit late and let the guy get out before getting pulled in. Ultimately it means he gets away. Flash is burned in several places. Turtle burned his own, so Summoner's down for CLG as TSM making the play topside. Now Poulter and Broxa are on the way up, but Huni had lane control. He's down first, and that means he's gonna make the team claim it. Spica grabs the smite, grabs the herald, and walks away. Broxa flashes in for the double sleep. This could be an easy target on to Jace. They get the shuffle back. They're gonna do it. 11 for 11. CLG get first blood again.
They've done it. They've got the first blood, and now's the hard part, Freak. Blue buff picked up here for Pobelter before it. Means he's plenty of mana on his ear. They put some burn on Spica. They put some harassment on him. And Huni actually jumps in to sacrifice for his jungler. The sleep comes in for Broxa, and he allows Spica basically to flash over the wall and get out of there. Noble top laner sacrificing for his jungler. Takes the hit. Broxa with the ultimate, though. Sleep does ensure another first blood for CLG, another gold lead for CLG, dragon lead, and Pobelter has also rushed his QSS, so that Syndra Skarner combination of level 6, not so scary anymore. POB is free to harass here towards mid lane, and does not have to worry about the tax collector.
Well, speaking of taxes, though, the Herald tax has kind of been paid. With TSM roaming up, CLG have 3 turret plates taken in the bottom lane. Turtle is a rich man. You saw the gold chart up in the top left about a minute ago. Turtle is leading the way off of good CS, sure, but his share of 3 turret plates, like, that's higher than your expected value of the Herald itself. Plus, obviously, the fact that, you know, Brox had the good play and they're knocking down the extra kills, but, I mean, CLG are in an outstanding spot right now.
So those turret plates, I'd say, are earned by the all-in CLG made with the Rel ultimate combo with Aphelios pushing them off the turret. Lost actually reset after that, going, you know, extremely low on health. So I think that is, you know, deserved plates that they earn themselves, not just like a Rift Herald swap called by TSM. And definitely good credit to Turtle and Smoothie as, you know, throughout this split, even though CLG not racking up wins, their bottom lane has been getting early pressure. Broxa is going to be able to pick up the second dragon. This one definitely comes at the cost, though, as Huni does finish off that tower.
And he's going to get it without Herald. Like, he's just winning lane, and 610 gold individually puts the game right back in TSM's court. Now 12 minutes in, TSM have the gold lead themselves. Bot lane nearly dead, but credit to Huni for, you know, solo with very, very little interaction. Heck, he even died off of getting killed by Brox's flash. Solo's the first turret. Herald's still up to go somewhere else, and CLG cannot quite knock down bot lane. They've just got time to go until they can knock down that plate. No longer rushing down, you know, the first turret gold itself, but Spica still holding the Herald. May get a lot done in mid lane. First stun comes across, but Belter is going to have to kite away. Yeah, just jumps out with the soldiers. Spica without flash could not ever go for a flash ult.
Yeah, and Power of Evil not even setting anything up with the stun, so still sitting on that QSS timer for Pobelter. Although he doesn't want to take too many chunks with Shock Blast here, landing as Huni keeps his pressure up. This is what you want from the chase.
Wants in, charm knockup, easy kill, nicely done. Sword Art claims 1. And yeah, turret's going to go down to below half health, but they can't get the rest of it. Knock down the plates, knock down the Herald. TSM, look at that. There we go. 1300 gold lead, 13 minutes in.
I love to see Huni playing so proactively here on the Jace, actually going in again, flashing.
For the Q slow. Sleep's going to land on a 1, but there's no re-engage at all. Broxa just going to have to run away. Theoretically, yeah, that was in Shock Blast range, so has to recall somewhere farther out.
All right, anyways, he takes down the top tower, then immediately keeps up the pressure, goes mid towards POB, Shock Blast lands, Power of Evil, long range stun lands. Sword Art is here for the flash play. They pull off the kill surgically at the mid turret before CLG are able to arrive with any of their defenses. I just like how Huni, immediately after taking that top tower, rotates towards mid. They need to keep up this pressure, exactly what we are talking about in Champ Select. You need to play from ahead, pushing heavily, taking down these turrets, opening up those rotations. The big problem for TSM and the big bonus for CLG has been the play of Turtle and Smoothie, just blasting this bottom lane matchup here with the Rel Aphelios, earning those plates themselves all by hand, taking the entire tower down there, in addition to the CS lead that they had.
And I like this adaptation by Turtle. He went Gale Force as his mythic option. The standard one is definitely Kraken Slayer. It's by far best single target damage output, which is what Aphelios is picked for. But if he doesn't want to have to get the early Quicksilver Sash, he can use Gale Force to build the distance instead. He can maybe dodge a Huni Shock Blast or a PoE stun, but getting away from Sword Art and getting away from Spica is what that item is for. And I like that he had the presence of mind to realize I kind of need the mobility way more than DPS uptime this game. I like it a lot. It's really, really smart.
Yeah, I mean, as an AD carry player, if you're looking down a Rakan Skarner combination, you're like, I need every movement ability I possibly can push to be able to get out of here. So with Flash, with Heal, with the Gale Force at his back, he's definitely got that. Plenty of control towards the bottom side of the map, too, as they put all these control wards through the river to allow them a quick rotation towards mid. The mid tower taking a beating with that Rift Herald. They almost got the entire thing for TSM after that mid play, but here's the top play.
And it's going to be Finn under the turret, just out of range of the ulti. Spica can't catch him. Could have flash to do it if he really wanted to, but not a requirement. Still gets Finn's flash. He's happy with that one as the victory. And hey, they denied part of a wave. They got the flash down for the quick play. Good job.
Yeah, and he didn't have to use his turbo chem tank for that speed boost as well. He just walked right around the tower. W move speed enough for him to gain that positioning, so he can threaten the turbo chem tank and the flash still with his ultimate ready. Predator available, and with mid so low, TSM actually pulling out this Rift Herald to be able to try and force CLG into their territory.
Really quick over Satch for Walter. First big item he's bought, still going towards the Ludens though, as Spica walks in. Actually, wouldn't even be surprised to see something like a Everfrost. Ooh, Ulti's going to come in for a big root. Here's the easy shuffle. Flash play brings him in. It's going to be second kill of the board picked up. And yes, Wild Turtle claims it. Nicely done. A great setup to land the ult root. And Pope knew he had to flash. Still 40 seconds on this Dragon, but that's only 10 seconds apart from when Power of Evil respawns. CLG have the easy road to get ward control for this drag.
What a nice max range ult here from Turtle. He has been crushing it so far. Gets the execution with the Gale Force as well. Moving right up, definitely doing his part to fill up that CLG Faith meter. 2 dragons for themselves. Still competitive in gold here with TSM. And while CLG definitely do have to worry about the Skarner pulls, they have done a good job at manipulating this map pressure to gain them perfect setup here for the Dragon. Broxa does put his control ward quite deep here with Sword Art right in his face.
Goodbye to Broxa. CC combo. Zonius never gets used. The pullback on a 2. Nice try by Rel, but now suppressed. Pulled into the team. Smoothie is going to drop a double kill. Comes through for Spica. Just in time to go for the Dragon. CLG are routed. And that is an easy 2 for 0, plus the first Dragon of the game for TSM.
Yeah, that puts an end to that. Nice control wards there. TSM immediately just turned it right around on Broxa. Big stun combo, immediately takes him down to 0. Sword Art follows up again on the Rakan to make sure that target is dead. Chunk him to 50%, that jungler is down, and then they're even able to pull in another one with the Skarner ultimate. Here's another look though, Power of Evil comes over, his speed from the teleport, boom, lands the stun, and once the stun hits, you're dead. Immediate follow-up there from Sword Art. This is the communication and the synergy that TSM were missing in the beginning of the year, in the beginning of the split. It is starting to come together for them. PoE says, hey, I'm teleporting in. He's looking for the stun, uses the mobility to reposition there as Broxa goes for the hit on the control ward, nails him with it, and Sword Art immediately follows up for the kill. They then get their double turret executions right afterwards and pull ahead with their extra gold, and pushing that Dragon stacking for CLG a little bit further.
Well, 800 to TSM right now. The solo top lane turret gold went to Wild Turtle, so he's still the one earning a lot of money. But obviously, going to feel good to be 2 kills on Spica. His Dead Man's Plate on the way over. Manamune now completed for Huni, so he's on 2 items. That's going to transform very shortly into Muramana, so he's ready to go. And yeah, TSM, you know, turned the corner as it was expected to happen. They've had very, very good mid games ever since week 2 has started, and it's been a good run.
Honestly, it does kind of suck when you don't get any of your kill credit onto your carries, but you know, you're rewarding Spica and Sword Art for being the initiators. They're able to pick up the actual kill credit here, and you're still sharing a little bit of assist money with Power of Evil and Lost. Here it is again, though. Sword Art and Spica working together to get that deeper vision. They can threaten these Rakan Skarner picks, which are so scary, so difficult to deal with. And even though Pobelter invested very early in paying his taxes in the QSS, he was still a victim of the early dive where Sword Art was able to just flash in, finish off the kill after the early poke was landed for Huni. And TSM have still found full value out of these picks with the high mobility, high speed pick potential of Rakan and Skarner combining for multiple kills.
Finn's not been allowed on the team fights, and now suddenly he's going to be found out. Spica on the chase, gets the first slow. Finn's running, but there's more move speed on the TSM side. He can walk in, he can ult if he needs to. He's going to pull that one across, leave him in melee range, just stand still, land the skill shot. Spica somehow gets that kill as well. A nice shuffle back, but still Pobelter, he's going to be dropping for this one. QSS is out the charm, not going to matter. 3v1 means the kill comes across. TSM getting kills in 2 lanes.
Yeah, it feels bad to spend all your early money on that QSS and then die anyway. PoE sets it up. Lost and Spica follow, and that is only 20 minutes into the game. Freak Baron just spawned, and TSM are at his throat.
They're at it right away. Broxa has flash, he has smite, he does not have vision. No way of seeing over that wall. Even Swirls he doesn't reveal. Smoothie gonna walk up, puts a control ward down. Sword Art tries to make some space, but this is theoretically carryable. 2k health. Ult comes across. They're going to try to win it with Turtle, but he's not going to want to re-engage. Doesn't want in until Finn is there. Health bar is a bit low, but already 1 for 0. Broxa knocked down by Huni as well. That 2-on-2 went great. This 2-on-4 looks horrible. A stun on the Finn. Why still wait around? It's already too little too late. Turtle's going to try for a single one. Now he's got Pobelter. One so far. Find a second. No, they can't get lost. The Q comes down, and CLG gonna waddle their way into giving TSM the Bud Light Ace plus the Baron, and this game is over.
Honestly, that was beautiful work over the back of the Baron pit. Freak, TSM look cornered as the teleport's coming in from CLG. They're increasing their numbers. They have them all grouped up in the back of the Baron pit, but Lost holds steady there. Waits till he can get his Q off onto Turtle, then just barely flashing over the edge. Just barely cutting it close with his health bar there. Does not go down, keeps his Baron buff. They get the extra kill there for TSM, and they only gave up 1 to do it. This is all off the back of their pick on the bottom side. They transition into Baron, really good job there. Then Huni jumps over here into the face of Broxa, trying to keep Broxa out of the pit to make sure there's no smite steal. That allows Skarner here to finish it off. Spica does nail this one. And then Spica, he lands the E here on to Finn, allows him to flash over after PoE stuns him up. That's a full CC combo. And then that play right there. Lost is able to get off his last Q, gets his auto off, flashes out, doesn't die. Huge for TSM. They've got Baron on 4.
They've got Baron on 4. The turret count going to crest above that number now as it hits 5. And hey, look, the Dragon, the 4th one's here as well. If only Jin would appear magically. But TSM, they're going to look to have CLG fight him for it. And counter, CLG, with them having the whole squad there, said, okay, yeah, Dragon's going to be picked up. But I think TSM actually playing this one really nicely. I think they probably end the game before Dragon Soul's even a possibility, as so many of these waves getting pushed in. PoE knocking in top, Huni knocking in bot. Hey, by the way, they found a re-engage. Goodbye, Pobelter. Broxa, QSS runs away, tries to flash a safety. He can't even buy a Mythic because he's just not got enough gold. TSM get more kills, and hey, look, the base can still be attacked.
All right, this is one of the cleanest games that we have seen from TSM all year long, Freak. With this roster, they have been just crushing it here. Huni's Jace in the top lane. Absolutely a menace. Constantly pushing on Finn, earns a tower himself. Big picks here from Sword Art and Spica. Despite their bottom lane giving a lot early, getting punished so heavily by Turtle and Smoothie, the rest of the team play has been very good for TSM. They've cleaned up a lot of those miscommunication points, a lot of the little desyncs in the timings on their engagements. It's looking so much crisper for them, and you can see it in the time. Baron buff, and they're already inhibitor down here on bottom side, pressuring CLG, keeping them pinned up inside their own base as the red is about to spawn, and they can take that away too.
Well, 4 quick service flashes have now been picked up. So we're the only one without. He's probably never going to buy one. Needs to get his locket online most likely. But realistically, taxes paid or not, CLG no longer really have the avenue back into this game. Bottom inhibitor already gone. Top one open. Mid, not going to be hard to kill down the line regardless. CLG, they can hope for the Miracle Ocean Soul. And I don't think Ocean Soul makes up 11,000 gold. Not at this point in the game by any means. But if somehow that comes through, I think that looks a little bit better for CLG. But I'm still expecting the fact that their Nexus is going to die before that Dragon spawns.
I mean, what they have to do is avoid the turbo speed Skarner Predator chem tank running at them with full Deadman stacks, and the Rakan Sword Art here constantly looking for those follow-up engages. Those are really hard to deal with, yeah. And if the Rakan is next to the Skarner, then you're even Shirelliing both the Rakan and the Skarner up for more fun, double speed cars. Racing right towards you, and it's like, yeah, okay, so we are on soul points, but if you step out there, then it's every man for himself, because one person is going to get pulled back by TSM. So CLG's only hope may be to group up in numbers, go 5 people strong, to try and get this comeback play. Rel combination maybe into Pope Belter, a Zirsek play before the Skarner and Rakan are able to get a combination off.
Yeah, that's the hope. You know, find the one shot, find the pick off. You are 2.5 items on Felios, who's level 13. Like, he's got damage output. But, I mean, theoretically, he's kind of as spiked as Lost is exactly right now because of all the early gold income Turtle had. They're both on, you know, one mythic, one legendary in components. So, you know, just maybe the right fight works out. But yeah, it's going to be so tough to land the CC chains. TSM are consistently really, really well positioned. Stopwatch only on one member, QSS just in the top laner. So they're not really CC immune, they're not really burst immune. Top under fire from Lost, Sword Art jumps away. No engage yet.
No need to here for TSM. They've got good ranged poke with Power of Evil and Huni, both throwing out their combinations here. Haven't landed a Shock Blast yet, so CLG still have some hope for a turnaround here if Lost steps too far forward, trying to pull the trigger there. Finn's Mega Gnar is about to expire though, so they're in a bit of a lull as far as their frontline engagement, and is hoping for TSM to kind of wait out until the Baron spawns. Then maybe it is going to be the moment of truth, as TSM have been able to starve out most of the vision of CLG. There are still a couple of wards in their red quadrant of the jungle that they need to be bottled up for a little bit longer. 50 seconds left on the Dragon though. I'd say for TSM, yes, you have this ginormous lead, and you're so far ahead in items that probably the only possible thing you're worried about is leaving that Dragon on the table for some miracle teamfight comeback for CLG. And they have currently Skarner and Kai'Sa working away on the Baron, while CLG are all trapped inside the base. If they can burn this down before CLG make the move, then maybe they can even transition over later for that Dragon. It looks like it's going to be the case.
All right, it's going to be Dragon, you know, move towards here in the bottom rib. We're going to be a stun and a Huni. They might find it as Mega Gnar comes across. Where they're going to find the combo as well. They're going to pick up one kill. The shields come across. Finally, the shutdown comes across. Okay, Baron is on, but it's a 4v5. Double drowsy, double sleep. Flashes to safety. But this means CLG have to watch out for their base, have to look out for the re-engage. A great stun flashed away by Lost, stays alive. Health bar's a little bit low, but it's still a 5v4. How well can CLG run it out? Spica is alive. Spica's up 3 levels, but inside the pit with a control ward. It's going to be really, really hard for Skarner to get inside. He might try. He's waiting for the flash. He's going to look for the play, and it's picked up by Broxa. He's going to get a kill as well. That's what CLG needed. Ocean Soul picked up. Elder Dragon comes in 6 minutes, and it's time for CLG to clean up their base.
Oh my goodness, when we are listing only things possibly here for TSM to be worried about is leaving up that Dragon and CLG somehow grabbing the soul. And they actually force it a bit themselves by committing 2 members to the Baron. Yes, they do get a huge reward in the Baron, and they're probably just going to push in here with the Baron buff and be able to destroy the rest of CLG's base. But that costly pickoff there onto Huni while the rest of the team is doing Baron well. They have Lost over there and Spica over there, and there's no way that TSM can fend off CLG at the 2 members numbers disadvantage. Does allow a huge pickup. This is Ocean Soul, one of the most combat effective souls that we have in the game. And honestly, we'll see if that is enough for CLG to weather the Baron siege that is coming from TSM. If it is, every TSM fan looking back at that moment, kicking themselves there. Could have played it more safe, could have just retreated back to the Dragon as it's spawning. Very little risk for them, and then just using their gold advantage in a numbers even fight as CLG try and press towards there out into enemy territory. But this is the world we're living in. Baron here on TSM. They probably still will be able to get a decent amount of damage done sieging up as CLG are trying to clear out these Baroned up waves and while being pelted with shock blasts.
Alrighty, mid turret's gonna fall. Baron buff is still on. If there's a power click for TSM, it's still on for 40 seconds with the Red Bull Baron as middle inhibitor is under fire. Top and bottom still opened up. These inhibs will be dead during the Elder Dragon respawn. I believe it'll be the same for Baron, so it'll be TSM with a bit of control. These objectives are going to spawn at very, very similar times. Sword Art going to find a knock up there, and Finn is just out of health already. QSS Flash runs away, stays alive. Two inhibs already gone. Pobelter cutting back, trying to stay alive, and now going back for damage towards Spica. Top inhibitor on its last couple of legs, but two inhibs already down means CLG are stuck in their base. Finn TPs for a flank, but Brox and Turtle are so low. Thanks to Huni's poke, they might not get to fight this at all. Lost still topside. Pobelter can get over there if he needs to. Turret's losing health. Baron buff ends finally, but TSM want to still close out the game. Ocean Soul or not, they've got a 10,000 gold lead. TSM are still more powerful on this map.
Yeah, and all they have to do is wait around, finish off that last inhibitor to start getting every lane flooding in with the double super minions, and then just wait around and slowly starve out CLG. That flank TP from Finn was looking way too scary. You know, it had minions coming down the lane, scouting them out. TSM unafraid, do not pull off on their siege, and Finn has to call it quits there with the attempted flank. Does have plenty of rage here for Narbar. So we'll see if it times out after he transforms here. Then maybe TSM actually commit to finishing off that last inhibitor on the top side. It's so low. They can just keep these rest of the minions attacking the Nexus turret, and they should be able to slowly get it. Pobelter going!
Oh, Pob with a big plan. A Lost, but he ults right back over. Pob needs a zone. Yes, the QSS doesn't get him far enough away, and that is one kill picked off. Lost. It is so easy for Kaisen to get back out. I don't know what Pobelter thought he was getting out of that one. It's the only champion you really can't do this to, and it just costs him his life. It was going to be a tough one to win anyway, but that was never going to be successful. CLG stuck in their base again, trying to wave clear, trying with the Hurricane to knock down the minions and not lose their base. No neutrals up, nothing to do but siege for TSM.
And siege they shall. 20 seconds left here. They keep on ushering these minions up. In addition to getting that Pobelter kill, the Nexus turret went down off screen. Oh, here we go.
Stride breaker, but he cannot get the rest of it. Huni jumped away in time. Sword Art, yeah, he burned Shirelias, and it gave them movement speed to let TSM run away. So well done by Sword Art to recognize the engage and get his teammates out in time. Back, you know, a couple of world finalists over there on that roster, those two getting away. And now, 12,000 gold as Pobelter respawns 2 levels behind Power of Evil. Once again, CLG tries to hold fast. But these inhibs will be dead. The minions will flood in and require defense, as Baron and then Elder Dragon both spawn. CLG may not be able to defend either one.
Ooh, this is gonna get spicy, Freak. They did not get a kill on the top lane inhibitor or a respawn kill on one of these two. So CLG just have a little bit more house cleaning to do. It does get way more difficult, obviously, with 30 seconds on Baron. But if you're able to push up there, clear another wave for Finn, buy some extra time. They've got teleport on Pobelter. If you just keep this Azir, you know, dealing with the super minions that are flooding in, maybe CLG could get some miracle fight up around the Baron if TSM try and pull it off and make a positioning error or make a communication error in the turn. We've seen this today. You know, half team turning, half team trying to finish the objective, and it all going wrong. That's what CLG are counting on right now. They're actually even drawing Pobelter out of the base with his teleport ready. This Baron buff is burning down. Okay, that's toast. It's gone.
Yep. It is toast, and CLG going to hope to find some kind of a re-engage. They're not going to get it. This is not worth going for. Elder Dragon is in 10 seconds. CLG are already going to be down the Baron buff. They're already down, obviously, all the gold in the inventories and whatnot. And look, Huni is top lane. He can end the game if they can just keep CLG busy. TSM do not care if they lose Dragon. They're going to win the game, Elder buff or not. CLG are 20 seconds away from the game being over. Spica will try to steal. He will go, and it's Brox's pickup. But can they get back in time? Because TSM are ending the game through Huni. You've got a recall coming through for Pobelter. He's channeling his teleport. He got back. But here comes Power of Evil. He's on the way as well. 2v1, Pobelter cannot hold them. TSM made the right call. They're going to push Pobelter back. They're going to end the game. They're going to kill the Nexus. They're going to pad the KDAs for good measure. And TSM once again tie for second with 8 wins.
Huni bringing in the Jace for TSM. Multiple Skarner picks, multiple Rakan picks there for Sword Art as well. And TSM control this game very, very well.
Nicely done, TSM. CLG 11 for 11 in First Bloods. For the first 11 minutes and 30 seconds, they were in the lead. And then it did not last. TSM with some good mid-game team fighting and good late-game shot calling. They knew they could rush down the Baron in time and then said, we'll give Elder for the game. Immediately they made the call. And it's funny because it looked so much like last time I remember seeing Huni on Jace. That was a fun one, was when he was on SKT in their World Championship run where they made it to the finals. There was a lot of games of Huni just in the side lane on Jace splitting away. And hey, you would take a team fight and he would take half your base. And again and again and again it would happen. And it reminded me of those times of when he was playing alongside Faker and Bang and all those legendary players. And here he is off in the side lane, splitting down the base of CLG. And yeah, you probably had to try for Elder, but you know, your hands were tied. You're going to lose your base to Huni. If you don't fight Elder, you lose the game on the Baron Elder Siege. Like, nothing else for you to do. Well done to TSM.
Yeah, they continue to look better and better, and they retie 100 Thieves at second place here at the top of the LCS, continuing to climb that ladder.
Good job, TSM. A well-done victory for those squad. And now, after the break, we'll be breaking down that TSM victory with our State Farm Analyst Desk, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the LCS, where TSM is keeping pace in second place with 100 Thieves after that victory there over CLG. It took them a little bit to close there in those final and those late game moments, playing around the triple inhib and trying to execute the 1-3-1 effectively. But Mark, that's kind of where I want to start. The team composition put forward by TSM with Huni back on a carry champion like Jace, not Jake.
Who's Jake? Yeah.
Well, Jake Tiberi. I mean, I must have been thinking about him as a carrying the analyst desk, you know. Anyway, let's go to Jace.
Yeah, I mean, this is a weird draft out of CLG because they 1-2'd both their soul lanes in the Azir and Gnar, which feels like a takeaway targeted at TSM because that was kind of what they were relying on for a lot of their recent wins. But that gives you double counterpick on their soul lanes as well as the rest of the game to craft your comp. So overall, it was a different look from TSM, though, because they did take the Jace, which is much more focused on early game, snowball, my own lane, and it's a different look than the Gnar Azir that was taken away that they've been relying on. So I like to see TSM busting out a new strategy, showing we're not just this late game, weak side top scaling team, and they actually swapped up their playstyle quite a bit.
I mean, within that, Primal, we had a conversation on the outset of the year. What kind of Huni we going to get? This guy has a storied career across multiple regions, everything from a world final to near dominant and perfect records in domestic regions. Where is he now, halfway through the split? How do you evaluate overall his performance, not just in this game, but the season as a whole?
Overall, I think if you're a TSM fan, you should feel pretty good about Huni. You know, he's developed as a weak side player, playing picks like Gnar and Shen, and I think he's been really consistent on those. And I like that TSM is getting opportunities to put him in situations where he can carry. Now, versus some of the better top laners of the league, we'll have to see, but we know what his top end looks like, so I think you should be feeling pretty good about this overall. And I think a big part of it is that TSM is willing to play around him with warding support, making sure that Spica is always in the vicinity. So good job, Huni.
Right, and while TSM continues their upward climb here in the standings, putting now 8 wins in 9 games high, we have to look at the other side of the table here, a 1-10 CLG that still continues to struggle. Now, that said, they've kicked off every game with first blood, and yet there are still moments where it falls apart like this.
Right, in this situation right here, they had just killed Power of Evil right before this happens. They have perfect vision in the Red Force, but somehow they're the team that gets picked. So we've seen time and time again that CLG starts off with an early game lead, but then comes mid-game, late game, when they just have these horrible decisions. And it's just like, how is it possible that when you kill the enemy mid laner 45 seconds before Dragon, you're the one that gets picked before Dragon after that? When you have 3 different pinks in that area, you need to make a call when you already have 2 dragons, you're stacking it, to just camp in a bush and wait for them to come in. Had they done that, they would have been able to get a pick on Swordar, potentially someone else that face checks the bush, but they give mid pressure up, they give up the ward control vision, and then Broxah gets picked up because of that. And it's just like, come on guys, like I don't know what your coaching staff is doing or what your rule book is, but it shouldn't be that hard to like camp a bush to get a pick to get the objective when you have control, you know? But no one's there. I don't know.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Hi, and it's frustrating to watch CLG make different mistakes, but in the same category of mistakes every game. That said, like I remember after yesterday being excited about Finn's performance because he's been a big surprise for me. Popping into the CLG subreddit and reading the comments, and like people are just shitting on this team, and that's not okay, right? Like especially if you're a fan going to the CLG subreddit to talk about CLG. Like this is a group of guys that we should be rooting for, right? These are a lot of veterans, guys who didn't manage to make it onto top teams, and I think life is hard enough without having to shit on the players on the team. So overall, I think there's good reason to be disappointed. There's good reason to be frustrated, but we don't need to be negative about them either.
This game in particular, I felt pretty bad for Finn just watching the way that they kind of abandoned topside. I mean, when you're playing weak side, you obviously don't want to contest 2v2 fights, and you still, want to play to your side of the map. But that doesn't mean you totally leave it on an island. And Huni had free push the entire game to walk up to the turret and hit it, even when at times there were wards for Finn. He was still off the turret and kind of sacking that. And then that pick off is a result of them, once again, not having any vision control around the top side of the map. So Finn fell super far behind in farm because he never felt safe enough to really walk forward because they just totally ignored that side of the map. And as a result, you get into these scrappy situations, your Nars can't quite frontline, and that was what led to the Baron situation, which once again, CLG almost found a scrappy little play back in there, but weren't able to pull it off.
I like what TSM did here. They had Skarner start red and path up towards the Jace to make sure that he could play safely. The support, the jungler went up there 3 to 4 times before 15 minutes. Swordar also went up there once or twice, and they stole the Krugs and the Wraiths from Broxah probably 3 to 4 times that game, and they put so much pressure into the Jace side, and that's how you're supposed to play this comp. When you're picking Jace into Gnar, this is what you want to see at the end of the screen. I want to see him have 5 times the damage of Gnar. I want to see him taking towers. I want to see him be like, hey, this is my lane because I have my team here. You're not allowed to play the game. This is what you do when you have Jace. And hopefully when people do pick Jace in the future, they play towards him because that's all he really is good for. He falls behind, he's not a champion anymore. So camp top if you have a Jace on your team.
Now, we opened the day with 3 teams tied for second. We now only have 2 teams tied for second as Dignitas fell to 100 Thieves earlier today. 100 Thieves playing Cloud9 tomorrow. TSM playing 100 Thieves next Saturday. So considering that maybe Cloud9 still ends up with a victory tomorrow, I am super excited to see these 2 second-place teams go against each other just next week. Based on what we've seen from them so far this weekend, Mark, I'm just curious how you feel about that 100 Thieves TSM matchup as we narrow towards definition in our standings.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to it, and it's especially interesting to see which TSM shows up because, as we kind of talked about, 100 Thieves has a lot of winning lanes on their own. They stack objectives very aggressively. If TSM goes for the more scaling-oriented picks that we have been seeing prior to this game, I could see that being a bit of an issue. So for me, you know, in a close matchup, unsurprisingly, a lot of it's going to come down to the draft and then how they pilot those comps.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked about in the countdown how good TSM's mid to late game shot calling is. I think overall they're still really, really solid. Their wins look cleaner and cleaner. So overall, I expect TSM to continue to get better. And as they get more of a toolkit in terms of lanes that can carry and they're not predictably looking to play around bot, I think they'll be a really scary team by the end of the split.
Well, we've got that to look forward to next week on Saturday. We still got one more match here, though, today to look forward to as well. Immortals and Golden Guardians are facing off right after this.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time. Just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We be contained. When we leave the game, my name will remain. We don't need the fame, you can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the final game of the day. It's Golden Guardians looking to take on Immortals and earn another win here in spring. And one of the looks for Golden Guardians this game might actually be playing through Niles in the top lane.
Could be. They have, if we look at the stats, been putting less resources into Niles during Split, and he's still been contributing a decent amount to the team. See the kill participation from him if we compare lock-in to Spring Split. Yes, he has been putting out less damage, but also been taking less resources from the team. So it is definitely up in the air as to where they are going to focus for, where they're going to get their carry for this team. You know, Stixxay has locked up quite a few deaths there in the bottom lane. And so maybe a Blaze Olive will get some more of the attention. Iconic has been definitely power farming a lot. I'd have to say that Golden Guardians have been trying a decent amount of new things, but specifically this Janna pick this time around. Last time we saw a lot of just mixed execution, mechanical errors on the attempted Janna into Rel combo breaker, basically. Not getting off the counter engages, which is the whole reason that they picked the champion, specifically there for the Rel counter. And it resulted in quite a few deaths on the side of Golden Guardians. So they have some good plans, but they do need to clean up on the execution for some of the things they devise coming into these games.
Yeah, like Golden Guardians are trying to find a style, right? As you mentioned, they've been going away from Niles, playing more around the bottom lane. It worked in 100 Thieves. Like, they won that game playing big carry. I think it was Sivir for Stixxay, and then, the Janna alongside it. It did not work yesterday, but that might still be their style. They're up against Immortals who have been kind of struggling in their bottom lane as well. But for Immortals, look, they've got twice as many wins as Golden Guardians. They're at 4 right now. They're a game and a half behind playoffs. They're a game and a half behind Team Liquid, who they play tomorrow, by the way, which means they could tie for 6th at the end of the week. And the man for me on Immortals is their mid laner Insanity. I think he's actually playing incredibly well. He's got good KDA. He's got very good damage numbers, especially if you look at damage difference, where you look at what he's doing compared to his opponent. He is outputting more than his opposite side. And if this Immortal squad can continue to improve, and especially if they can play around Insanity and have him be a focal point, I think he can be really kind of what leads this team into a playoff spot.
Yeah, and immediately right out of Champ Select, on blue side, you have a lot of freedom for target bans. Boom, Tristana gone. Insanity was the first one to play that in the LCS. Mid lane Tristana, really great success there for Immortals. And they followed it up with the Rel ban. They've given up on the countering it with Janna Freak out the window. We don't want to leave it up to timing errors as far as those engagements, so they just ban it away. I think that is actually very wise. Let's see what Immortals follow this up with, because so far they're banning away a lot of these farming junglers from Iconic, and he has had one of the lowest jungle proximities for junglers. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians still had pretty decent early game numbers as a team, despite the poor record, and with him farming quite heavily early on. So we shall see if they're able to still get out at least step 1 of the plan, because it has mostly fallen apart for them at the later stages.
So the reason I mentioned, I know Golden Guardians have been playing less and less toward Niles as the season's been going on. The Ivern Hover is why I mentioned it, because last time these teams met, Golden Guardians won, and it was the Revenge Ivern game where he got clapped by Gangplank. It's supposed to be a counter pick. Ivern's supposed to win that one. It didn't go very well, and Niles was the reason they took that game. But Golden Guardians, they won their second game of the split. They won their 9th game of the split. 2-9 may well be their record at the end of this game. It's written in the stars, and they are against a very scary lineup. Hecarim dive, a likely fasting Senna here for Raze, but Seraphine is an outstanding pick, and Golden Guardians have already the cornerstone of an outstanding composition.
They certainly do, and we see another Skarner pick showing his face here, Freak. They've got Jinx, Seraphine, definitely strong team fight, huge auras here coming through, long range CC. If Skarner is zooming at you and Seraphine goes over the top as well, Skarner gets his pick of the litter. There's just so much CC there. Somebody is going down. Even if you have a QSS, it's going to be hard to get out of that combo because they have so many possible layers and so many speed boosts to make it happen with. Mortals answering with more speed of their own, though, with the Karma lock-in. Could be a solo lane Karma here. Yes, you can flex it to do a double range bottom lane with Senna and Karma, and to try and combat a Seraphine Jinx lane and still be able to get some harassment down from Senna.
Yeah, I'm generally not a fan of Senna alongside his range champion. It's actually why she's so good as like the AD carry player playing her, because then she's alongside a Tom Kench or something, right? And now your kit works a lot better. So yeah, I would not super love to see Karma Senna, although yes, it's pokey enough that you can fight back a little bit. It just doesn't quite use Senna to the full power level. That's all. Definitely want to see what comes out of the rest of the comp. Seraphine could easily be a solo laner here as well, of course, based on what goes on. Immortals get the last say. As long as they, hold mid or top for last, they can flex that at the very, very end. I mean, kind of regardless, that's probably happening. So unless they grab an Alistar right away, then you just know the lane. So looking for that one to see what comes through. Aurelia off the table there as well. That I think helps free up Karma to play top lane, because those can be really scary spots to go. Clearly Golden Guardians think top lane's not definitively locked in with the Camille ban coming on their side. So yeah, the Karma and Seraphine are both flexible. Seraphine's a better version of Karma right now, so Golden Guardians wins that part of that equation. And as long as the comp can keep Stixxay alive, Jinx can be an outstanding carry.
Yeah, Gnar also a possibility for the top side for Immortals if they did put the Karma towards support. Switching there. Quick Veigar shout out here, as has been consistent in Immortals games. Insanity, you mentioned how much of the work he is doing for a lot of the damage dealt for this team for Immortals. He's put in work, yes, on the Tristana, but also Victor, Orianna, now Azir here, another backline AP mage carry here for Insanity, one of the North American talent mid lane players that they've been trying to build up. And my eyes will definitely be on Xerxes, as I feel like there have been a lot of early games that he has actually been a little bit questionable in some of the pathing and the early skirmishes that he does take. Top side Sion locked in for Niles, though. Tank matchup here, no matter what happens. And even if it is a Karma on top side and you're belting out, harassment there, so I'm very good at actually just soaking it up.
And they're going to grab Lulu. They are grabbing a ton of supports, and it's exactly Stixxay who is going to be the damage threat on this team. Now, Kobe, I know you know the answer to this question because I already brought it up to you. But there is one bot laner in the LCS with more deaths than kills. Anyone online can go ahead and place your votes now. But based on the context of this draft, I think you know where I'm going with this one. Kobe, what is your answer?
It is, in fact, Stixxay at the moment. Now he is going to have multiple tanks on the front line, multiple support champions, heals, shields. Everybody in this whole game is looking at Stixxay. Immortals want to kill him. Golden Guardians want to be him. They want to buff him up. They want him to carry the team fights. It's definitely going to be a high-pressure game here for Stixxay. Don't get hit. Don't go down.
And one of the core aspects of Jinx is you need that first reset. You need the first kill to come through, so Get Excited pops, and then everything dies. There is not a lot of front-loaded damage in this team, except for the Skarner pull. If Iconic gets a good target, and you yoink in the Karma, that's Get Excited, that's the front line dying. With Get Excited, you will beat Aatrox. Without Get Excited, you will lose to Aatrox. Lulu or not, you're just kind of out of that fight, kind of running away for your dear life. That's kind of how that functions. So eyes are a lot on how the team fights start, the positioning of Stixxay, and as the draft comes through, let's see what we got on the Immortal side. Aatrox got locked in. It is indeed Senna plus Karma in the bottom lane. Azir in mid. There are several carry threats on the Immortal side. A lot of these champs can do plenty of damage. So that role is kind of spread out. And I mean, realistically, none of the side lanes are going to win for Golden Guardians. There is a Jinx, and that is it. You've got no pressure anywhere else come mid game.
Yeah, it's definitely a team game here for the Golden Guardians, and there is definitely Stixxay at the center, even at the center of their level 1. As we head out here for possible summoner spell advantage for that lane, they want to get everything in their favor towards the bottom side of the map, so they aren't going to find anyone in the side brush, and that is the end of that.
All right, now they made their attempts. There's no shenanigans that they're going to track down. But it does mean if the 2-on-2 tries to play, cheeky in a brush or something, they can know what Raze and Destiny are up to. Notice that it is going to be farming Karma, by the way. Notice the Spectral Sickle on Raze, the Doran's Ring for Destiny. So Karma's going to get to her power spikes pretty fast. But again, yeah, Raze is going to have a hard time getting his Q through multiple members, right? You don't have a Tom Kench to like heal as you poke through, so you lose some possible synergies there. Ultimately, should still be reasonable. And, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you're still relying on Azir, Hecarim, and Aatrox for a lot of the damage in this composition regardless.
All right, let's check in on this delayed invade too, though. They've got a sweeper here for Immortals, so should be able to find that. And Hecarim is so well positioned to take away the Raptors. Feels pretty good here for what should be farming for farming early versus the Skarner matchup. Double Raptors. This is a topic for pro junglers coming up recently that has been so heavily contested. He's actually not going to go for, transitioning back to his red quadrant to go for the full just Raptor denial, and is continuing with red steal here before moving back over. Now, since he does have Aatrox on top side, bottom side is going to catch him and see him, but it shouldn't mean a whole lot because Aatrox versus Sion early, Revenge should be able to push that one out, and they've got defensive wardings on their own ramp. So he gets away with not only the Raptor steal freak, but he does it one better, red 2.
And Iconic, is he not even going to go for top side at all? Like, is he going to get 4 camps and just AFK for like a minute and a half? Iconic, like, you knew for sure where he was, right? This was like a very obvious set of moves because you see the guy capture your Spire, although I think you don't get that guaranteed because of that changing a couple years ago. But like, man, Iconic is screwed right now. Like, this man just wants to hard farm and now he can't. Like, he's got a gank now, right?
Yeah, or, waste another 15 seconds after you finish Krugs for the Scuttlecraft to spawn. Since bottom lane is pushing up, it's double range. You're not going to be able to gank there. Maybe a pass towards mid as Insanity is pushing up on the Azir, but definitely not going to have a lot of Skarner threat early on. Meanwhile, Xerxes does transition over to his red side of the map. Let's see if they can try and use their pushing bottom lane to get something as far as blue buff or Gromp here taken, especially if Xerxes did show up on top side of the map. That would be a possibility for going a little bit deeper. Insanity is keeping up pressure in mid lane, although Blaze Olive still getting good last hits.
Yeah, interesting to see. Iconic has path down to the bottom side. I don't know if he knows he can take all these camps down here, but yeah, Blue and Gromp are his if he wants them, but he doesn't realize that's not the path they take. That man never showed himself. Because, yeah, if Xerxes like walk top lane, you'd be like, oh, he has red buff and no blue. We know which camps are up. Cool. You saw Raze come over like, okay, is Skarner stealing? He's not. All right, well, cool. You're good then. He only did the normal 5 camps, and Xerxes just up a camp right now. Going to start this Scuttle himself. And ultimately, yeah, Immortals gets away with a solid invade where they poach away an extra buff and an extra camp.
Yep, going to be able to get top crab no problem for himself. Teleport used pretty early on here by a Blaze Olive to get back out. Tier in hand here for him with the Doran's ring, so should have plenty of mana for the entirety of the lane phase. And since Seraphine can CS from so far, really can use that range to stay safe, should be able to farm up no problem.
And so far, so good. 600 gold lead to Immortals. I imagine Raze is having a great time with Spectral Sickle. I assume he's certainly earning more money than the Lulu. It's a lot harder to actually earn those stacks as Lulu. You don't really have that many unfair poke tools compared to the kind of range Senna has, so that's probably going to be a bit of a farm difference overall. Xerxes, nice little optimization, getting Blue and Gromp together. Again, these camps absolutely could have been stolen. Golden Guardians had pressure in bot lane, but Iconic didn't know the path Xerxes took, assumed he had grabbed Blue, he hadn't, and ultimately these camps are all up for the Hecarim.
Regardless, no teleport used still by Insanity, just fine sitting here in mid lane. So he's going to retain teleport advantage over Golden Guardians, over a Blaze Olive. And while there's not a huge amount of setup around the map, they should be able to continue to pressure hard towards the mid lane to be able to get openings for movement. We've got an Infernal Dragon as Dragon number 1. So that's going to be a big determining factor for the bottom lane, definitely. Stixxay farming up very nicely here on the Jinx core win condition for Golden Guardians that they must protect at all costs.
Alrighty, right now looking around the bottom side as there is a ward inside the Dragon Pit. That gets spotted by the sweeper. If it's going to be on for long enough, Iconic can indeed claim that one and earn his 10 gold. Niall's able to walk away from the pullback for Revenge, gets his own Q, gets a little bit of damage back and forth, but you can see a 5 CS difference. But again, Golden Guardians, they've got bot control. They've got the push overall. As I mentioned, Senna Karma doesn't have the most control of that lane. And it means Golden Guardians with the push get to go walk over. And a pretty early Dragon picked up at about 6:15. That's a good stack. That's a good start. Golden Guardians more and more playing around bottom side. Niles, you can't walk in a straight line against Aatrox. You walk to the side. That's how you get away from it. Ultimately, going to lose a little bit of health. Revenge level 6 is going to be threatening. Niles still has his TP, though, if he needs to ever go back to base and farm back up.
He is looking like possible dive meat here, though. Half health on the Scion. Does have a biscuit, so at least he's got that for him. But continuing to take harassment.
Oh, wow. Actually gets pulled right back. I thought he was going to get out of the way, but because he gets pulled back, Revenge does not land Q3, and ultimately Niles is going to be safe to recall, and as long as he doesn't get recall stopped by Hecarim, that's unrealistic to have happen. He's going to be fine over there, but Xerxes is level 6 already pretty early on. Iconic wants to fight for it. Gets the Gromp to reset, but there's a blue to steal. That's going to be easy.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take that Spire away and hand off this blue to Insanity as well. Pretty ideal situation here, so they can keep up that mid lane pressure and try and start to control. Once Rift Herald comes up here, another minute for them, definitely a viable objective for Immortals. They've got Revenge already forcing out Niles' teleport on top side. Should, with the extra blue buff here, be able to keep up Azir pushing as well. But Iconic only slightly down there in the jungle and should be able to get his level 6 off of red quadrant.
Oh, big play in the mid side. Good flash by a Blaze Olive. You saw Insanity try to bait it out. Wait, okay, and then on reflex, the Blaze Olive sees the ult, flash the way to safety. But still, ult for flash is a great cooldown positive trade for Insanity, so good job to the Immortals mid laner. Checking in on Niles, he had a TP back to the lane because he was so low, but was just shy of Bramblevest gold, so had to then immediately recall again and then walk back because he needed the item spike to play that lane better.
Yeah, it definitely was dangerous territory there, even with the Q3 missing in the last trade for Revenge, with Xerxes coming over for the possible dive. Had to be done. He's going to start really bleeding now, though, because the Aatrox, as you start to get more cooldown reduction, it's just so easy for him to lifesteal through these tank matchups, wear down on the Scion, healing himself back up, no problem. Bottom side also here getting their own turret plate for Immortals and accruing that gold. I would say eyes towards that Rift Herald we talked about first for them. Pick that one up in hand, and then you can start to make big moves. 2.5 minutes still left on the Dragon, so you have the freedom to try and get that solo lane gold funneling there with the Rift Herald.
Yep, Miles gets away from the chains, gets a grass proc back, and a little bit of Q damage makes it pretty close. We'll see how the lane resets now that they both bought with a 16 CS lead to the Immortals top laner. Careful with Jinx Rockets. They can AoE champions and pull aggro. Stixxay able to be okay there as Newbie pulled it and then disengaged, so no threat back onto the Jinx. He's going to be fine. 85 to 73 CS. So Stixxay's up in gold, but Raze is as well. Keep in mind, Newbie's Sightstone's not ready yet, but Raze has his, so that shows you 500 gold earned faster. Still, the Jinx is the core component of the composition, and her farm is great. Now, that's still what we're going to be looking at. Top lane going to be holding on as best he can. As you mentioned a little while ago, Kobe, shouldn't be hard to grab Herald because of all the top lane pressure. Iconic gets the smite to get Scuttle Vision, but I'm still not sure the Golden Guardians can actually contest the Herald itself anyway.
Yeah, that is going to have the permanent vision. Spire should be given up as well. Ablaze Olive going to have to cede control here around mid. Remember, Ablaze Olive has no flash from the last all-in from Insanity. So, again, yeah, should easily be picked up. Then step 2, get one of your solo lanes, big turret plate lead. Pop off there, probably funnel that right into Azir so that Insanity can slot into the mid-game teamfight carry that he has been for Immortals this year. And honestly, this team feeling pretty good, about the 4-6 record. Have been able to go toe-to-toe with most of these teams in the LCS and come out looking quite good. After this reset here, see if he has quite enough money, at least picks up the boots and plenty of time to recall before Dragon actually spawns. 50 seconds here, and Iconic's already starting to clean up.
Well, neither player going to have teleport. Revenge pulled that recently to get his Iron Spike whip and get back in. Third turret plate nearly gone to the bottom side, and that's without Herald or anything. So really good job to the Golden Guardians duo lane. They are doing great. Though a lot of teams have laned well against Raze and Destiny. Nice by Newbie. You saw him play a little bit back until the plate dropped. Make sure Stixxay got solo gold. If you don't touch the plates for the last 20 seconds, the local gold range on that is really, really short. So Newbie made sure all of it went to Stixxay. Good play. Little optimizations like that can really matter. as time goes on, especially when your comp is literally about one champion and supporting him, you really want the gold on him.
All gold into Stixxay now. Please, Funnel, because that's where all the DPS is coming from. And DPS is multiplied by multiple items here. He's working on it so far. Should just be now it's continuing to soak on the top side. And I want to see where Xerxes actually decides to use this Rift Herald if they really can punish a Blaze Olive for being flashless. I want to see more concentrated effort here from Immortals to try and get something off of this flashless Seraphine in mid. You've got the Rift Herald, should be able to get some money off of turret plates that way as well. And that can transition you into Dragon Control. Bottom side of the map, though, is the thing they're worried about. Stixxay still farming away. And they're actually just starting it up without actually pulling anything off there. And this is teleport ready for a Blaze Olive, so he could join as well.
Here comes the TP, here comes the play. Neither top laner can join, but the 4v4 Iconic gets the flash, he gets the pull, and puts him right back on the Chompers. That's first blood to the Golden Guardians. This is gonna be a formality of a dragon. What a pickup, great play. He got exactly the target we expected. Flash on the Karma, pull him on the Chompers, get dragon number 2. Cloud Soul, the eventuality in this game of Blaze Olive, gonna try to wave clear some, but mid turret's gonna go down to about 1/3 with Shelly crashing in.
So they do end up getting their Rift Herald play mid, but instead of getting the priority mid first, then going for Dragon, just starting it up like this, and it is a Ocean Dragon, so it does apply the extra slow to Xerxes. Destiny, he can't get out of there. Skarner gets the speed up, flashes in, and that is easy kill for Team Stixxay. The gold actually went to a Blaze Olive, though. They weren't able to give him the last hit. Still, though, this is Moonstone completed for Seraphine, so Operation Group Up for Golden Guardians is a go. That's exactly what they wanted. And Immortals were going to get value out of that Rift Heralds kind of regardless. So in the aftermath, yeah, they do throw it down mid and they finish off one extra turret plate with a couple autos there from Insanity, but Golden Guardians feeling so good about that. First blood, as well as when you're the team that wants to group up and fight 5-on-5 always with everybody around Stixxay, around the Jinx, you're the team that wants to be stacking dragons, because that's how you draw the other team in here for Immortals, and it also allows you to be able to get that presence on River.
Right now, teleport advantage is with the top side of Golden Guardians. Niles has it, Revenge does not. They'll both have it in plenty of time for the next dragon to spawn. The timing's going to be pretty tight for a Blaze Olive for that one, but regardless, one plate goes down in the mid lane. The game is tied in gold, but the CS is on the Jinx, and the 2 dragons are with Golden Guardians already. And honestly, I gotta say, as playing a few Jinx games recently, it feels really, really good to get a Cloud Drake at some point. Since you never build haste at all in any way on that character, getting 12% off your ultimate feels outstanding. So if they get dragon number 3, you get the nice cross map plays. That can feel really nice, but regardless, it is first items coming across there. Kraken Slayer done. Stride Breaker in there for Revenge. We'll see if he can get himself into any fights.
The thing that I have hated most about the resurgence of Jinx, because maybe we have a Skarner play here.
Loose Might. Good flash by Raze, but slow. They can get round 2. Nah, the root's going to come through, so no way back in, but still really big damage. Summoner heal burn. Raze down 2 summoners off the threat of Iconic showing up.
And he's looking for a little bit more. Insanity has mid push, though, so not a lot of room for Golden Guardians to work with. Raze can heal back up off of this ward. Xerxes come down on the Hecarim. Double buffs are ready, too, so Golden Guardians can't get too deep. Won't be able to push much off of this. Actually, mid lane, they shove out Insanity. Comes to nothing, though.
Yeah, ultimately nothing going through there. Stixxay going to go back to his side of the map, down to about 2/3, but can sustain back up a little bit. And now as he just sits there, farming the wave, we look back at top side where Niles just, plugging away, stacking armor. There is eventually threat of an Azir in team fights, and I mean, Azir's honestly happy to hit Sion a whole bunch, so may want to diversify his build path at some point, but Niles really just building for the lane, saying, I want to really, really make sure I'm not bleeding too many turret plates, I'm not bleeding too much farm. We're going to armor stack early on and then build the Mythic. Good root on a Stixxay is good damage. The Chomper is going to prevent the chase from going too much farther. A bit of damage going in, but yeah, he's healing right back up. That man's almost certainly got Legend Bloodline going for that one with the 25 health per auto.
All right, well, we've got plenty of time for ranting about Jinx then, because as a jungler, she's actually one of the most annoying AD carries. Did you know Jinx is the most annoying one to follow up Ashe? Because yes, Hawkshot still is the most annoying thing to come from the bottom lane.
Okay.
But second most annoying, and especially because so many of your solo queue teammates don't know that Jinx explosion on her rocket execution damage actually works on neutrals too, then I get all my teammates standing around Dragon or Baron, and the enemy Jinx will fire off a rocket. Baron gets executed from like 2,000 health because it's execution damage on missing health on Baron with tons of mega health here, and then they're like, WTF, how'd you miss that smite? Well, guess what? Because Jinx rocket did freaking 2k damage to it, okay? So those to me are the two most tilting AD carries in solo queue to play against as a jungler. You know, it's going to take a lot to knock Ashe off the pedestal, but Jinx is right up there.
And the best part about your teammates going WTF is it's their fault, because if they're just not in the range of Baron,
just block it.
Well, right. So first of all, Rocket does not natively hit jungle monsters. So like, if it doesn't hit them, it won't hit Baron either. So one, dodge it is an option, or two, don't tank it while next to Baron if you're gonna block it. Like, do either things. Don't just deliver her the last hit. So it is always
at the edge of the pit.
Yeah. It is always your teammate's fault when Jinx steals Baron. It is the opposite of the jungler's fault when Jinx steals a Baron.
And yet...
No, I'm with you. I know.
And yet we get the flame. Oh, here we go. Flank teleport. Can they get behind on Stixxay?
Niles has TP, but at the same time, it's the squad able to get together. Of course, Niles was already nearby anyway, and ults back to safety, saying, I don't want to die to Hecarim, and in fact, he will not. So, it is Dragon number 3 claimed. Golden Guardians there on the play, and they're on their way to a 22-40 Dragon Soul. Immortals just tied in gold. They can push down mid a little bit. They may indeed knock this turret down, but, I mean, who cares? It's Golden Guardians safely reaching, pretty soon, 2 items on Stixxay, and they're already on Dragon Point.
Yes, sir. Being able to take down mid turret is a little drop in the bucket here for Immortals. As we said, when you're the team grouping up, you've got Skarner and Sion frontline for yourselves with multiple people buffing up this Jinx. They want to be able to rely on those dragons to draw Immortals to them, but Niles actually takes a lot of damage here.
All right, ulti coming across. This is going to be a real team fight. Iconic is running out of health. He's going to find an ult for a little bit. A couple of knockouts coming through. They're healing him so much, but he finally drops. And without Get Excited, they do not have the damage. It's time to run away. Immortals, yeah, off they go. Back to the lanes, back to this Rift Herald just for good measure. Good team fight for Immortals.
Slugfest here for Immortals. And big moves here for Revenge, flanking around, whittling away, doing so much damage there to get them this opening. Once Skarner ultimate goes off and they're able to get him right back in, big kill here for Immortals, resulting in another Rift Herald. However, let's take another look at how it started out. Okay, so Iconic gets rooted up, and since backside was under attack, they really had no follow-up here for this small corridor for the extra damage. You see Stixxay having a hard time stepping up, and they can't get back over the walls. I think that's a pretty poor spot for them to actually fight, you know, with there being a lot more mobility on the Immortal side.
And here we are, looking down the barrel of 3 minutes to Cloud Soul. And Golden Guardians, yes, they lost the last fight, but the power sparks are still coming in. Moonstone not far away here for this Lulu. We are seeing lethality, by the way, for Senna. Ray's going for this one, not going for the more DPS-focused Kraken Slayer build. I think it's a close call regardless. I think they're both very good builds, so it's more a game state situation. And if you're trying to be bursty, then Lethality is going to do it for you because, you know, one auto Q ult is going to be way more through an Eclipse than it is through a Kraken Slayer. So if you expect to have short fights, that's the build. In long fights, you're losing to Jinx with 2 supports anyway. So, you know, I kind of like the idea of indexing towards, look, we win through playing a certain way, so I'm going to build towards that way also.
Yeah, that's what I was going to answer with as well, because they're like, okay, well, that's already kind of Golden Guardians win con, so don't kind of want to play into that. For Immortals on their side, though, we've also seen multiple times, Xerxes did a good job. You Hecarim ult if the Hecarim ult as the Skarner ults you're still unstoppable. You still can get yours off, and then the fear is going to negate that engage. So he does have to be careful as he's on the front line, time his ultimate well, so he doesn't get pulled back in for free by Iconic. Right now, good wrap around by him as well.
They're going to find a bit of the knockback, and here we go for the rest of it. Ulti going to be flashed away by Laser. Ult's going to come across for the charm, but the chase down for Insanity finds the second straight kill for Immortals. Good job there, Xerxes setting it up. Good follow through by the rest of the squad. Niles forced to run away as well. He could be the target, actually. Runs across them. Luke going to lose the ultimate. Knocked up, could be pulled back, could be knocked into the air, and he might just lose his life. 3 kills now in a row for Immortals. Niles did not need to be there. Took a greedy path back. Mid lane tier 2 is dead. Inhibitor going to take a crash as well. Nearly gone on top of it. And Immortals, it's time to reset and set up for that dragon.
This is what it looks like when a team built around Jinx is not around Jinx. Freak. Good flank from Xerxes, gets behind him through their own jungle. This is the advantage of taking down mid tower this early. They've got vision control of Golden Guardian's side of the map. That's why Xerxes gets the flank. They have the control ward here behind Raptors, and then Niles heading over. It's still just another straggling member that is just one part of a team fight here that has to be grouped up around Stixxay to have any sort of threat. And so Niles also gets picked off there by Immortals. As great as it is for Golden Guardians to have this huge dragon lead and want to be able to protect Stixxay, and he's got both summoners, and he's been doing quite well for the start of this game. So much gold is going over to Immortals. Oh, never mind.
There's the pullback. QSS burn. Destiny, smart play. Rocket can't quite kill. And out he goes with about 100 health left. But that is some decent timing. He's gone when it's time to set up for this Dragon Soul. He can run back, but he brought teleport. Destiny can get right back onto the map, TP right back in and play the 5-on-5. And this time it's without Skarner ulti or Jinx Rocket.
All right, let's see about this pick on Niles. He's going to use his ult to get away. That's definitely one team fight tool down, but they'd much rather have him alive and not have that tool. They have plenty of other options there. Iconic does have Turbo Chem Tank ready on the Skarner, and they can go for it. Immortals, though, looks like they're going to be able to steal this one away and cut the legs out from the Golden Guardians. Good positioning by them. With all of this gold that they've gotten in these couple of picks that they got through the jungle, first topside, up around the second Rift Trail, then consecutive ones here mid. And Immortal is going to use this giant gold lead to be able to put a stop here. Golden Guardians, though, if they get one opening and they are able to pick up the Cloud Soul, that is going to be very big for this team fight, because a lot of, ult-reliant champions here for Golden Guardians, and you yourself mentioned how much you like it for Jinx.
Yeah, it actually works. It's surprisingly good on Jinx. You just find yourself like constantly in spots where, hey, it's up again, and I can actually help with this like random fight in the side lane. Now, that said, side lane skirmish is not a thing Golden Guardians wants. Like, even with the Jinx struck up every single time, Niles doesn't beat Revenge, Ablazal doesn't beat Insanity. So this kind of comp, it's okay, it's less relevant. You got a Fiora up there, you care a lot about sending rockets her way. But either way, yeah, it is still one away from Soul Point. Iconic obviously cares a lot on Skarner. It's real perfect there. You just zoom around back with your victim, and off you go, delivering Jinx an extra kill. Niles just trying to clear down to the bottom side. And yeah, Revenge is consistently pushing down there, but not going for turret damage, playing it much more defensively. Immortals pushing in the top side instead, and Sanity's getting the wave in there, and that's going to be some damage in that turret.
There's no I in team unless you are Stixxay now in this game, because he has to do everything for himself. The team has to do everything for him as well. He is Golden Guardians at this moment. And let's see if Immortals will be able to take him down. They've been pretty good at keeping up this deeper vision and picking off Golden Guardians members while they're trying to deal with side waves. But even just now, a small speed boost onto Stixxay, rocket form extra range, that is 3 hits onto Raze, and he has to go heal.
Alrighty. Moving around yet again, seeing where everyone else can go as the turrets, well, the Azir turrets fall. We still sit at this 4,500 gold difference. Jinx, not the most single target damage. I mean, not until you really get to 3 full items. It looks like he's going towards Lord Dominic's Regards as the third pickup there. So actually a pretty low DPS build overall, because you're not going Phantom Dancer or Hurricane, which are the actual like DPS Zeal upgrades. He went for RFC for some poke, which different discussion for different time. But Lord Dominic's also, there's only so much bonus armor on the opposing squad. This last Whisper is only doing so much work compared to, say, an Infinity Edge. I think he wants to power spike a bit earlier and get a completed item on the inventory, and it's maybe the best 2,500 gold item he could buy, but it is not going to be as explosive as you would have wanted. Stixxay is not indexed quite as heavily towards sustained damage as I mean, his team might really need.
See if he can pump out enough then, because they're already looking mid once again for the possible pick here. Trying to buff up Iconic over and over here with the speed. He does have Hex Flash, so any of these brush that you get control wards in, possible opportunities for these picks, pulling somebody into the Jinx and then trying to chase somebody else down. That's what Immortals are trying to avoid. They still have this lead. They're trying to keep them bottled up while not getting picked off by this Skarner. QSS check. We've got one on Karma, one on Azir. Still, Senna is definitely a viable target, though she is kind of hard to get on with the Shroud and everything. If you can tag her with some sort of slow, definitely still possible for them, though.
For sure. Revenge, 15. Still one level up on Niles. He's been winning top lane the entire time. He's still doing it, but splitting down to the bottom side. Has teleport available if there's a play somewhere else in the map. Insanity splitting as well. I mean, this is the strength of Immortals. Their wave clear with Senna Karma is outstanding. They're really never going to lose turrets if they're willing to, burn a couple of cooldowns for it. As the side lane turrets just fall. Again, 4-2 the turret score. Both side lanes doing far better. A 50 CS lead for Insanity. A 75 CS lead for Revenge. Ablaze and Insanity were laning equally for the first half of the game. Up until like 15-20 minutes, they were neck and neck, and then suddenly Ablaze Olive, he's not getting XP anymore, he's not getting gold anymore. Insanity is just off to the races though, level 16, and look at that. Alongside Xerxes. Hey, look, they're starting Baron. They've got so much threat. TP's coming across. This could be a real fight. Iconic wants in. Xerxes not an easy target. They're going to grab the Spire, and they're going to start now on themselves. It's 5k health. I mean, this is doable. Xerxes does not have a QSS. They could theoretically ult to make this happen. Niles can tank, but is your positioning okay? Jinx can't really look both ways. A bit of damage in Revenge. He ults away. Destiny going to get shot a couple of times. Pretty good damage for Stixxay, but the rocket wouldn't be enough. Stixxay going to kite sideways. He'll be fine. Keeps the damage going up. Goes for some chickens. But Revenge grabs one more. But it gave enough space for Golden Guardians to get a bit of control over mid. They can knock the wave down and look at mid turret, but not enough to kill it. Raze is there. Revenge is there. That one's not going to get sieged on. But Dragon's up in 5 seconds. Teleport's coming back in the mid lane. They're going to deal some damage right now. Xerxes going to come over. Can Golden Guardians knock down this Dragon in time? Can they otherwise zone out Immortals? This Dragon will die in about 10 seconds, and the Immortals have to get in time.
No ultimate here for Revenge, but he's positioned for the flank. They can't get
Niles,
in. The
good
Dragon's
stun.
done.
Good right there by Niles, but now the fight has started. Xerxes going to be pushed backwards. They're going to get the suppression onto the Aatrox. Niles built some space, but they found Jinx. He's rocketed back in, and Stixxay is dead. You are the team of Golden Guardians, and Immortals found him for the kill. There is no fight left. It is only Golden Guardians running away. Thankful they have Cloud Soul to run faster.
Oh, they lost their game of Protect the President, but at what cost? Soul is picked up. They give over the Baron. Immortals going to be able to pick this one up. No Jinx means they should definitely not go poking around here. They do have plenty of wards. Honestly, Xerxes is a little bit low on Hecarim, but they shouldn't be too worried with it. No big DPS threat, on the side of Golden Guardians. So I don't know. Maybe Iconic, he has Hex Flash, but no real way to get in the pit.
Stixxay's alive. He rocketed just now. So here we go. We're getting the Baron soon. No, we're not. Easy pick up there. Good job by Immortals. Get a recall stop, whatever. That was a nice play, though. Overall, really, really well done by Immortals. We're going to see who made that play, but getting that pick was gigantic.
Okay, so review of Dragon Soul fight here. Yes, they are able to burn it down, but then look at the focus here from Immortals. Good job by them. Identifying Stixxay, only threat, we got to go in. Everybody backs up. All of Golden Guardians are on the right half of the screen. So Xerxes is able to just right on in there, go straight for Stixxay. All 4 members of Immortals focus fire him down. Everybody from Golden Guardians lost their minds going after Revenge flank there, the ultless Aatrox. And Stixxay, the Jinx, left all alone in the Dragon Pit by himself. Luckily, that's reviewable.
He chose to. Yeah, he chose to and went after Insanity, but again, he went Rapid Fire Cannon Lord Dominix. You do not have good single target damage against champs like Azir with a build like that. If that was PD her, or if that's Phantom Blade or Infinity Edge, maybe you kill Insanity in time. But that build is not going to delete targets, especially not squishy ones. So that one's on Stixxay for bad target selection. Should have kited back with the team. Should have been going after Aatrox, things like that. But now, Immortals. How much can they do with Baron? They've got a 7,000 gold lead. They've got Baron Balvan to get more of it done, and it's time to turn our attention to the fact that Insanity, he's 1-0-2. The rest of the squad's doing pretty well, and they're looking to knock down the base.
All right, Baron Buff going to do a lot of work here for Immortals. Revenge already 17 on this Aatrox, still yet to die. With the Azir Siege on bottom side too, Immortals don't have to let up any pressure. Mid turret's about to fall down. Revenge can take care of that one, and the rest of the team just has to evade.
And they just scoop him in. They wanted to engage the 5v4, but Immortals got away from Sion, and an easy scoop means a kill on Niles. Iconic wants revenge. 4 levels down. Either way, he kites back. They weren't going to get it away. So an easy retreat for Revenge, and Golden Guardians just give this up. There's no way you get any victories out of this one. Sure, there's no playmaking tools right now. The scoop is gone from the Azir, but you're going to lose this part of your base. It's time to wait for the respawns and play at the next turrets.
All right, Immortals are going to get a lot of value out of that fight at Dragon. Baron Buff results in 2 inhibitors destroyed. They still have 40 seconds to work with, so they could whittle away at some of these turrets. Niles isn't there, so no front line.
Gonna try 8 seconds on the Sion. In the meantime, the turrets are gonna fall rapidly here. When can they re-engage? Xerxes gonna get pulled back. They're gonna find the target. Big Charm comes across. Here comes the Hector into the back line, and he gets the big shield. Xerxes gonna stay alive with the Serex Gauge popping as well, but the team is respawned. 5 on 5, going for the Nexus, but Golden Guardians are there in time to defend. Is the re-engage gonna be anything? They need 1 kill for the Jinx resets. 1 kill, and they can kill the rest of them. Raze drops, and here's the chase down. Sion finds the double slow. Keep going in. It's time for Jinx to chase him out. A good ult for Insanity is a game saver. That ult was massive. Get excited times out, and Golden Guardians, what could have been 4 kills is only 1.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely sweating after that one, Freak. Insanity clutches it out at the Raptor pit wall, walls them all off. No chase available for the Golden Guardians, but devastation laid to their base as punishment for the miscommunication at the Dragon fight. Stixxay left, the rest of the team went right, and it results with your Nexus being vulnerable. They didn't leave a very deep ward, but there is one at the entrance. I believe that is a Golden Guardians ping, though, so I think they noticed as the retreating Immortals laid that ward down, or maybe it's even seen by the control ward. It is, so they're very well aware. No base backdoor shenanigans. Here's a look at the pull, though. Xerxes just charges right in off the opportunity, has a big shield here to get away from it, but Jinx gets a hold of Raze here. Stixxay rockets, start firing away, landed the slow with the Sion shout, and then he's able to follow up here with the charge. Insanity waits for the nice moment here at the pass, cuts them all off, and allows the rest of Immortals to scramble out. No chase down here possible. Guess what? Dragon is coming up here.
All right. Elder Dragon, Stixxay, Guardian Angel, still hate it, but we'll move on as Immortals going to be looking to push the base and make it afraid. Because guess what? Double inhibitors down, no Nexus turrets alive. Stixxay, you have 3 Guardian Angels on your team. It's called Champion Select. Just build damage. That's all I'm saying. But Elder Dragon is the play. Xerxes up a level on Iconic, trying to fight over ward control right now. A couple of them down for Golden Guardians, though. They've got some vision of their own side of the jungle, but Immortals owns the path out of that into the river. They own the banks. And that's the important thing, because they're up 9,000 gold. It's amazing how that one works out. But right now, they're going to take down the wards. Golden Guardians wants to get back onto the map. They want to be able to contest for Elder, but their time is always limited as Revenge pushes in mid, and they know they can always threaten the Nexus. 3 teleports are available for Immortals. Aatrox, Azir, and Karma can just end the game. And so making the choices difficult. Golden Guardians cannot make these plays, and Revenge is still there. And at a moment's notice, 2 more can join him. Elder Dragon being attacked. You could rock it right now. Nice attempt. Went down to 500. Iconic cannot quite find this onto Revenge just yet. Needs the team to come around. When does the ult come across? Newbie's nearby. Destiny has come back over, though. When will they go for it? Revenge does have QSS, makes it hard to ult him. He's holding on to that one, and look at that, winning the 1v2. Without Jinx, you can't win. There's minions inside the base, by the way, they're getting teleported to, but this is a free kill. They can actually pick off this Azir, or at least, okay, maybe not the Aatrox. That's going to be a tough one. They find some damage. They're getting pushed around. Ult comes across. They suppress one, though. Can they find the kill? Yes, they've knocked down Xerxes, and it's time for Jinx to start dealing damage because they're going to find Revenge. That's a very, very tanky Niall. Sion will live. There's 2 for the Jinx. It's time to go for number 3. The scoop comes across with the Elder Dragon buff. They found a couple of kills, and the Guardian Angel's going to mean absolutely nothing, and the game is going to end. Immortals, at the very end of it all, get the Bud Light Ace. They will knock down Golden Guardians and improve to 5 wins, just 1 behind playoff position.
Oh my goodness. Well played to Immortals. What a funny game there here from the Golden Guardians. Revenge was having the time of his life in this game. Just beating up on Sign in the top lane, pushing out those lanes, gets the side wave advantage, running into the base, fighting off the Golden Guardians team when Jinx is not there. Is so easy for a lifesteal tank. No damage there, no healing cutting there. So Aatrox with Conqueror just gets to, fend off all the opponents, and that is another Immortals win on the board. They have really been hanging in there towards the middle of the standings, clearly establishing themselves, I feel like, above these bottom tier teams. With a solid placement there. And that says a lot, too, because they were one of the teams that did have a lot of late arrivals, have been invested in their academy players, keeping Insanity on for another split here with the full starting spot, voting for confidence for him, and putting Revenge up there as well for the solo lane. This is a deathless game from him. So I really do like that kind of renewed faith from Immortals.
Yeah, so well done to them. 5 wins right now. Their record so far just below 50-50. Their chief opponent for playoffs right now is Team Liquid. 1 game ahead of them, and they're going to play tomorrow. If they play on form, that's a tie for 6th and a road towards that playoff spot. That'll be an exciting one to watch as we move on to our 12th games tomorrow. That's going to do it for me and Kobe. But after the break, the Tigers will be talking Insanity and our Verizon post-game interview. Stick around.
Many of us are working from home and adjusting to new coworkers. Coworkers who borrow supplies and always interrupt meetings. A gift can help. And when you use your MasterCard, you have security benefits that keep you protected, so your purchase ends up in the right hands or mouth. And your staff can start something priceless.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are here with our Verizon post-game interview following our final game of the day, and we've got Insanity from Immortals here on by. Now looking back at this game, GG, they brought the Protect the Jinx comp. They had some early Drake control. How did you all manage to bring this into a win?
Well, honestly, we just saw their comp only had one damage threat, so as long as we killed that person in the fights, we could just win the game pretty much anytime. And it was pretty easy to get onto her as well with our Hecarim.
Take out the Jinx, bing, bang, boom. But some of getting onto the Jinx came down to some great ults you had. You have actually been commended as an extremely consistent player on Immortals with a fairly large champ pool. Checking in on your development since the limited time we saw you last season, how much progress do you feel that you've made?
Honestly, from last year, I think I made a lot of progress. I think there were games where I was like really nervous in the beginning for last year at least that kind of made me choke sometimes, but I'm glad that I'm moving away from that and just showing that I can be consistent on stage.
And I actually did just get in the word that you were the player of the game for this game as well. So does that add at all to your confidence or just your thoughts on your overall development here as an LCS player?
No, I mean, I'm more focused on our team as a whole. I just want to be the best team, and that's all I really want to work on. I don't care how good I am as an individual player. I just want to work as a team.
So speaking of that focus on the team, it was actually in his recent TGI interview that Revenge, when speaking about your head coach, said that Gilhoto does something differently compared to other coaches and knows something that they don't. Can you give us more insight on what it is working with him as a coach here at Immortals?
I mean, honestly, he's been a great coach, but I don't want to say too much. I just want to keep it a secret what he's got going on. I don't really want the other teams to know what he's got, but I don't know. He's just a great figure to be around, and I think our culture as a team is really, really solid. So that helps a lot as well.
Keeping it under wraps, making sure that culture is at the level to keep you all progressing forward. And speaking of moving forward, you are going to be facing off against TL. You kicked off the spring season by getting the victory against them. How are you feeling going into this rematch?
Honestly, pretty good. I can't wait to clap Jensen tomorrow. It'll be fun.
Oh, Lord, I am looking forward to that game, Insanity. Thanks for stopping on by and appreciate the insight into your team dynamic.
Yep, thank you.
That wraps it for our interview here today. Let's go ahead and close things out on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. Doesn't care that he got Pog. He's a team player, friends. You can take your Pog. You could shove it. No. I mean, Immortals, they stole that game right from underneath Golden Guardians there with full Drake control for the majority of the game. It was ultimately Immortals who came out on top to move to 5-6. But, Mark, when we talk about this game, I actually want to look at it more from the perspective of Golden Guardians since they did have the lead for a majority of time, starting with the Protect the Jinx comp, as Tigress had cited in the interview just now.
Yeah, it was a different look. I feel like it's been a long time since we had straight ball comps that prioritize protecting the AD. I mean, even ball comps these days are usually about the Hecarim, which was kind of more the story on the other side. So it was cool to see this kind of return to hyper carry, AD carry position, but it didn't really end up working out for them. I think there were some issues with Stixxay getting picked at some of the critical fights because, like you said, they did have pretty good objective control, and they were kind of getting these 5v5s at the soul point and stuff like that. It just didn't end up working out for them.
I think one of the problems I have with these protected AD carry comps right now, like the Golden Guardians comp, if that guy makes one mistake, which he did in the Dragon fight where they lost Baron afterwards, he made one mistake there and the game was really hard to win after that. I don't like when you draft those kind of win conditions where you only have one thing to go for. It makes it feel really hard to play. And on the flip side, they picked Aatrox into Sion, and I wish that teams, when they see comps like protect AD carry comps, you can also do things where you build for split push, like picking a Jax or a Fiora into Sion. I think could have been a good choice as well.
Yeah, and here we see a fight where, exactly as Hai was saying, you have a single point of failure and then that point falls apart. And, Stixxay didn't really need to be aggressive here at all. They had the dragon. All they needed to do was kite out of the pit and get to safety and then play the rest of the game. And in addition to that, I think there are also some itemization issues. He went for Guardian Angel, went for Rapid Fire Cannon. Arguably, he didn't really need that with the support of Lulu and Seraphine already to keep him alive. So it sort of felt like Stixxay lost track of his role on the team team, which is to build damage, stay safe, and carry. So hopefully this is something they can review later. I do like that they're getting different looks. I do like that they're having Niles on more tanky units and allowing Stixxay to try to carry because he's been pretty good over the course of the split.
I think, speaking of items, something cool to talk about is the, what's that shield damage item?
Serpent's Fang.
Serpent's Fang. It'd be cool if someone that's super into math could take a look and see how effective that would be, like on Hecarim or Senna that game. Those would be the only characters that could really realistically build it. Maybe Aatrox, I'm not sure. But that game is that item is extremely efficient and it's getting buffed on top of that. If there was ever a situation to buy that item, that game would have been it. Obviously, they won without it. Actually, they won without healing reduction either, which I think they should have gotten earlier. But in any case, itemization is like such a thing that pros you think would be great at, but they're not doing that solid on. So whoever you are, analysts out there, coaches out there, do some math for the pros. Be like, hey, you should buy this item in this situation, and then report that to us too, so I could take a look as well.
Yeah, small peek behind the curtain here. Our stats person quickly typed 1, 2, 3, not it to your request high. So it'll definitely have to come from somebody else. But I think it's a great point because, yeah, there were so many different champions on the side of Golden Guardians there that had a shield built into their kit in some way, shape, or form. So possibly could have been smart itemization. Either way, one final point that I want to make or talk about here on the Immortal side of things is, and we were kind of reminiscing about this off camera, Mark, is just what an interest. They're kind of an enigma. They're a hard team to pin down right now. They're smack dab in the middle of the standings, and it's just hard to tell if they're going up, if they're going down. What about them is working? I feel like they're the most undiscovered team, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. I think
undefined.
Undefined. Thank you.
Enigma.
Thank you so much.
I think it's like they're a development roster on the verge of pushing into the playoff tier. You know, they're one game out of 500. They could easily make it. And they do a lot of things well. They generally don't have gigantic throws, but they also don't have gigantic early game leads. And I think it can sometimes leave less memorable things for you to latch onto this game. Like, there was not very much going on for the vast majority of this game. And even though they didn't make any big mistakes and they were able to win the game because of that, I think sometimes for fans and viewers, it can not leave you with one personality to latch onto or one player who's popping off every game. And they're just generally a well-coached squad playing well. I mean, Insanity kind of, gave some respect to Gilhoto there. So, like, it just doesn't jump off the riff to the viewer to be like, that's why I love this team. But they are actually playing quite well.
Yeah, and this is now Insanity and Revenge in separate interviews have talked about Gilhoto's special techniques. So I don't know what kind of voodoo or jujitsu he's doing, jujutsu or whatever. But apparently it's working pretty well. And Freak going into this game mentioned that Insanity has low-key been on a tear, and this game is a continuation of that. He had a great scoreline at 504. He was getting pressure in mid. He was getting pressure in side lanes. He got the shuffle to end the game. So Insanity's been good, and it's really heartwarming to see a player who's been always on the cusp of being good actually put up good results.
Yeah, consistency is key, and a little magic doesn't hurt, as it seems there's some magic over there in the Immortals camp. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings as we close out the day. We've got Cloud9. They're still standing strong up there in first place, followed by 100 Thieves and TSM together in second at 8-3. Right behind them in fourth is Dignitas, followed by Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid tied in fifth. But if we go ahead and pull up our schedule for tomorrow, we start our Sunday off with FlyQuest versus TSM and followed it up with a clash between 100 Thieves and C9. So that could be a challenge there for first place if 100 Thieves is able to take it. We'll have games going all day long, though, until we close out the weekend with Dignitas taking on CLG. From me, my focus goes straight to games 2 and 3. Not only that battle for first place, but also the one just after it with two more teams relatively tied in the standings high.
Right. I'm actually looking at Game 5, and only because CLG's in it. I've been on the team before where the most wins we got in a season was, I believe, 4. And it is very mentally taxing as a player to be getting dumped on in games, getting dumped on social media, getting dumped on everywhere you go. Hopefully they can bust out some wins to end out the season so they can feel better. Obviously, I don't want any of those guys, be down on themselves. They're still better than me, if that makes them feel better. They're better than 99% of people watching this. So come on, CLG. I have some faith in you guys to win games, if I'm going to be honest. But yeah, I just want to root for the underdog.
Absolutely. Much love to all those guys. I know it's a trying time to be a competitor and to be facing tough losses. Keep your heads high. Keep pushing forward. That is going to do it for us here, though, today on Saturday. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching here with us tonight. Stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Good night.